Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Qin Jun's words pierced everyone like a blade. They weren't just excuses for his ambush. What he said echoed the truth recorded in future generations. In later ages, Lilith's selfless guidance really did spark human evolution. The great powers grew stronger, evolvers multiplied, and mankind surged forward. Step by step, they reclaimed lost cities from the dead and built new free cities. To the surface world, it looked like humanity had weathered the apocalypse unscathed. But behind that prosperity came unchecked ambition. Without restraint, tragedy struck, disasters like 120 that erased entire cities. As power swelled, so did conflict. The great forces clashed, and each battle reduced free cities to ashes. Countless ordinary people became sacrifices on the altar of ambition. Did advanced technology restore order? No. Instead, humanity's hunger grew. Having tasted the power of gods, factions went further. Some even offered up ordinary people as living sacrifices, trading lives for divine strength. Compared to that madness, the Qin family almost looked merciful. At least they didn't treat common folk as offerings, they treated them as resources. A voice trembled. Wait, you don't mean the Mutant library? Gasps followed. Faces went pale. The Qin family already overshadowed every other force. If they seized Lilith's knowledge too, what future remained for the rest? A sneer came from the crowd. And this is your so-called hope of mankind? Yes. Qin Jun didn't hesitate. His steps were steady, his gaze sharp. This is humanity's hope. Left scattered among the great powers, Lilith's knowledge will only breed war and chaos. But if my Qin family controls it, no one will stand against us. There will be one voice in the human world, my voice. Only then will conflict end and order be reborn. That is the true hope of mankind. The words struck like thunder. Some trembled, some seethed. None could answer. Absurd, they thought, to monopolize divine knowledge, then claim it was for humanity's sake. Was a world ruled by the Qin family really mankind's future? Luo Yi's face darkened. After a pause, he barked a laugh. Nonsense. Who gave you the right to claim you lead humanity? Why should the world bow to you? Qin Jun met his gaze without flinching. His tone was calm, almost casual. Because I am the strongest. The room fell silent. The meaning was clear. Qin Jun would seize Lilith's knowledge, unify mankind under the Qin banner, and drag humanity onto the Qin family's chariot to war against the gods themselves. It was the ultimate gamble. Win, and mankind would ascend, becoming beings equal to gods. Lose, and civilization itself would burn. Luo Yi's hand shook. His voice was ice. And if you fail, you'll bury all of humanity with you. Qin Jun lowered his eyes. His words dripped with disdain. If I fail, what happens after doesn't matter. After me, let the flood come. He dismissed Luo Yi entirely. Son of luck or not, Luo Yi was still too green. No threat in Qin Jun's eyes. Then Lilith's divine voice rang out, solemn and sharp. 20 QW. God's tongue spilled from her lips. An ancient tome manifested at Qin Jun's feet, snapping shut around him. Massive gears whirred into existence, sealing the book tight. Space cracked open beneath it, dragging the seal of the city down to imprison him. For a heartbeat, silence. Then crack. Fissures split across the book's surface. With a deafening shatter, the seal burst apart. Qin Jun walked out of the fragments like a god stepping from eternity. Give it up, Lilith. You've only just awakened. Your strength is unsettled, and you've never been suited for battle. Surrender. Though mortal, Qin Jun's presence eclipsed even her divinity. It was he, not the god, who seemed all-powerful. Lilith's eyes filled with regret. If only she hadn't underestimated him earlier. If only she hadn't let him strike first. Her voice rang with defiance. So what if you're a level 4 evolver? I'm a god, a higher being. The lower can never dominate the higher. Such is the law of the universe. Qin Jun's lips curved in a smile. Yes, but with this the law changes. Between his fingers a green seed glowed, pulsing with terrifying vitality. Lilith's face went pale. She recoiled. The almighty seed? You killed Elo? Impossible. This was no ordinary seed. It was the seed of omnipotence. Qin Jun had nurtured it after planting the world tree. From his patient cultivation, the tree bore a new almighty seed, one capable of doing the unthinkable, enslaving higher beings, even gods. Lilith's expression twisted in disbelief. As one of the gods, he knew what this meant. The almighty Yellow, one of the 5 great dominators of the old sequence. Elo's status was far above Lilith's, who was merely mid-tier. Yet this mortal claimed to have killed him? Impossible. Qin Jun's smirk deepened, his tone dripping with mockery. Yellow was arrogant, foolish, just like you. He dared to draw me into his own body with nothing more than a sliver of thought. Do you gods really believe mortals will kneel forever? That will bow, pray, and beg for your scraps of mercy? His eyes glinted coldly. I don't. The gathered evolvers froze. Qin Jun killing a god? That alone shattered their understanding. And not just any god, one of the highest ranked. How many secrets was this young man hiding? Luo Yi's body trembled. With a roar, he charged Qin Jun. Behind him, the Eternal Sun Sect's zealots surged forward, joined by other factions desperate to stop Qin Jun. They couldn't allow Lilith to be enslaved. If she fell, their futures vanished. But the Empress only laughed, her voice like velvet over steel. Her eyes locked onto Luo Yi as a predator sights its prey. He was strong, perfect prey. A sweet smile curved her lips as ice hammers materialized around her, launching toward Luo Yi in a deadly storm. At the same time, Qin Jun's Unit 527 advanced. They were few in number, but every soldier was a level 2 evolver, and they tore through their enemies like wolves among sheep. Screams rang out, blood pooled, and within moments dozens of evolvers collapsed lifeless to the ground. Yili was the deadliest of them all. Ever since her mind had been stamped, she rarely spoke, but when battle came, she was merciless. Only Luo Yi held his ground, matching the Empress blow for blow. As Hongqing's strongest evolver, bolstered by Lilith's teachings, he fought fiercely. For now, they were evenly matched. Meanwhile, Qin Jun vanished like a ghost and reappeared behind Lilith. His palm, glowing with annihilation, came crashing down. Lilith staggered, opening a portal to escape, but Qin Jun pursued relentlessly. The void split apart, and Lilith tumbled out, bloodied, broken, and cornered. She chanted divine words desperately, drawing power from the cosmos, but nothing stopped Qin Jun's advance. He crushed her defenses one by one, carving wounds into her body. The sight was unthinkable, a god reduced to prey before a mortal. Luo Yi's heart clenched. He wanted to rush to Lilith's side to protect his goddess. But the Empress pressed harder, her killing intent suffocating. Despite unleashing everything he had, Luo Yi faltered. He was losing. Fear not at him. He had always believed himself chosen, the son of destiny. A mere commoner who stumbled upon a god's will in a ring, who rose to become Hongqing's strongest. But now, Qin Jun was stronger. His subordinates were stronger. Even the Empress and the girl shrouded in black mist were stronger. Luo Yi's destiny suddenly felt like a cruel joke. Worse still was Lilith's plight. Her last divine barrier shattered beneath Qin Jun's strike. Expressionless, Qin Jun seized Lilith by the hair, forcing her to look up into his eyes. Luo Yi's heart split. To him, Lilith was sacred, untouchable. He never dared even brush against her robes, fearing it would be blasphemy. And now, Qin Jun handled her roughly, like a doll. Without hesitation, Qin Jun pressed the almighty seed against her forehead. The seed bloomed with green light, sprouting writhing tendrils that burrowed into Lilith's skin. Her eyes glazed over, confusion giving way to chaos, then to devotion. Her resistance melted away. Her expression softened, filled with admiration, submission. Lilith, the goddess, now knelt in surrender before Qin Jun. No! Luo Yi's eyes burned scarlet, veins bulging, madness consuming him. Give her back. Give me back my Lilith. The anger in Luo Yi's heart almost burned his internal organs, completely insane. Luo Yi's eyes were red, staring at Qin Jun. Can't wait to eat its flesh and drink its blood. His heart was filled with hatred for Qin Jun. In his opinion, Lilith is undoubtedly a perfect existence. He is a high god, possessing endless mystical knowledge and transcendent power. But he is friendly to mankind and is willing to help mankind selflessly. Anyone with a little bit of conscience and humanity will only be grateful to Lilith and will only thank Lilith from the bottom of their hearts. But Qin Jun was not grateful at all. Instead, he launched a sneak attack and even wanted to enslave Lilith. This filled Luo Yi with a feeling of being betrayed. We have been so kind to you, but you are repaying your kindness with revenge. I'm going to kill you. The anger completely went to Luo Yi's head, and he went towards Qin Jun. And his breath became stronger than before, and his whole body was bathed in flames, as if he was the god of flames. It is his S-level fighting talent, Flame Possession, stimulating the flames to possess his body. Any attack by Luo Yi contains the fire element, igniting everything. After cultivating to the level of advanced evolutionary, the flames can even melt everything, including the void. Luo Yi, who was bathed in the flames, and the Empress seemed to be two extremes. Seeing Luo Yi's fury, a sneer flashed in Anti-Emperor's eyes. Frozen, as soon as she landed, the entire ground turned into an extremely smooth ice surface, almost spreading towards Luo Yi. The ice surface is so smooth and bright, as if it contains stars all over the sky. But behind this dazzling beauty lies a deep murderous intent. Just like the Empress herself, beneath her beautiful appearance is a cruel and cold heart. The ice seems to be able to freeze everything, even the flames. Luo Yi's entire body, wrapped in flames, was also frozen in the ice sculpture. This is the Empress. Her strength even firmly suppressed Luo Yi, the son of luck. Among the level 2 evolutionaries, the strength of the Empress is definitely the top existence. But the son of luck is the son of luck after all. In desperation, they can always erupt with power that ordinary people can't match. The ice sculpture shattered. Luo Yi's body rushed out of the ice sculpture. The incomparably hot flames swept across everything, and even the void became distorted. Luo Yi rushed towards Qin Jun. Lai Yong dragged a long trail behind him. Like a shooting star, the Empress was startled. She never thought that Luo Yi would be able to unleash such terrifying potential in a desperate situation. But soon, the surprise in her eyes turned to anger and disgust. This is what she hates the most. For the weak, just be crushed by her honestly. Just die honestly. Why bother? This kind of struggle is futile and will only make the Empress even more disgusted. The Empress let out a cold snort and appeared in front of Luo Yi again. Her eyes were almost condensed into ice cold, presenting a palpitating white. A command saber appeared in her right hand, with icy elements flashing on the blade, and it slashed fiercely at Luo Yi's neck. The speed is extremely fast, leaving after images, wanting to cut off the entire face of Luo Yi's head. Get out of the way! Seeing that the Empress made a move again, Luo was angry and wishful in his heart. Luo Yi's heart was filled with anger, and this anger was completely transformed into his strength. Luo Yi's speed doubled again, like a ray of light, dodging the fatal blow from the Empress. He didn't care about the Empress, but looked straight at Dr. Qin. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He wants to stop Qin Jun. He wants to save Lilith. The almighty seed is almost completely rooted in Lilith's forehead, and Lilith is resisting the control of the almighty seed with all her strength. He saw Luo Yi rushing over and actually shot at Qin Jun. A trace of desperation flashed in his eyes, and he shouted with his remaining sanity, "Don't come here, run away." Although he has great confidence in Luo Yi, he feels that Luo Yi should be the best among human beings. But after fighting Qin Jun, Lilith saw what a real strong human being is like. It can even be said that Qin Jun does not feel like a human being to Lilith. It is a higher life like him. At least Luo Yi now is far from Qin Jun's opponent. Luo Yi heard Lilith's call, but he was not as fast as he was. How can he escape? How could you just watch Lilith being enslaved by Qin Jun? Become Qin Jun's slave girl? Luo Yi's eyes were full of determination and murderous intent. He originally had an extremely bright future. He will grow stronger step by step with Lilith's company and stay with her forever. But Qin Jun ruined it all. Qin Jun looked at Luo Yi coldly, expressionless. It has to be said that this Luo Yi should be the most powerful among the sons of luck he has ever seen. Although Luo Yi is only a level 2 evolutionary, he is able to compete with the Empress of money. You know, the Empress is the most powerful of the genetic enhancers made by the Qin family, and the most perfect fighting machine under the current technology. Even at the critical moment, Luo Yi erupted with power comparable to a level 3 evolutionary. But unfortunately, what he met was Qin Jun, this existence that has already transcended the category of human beings, an existence that can compete with gods. Qin Jun had no expression on his face and continued to urge the almighty seed to control Lilith Gage with one hand. The other hand pointed in Luo Yi's direction. Luo Yi's indomitable figure seemed to have hit an invisible wall. His head was bleeding, and he almost fainted on the spot. And the void in front of Luo Yi's throat began to twist, and an invisible force strangled his neck. Lift him up directly. Luo Yi was tightly strangled by Qin Jun's psychic power and lifted into the air. Like a little chicken, he felt that the invisible force was getting stronger and stronger. His suffocation became more and more severe, and his face gradually turned pale. Looking at Luo Yi, who was directly controlled, Qin Jun's eyes were calm and unwavering. If it develops according to the normal world line, Luo Yi should be regarded as one of the most powerful evolvers among human beings in the end of the world. But there is one more variable in this world line, and that is Qin Jun. Qin Jun's current strength is completely beyond the normal scope of this world, and also beyond the estimation of those gods. But Qin Jun's current strength is not entirely because of the Qin family behind him, but because of his system. Qin Jun's extremely cold, ruthless, and extremely rational character is also one of the biggest factors. It was precisely Qin Jun's choices at every step that were in his best interest. So Qin Jun got to where he is today step by step. Even the newly awakened gods are no match for him. It can even be said that if there were no Qin family, there would be no system. With Qin Jun's character, he can still achieve great things. Although Luo Yi is strong, he has no ability to compete with him. Luo Yi struggled wildly in midair, and the flames on his body swallowed everything around him, but it had no effect. Qin Jun's spiritual control is derived from the most original laws of this world. It is not a substantial force, such as elemental power or space. Therefore, most evolvers have no way to counter Qin Jun's psychic control, and the same is true for Luo Yi. Qin Jun casually threw Luo Yi down and began to use the almighty seed with all his strength to control Lilith. Lilith is a god after all, and if you want to control her, you have to have the seed of omnipotence. Qin Jun also had to concentrate. As soon as Luo Yi escaped from Qin Jun's control, the Empress came after her with a gloomy look. Luo Ji had just escaped her attack. This is undoubtedly a shame for the Empress. Act B, especially in front of Qin Jun. The Empress' eyes flashed with a heart-stopping chill, and there was a trace of worry deep inside. She was worried that the young master would be dissatisfied with her because of this. Although she is the commander of Unit 527 and Qin Jun's personal guard, She could be regarded as Qin Jun's core confidant. But the Empress will not think that her position is as stable as Mount Tai because of this. The Empress knew very well that the Qin family system was a system of survival of the fittest. The strong can have everything, while the weak only deserve to be loved and deserve to live. The genetic evolvers created by the Second Research Institute are becoming better and better every generation, and each generation is more perfect than the other. I heard that recently there was an experimental subject named Qingji who broke all the historical records of the Institute. Although the Empress still has great confidence in herself, she thinks that she is the most powerful existence among all experimental subjects. But she also won't slack off. The Empress knew very well that if she wanted to follow the young master, she had to behave perfectly. Her position, but there are many people watching from behind. The Empress snorted coldly, and the ice pick appeared out of thin air, directly piercing through Luo Ji's left shoulder and limbs. And the ice element also began to invade Luo Yi's blood, condensing out ice slag. It made Luo Yi kneel down in pain, his body trembling constantly. Luo Yi looked around and found that his partners, except him, had all died at the hands of the Qin family caregiver. The Eternal Solaris sect, which was still thriving before, has been wiped out. Luo Yi felt extremely painful in his heart. These believers are all his companions, and they are all relatives who have depended on him since the end of the world. But now the powerhouses of other forces also retreated steadily, and there were corpses everywhere on the top floor, with blood flowing. But what pained Luo Yi the most was Lilith. The almighty seed has almost completely integrated into Lilith's forehead. At this moment, Luo Yi's heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness, as well as pain, frustration, anger, and unwillingness. Lilith is the goddess in his mind. He worships Lilith so much, loves Lilith so much. But now, he can only watch Lilith being gradually enslaved by others. And he can't do anything. Luo Yi's face was almost distorted. He stood up slowly and walked towards Qin Jun unsteadily. It can be said that every step is a torment for Luo Yi. It is torture, and it is extremely painful. The Empress frowned and sneered, looking for death. This scene was so touching, but the Empress only found it ridiculous. In her opinion, this kind of weak affection is simply disgusting. It can only move herself, but it can't change anything. As soon as she pointed out, the ice pick directly pushed Luo Ji's legs to the ground. Luo Yi screamed, but still looked at Lilith. Qin Jun's servitude to Lilith is coming to an end, and the resistance on Lilith's face has almost disappeared. This scene made Luo Ma almost crazy. Lilith, who was extremely holy and noble in his eyes, was being desecrated at this moment. Desecrate your whole body bit by bit, even your mind and spirit. Luo Yi screamed sadly. Lilith, don't surrender to him. Give me back my Lilith. Who is your Lilith? Lilith slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes when she looked at Luo Swan became indifferent and empty. Then he took the initiative to walk to Qin Jun, slowly knelt down and raised his head. A flattering and coquettish smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were full of surrender and love. He stretched out his head and kissed Qin Jun's clothes. Lilith will always belong to the master. This scene shocked everyone present. Even the strong men of the Qin family clearly remember when they first met Lilith. Lilith, though, was smiling and friendly. But the aloofness that belongs to the gods cannot be concealed no matter what. That is the natural suppression of lower beings by higher beings. Lilith is so noble and majestic, completely in line with human culture's imagination of gods. But now, looking at Lilith kneeling in front of Qin Jun, she is like a kitten trying to please her master, with no majesty or even self-esteem. Fear and awe emerged in the hearts of the people. Not to Lilith, but to Qin Jun. Qin Jun really enslaved the gods and became the master of God. If God is a great existence, so what is Qin Jun? Is there something greater than God? The remaining powerhouses of other forces gave up their resistance one after another. completely heartless. They even began to doubt, is God really the only way to save mankind? Is there some truth to what Qin Jun said before? Before Qin Jun said that he would monopolize the knowledge of the library. He came to rule the world and lead mankind out of the last days. People still think that Qin Jun is just covering up his ambition. But now they hesitated. A human being who can enslave the gods, a person who can make the gods kneel down and bow their heads. Maybe you're really qualified to say this. It is human nature to worship the strong. In fact, humans worship gods because of this, because gods are much more powerful than humans. But now, they discover that Qin Jun is stronger than the gods. In these chaotic and hopeless times, an infinitely powerful man. Indeed, people can't help but have the idea of surrender and follow. Someone secretly said in his heart, "It's rare. Is he really the only hope for mankind? Is it really the most correct way to let him monopolize the library's knowledge?" But Luo, he didn't think Qin Jun was great at all. At this moment, his heart is completely broken. He looked at Lilith, who was kneeling in front of Qin Jun. The flattery on his face was like a sharp sword, stabbing into his heart fiercely. Make him miserable. What a cruel scene for him. He didn't know how many times he led countless believers to kneel down devoutly in front of Lilith's statue. How many times at night he stared affectionately at the statue of Lilith. But now, Lilith is kneeling in front of another person, and the demeanor is still like this, with no self-respect. Like a plaything of Qin Jun. Luo trembled all over. The anger in his heart made him want to yell. Sorrow and powerlessness filled his chest. My heart is filled with despair. Just a few hours ago, he was still in high spirits, dreaming of a happy life with Lilith. And now, everything is ruined. From heaven to hell, it's just a matter of Qin Jun. Qin Jun gently stroked Lilith's head and looked at her, squinting her eyes with an expression of enjoyment. I can't help feeling a sense of accomplishment in my heart. Look, doesn't this extremely noble god also have this kind of expression? Nothing like AB*****ch. There was a hint of sarcasm in Qin Jun's eyes. What higher beings still have to surrender in the face of absolute power? Not just Qin Jun, but others, especially the strong men of the Qin family. The awe of the gods completely disappeared at this moment. Originally, the strong men of the Qin family were still afraid of the gods. After all, they were gods. Gods with the power of transcendent and unlimited lifespan. The reason why they fought without hesitation was entirely out of loyalty to Qin Jun. Even if Qin Jun asked them to die immediately, they would commit suicide without hesitation. But now, they discovered that the gods seemed to be nothing more than that. At least, the young master is stronger than a god. And Qin Jun also felt a little emotional. Killing gods is addictive, but the feeling of enslaving a god is equally addictive. Qin Jun couldn't help but think that maybe he could enslave more gods and form an army of gods in the future. Luo, he looked at Lilith with a hoarse voice. Lilith, don't you remember me? Even now, Luo is still unwilling to give up hope. How he wished Lilith could regain her senses. Lilith turned around and looked at Luo, her eyes becoming indifferent again. Mortal, you're not just a follower of mine. What else is worth remembering? Now my whole body and mind belong to the master. Then Lilith looked at Qin Jun again, her expression extremely pious. It seems that for this god, Qin Jun is not only his master, but also his god. God above God. Seeing Lilith's appearance, Luo, he was finally completely desperate. Lilith has changed, has completely become Qin Jun's slave. It's no longer his Lilith. Even Lilith never belonged to him. He laughed miserably, staring at Qin Jun, almost gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with engraving hatred and resentment. He said with hatred, "You will bring bad luck to mankind. People like you are not worthy of leading mankind at all. You have no humanity at all." Qin Jun smiled slightly and said lightly, "It's so stupid to talk about human nature in front of gods. That's why humans are so weak. For me, humanity is the biggest weakness." Facing Luo Yi's hatred, Qin Jun remained expressionless and didn't care at all. Who cares about the hatred of a dying man? Without saying a word, Qin Jun pointed out directly. Luo Yi's body swayed. A blood hole appeared on his forehead. His body fell to the ground weakly, and he died just like that. Killing the son of luck. Qin Jun never dragged his feet. Qin Jun didn't humiliate Luo Yi, let alone torture him. He has no grievances with Luo Yi, and it can even be said that Luo Li's tragedy was caused by him alone. The reason why he killed Luo Yi was entirely because Luo Yi could provide villain points in exchange for talent points. That's all. Before the gods fully awaken, Qin Jun must become stronger. Unscrupulous to become stronger. The moment Luo Yi died, the sound of system improvement also came to Qin Jun's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have eliminated the threat of Luo Yi. Mission completion reward, 60 villain points. Ding! We are evaluating the completion level of Luo Yi, the Son of Destiny. The evaluation is S-level. Additional bonus luck value, 30 points. Immediately, a system panel appeared in front of Qin Jun. Host, Qin Jun. Transcendent talents. S-level talent psychic control, SSS-level talent swallowing. The talents have been swallowed. The A-level talent is giant bear transformation. The S-level talent is shadow control. The A-level talent is sword domain increase. And the S-level talent is flame possession. Transcendent level, 4. Villain value, 95 points. The sky 933 blessing tree has been opened. In fact, the system initially evaluated Luo Yi's potential harvest value as SS level. After all, there must be a big secret in the Son of Luck. If Qin Jun is willing to spend some time, Jiding can dig out all Luo's secrets. But Qin Jun doesn't have this patience. For him, the most important thing is to enslave Lilith. Luo Yi is just an incidental and unexpected surprise. Just kill him and get a minimum living allowance, and then devour the heavy S-level talent. Now Qin Jun has all the advanced talents before level. 3 S-level talents, 2 A-level talents, and 1 SSS-level talent. Take any of these talents, and they will all exist at apex level outside. Not to mention all the focus on Qin Jun. Looking at the 95 villain points, Qin Jun felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. These can be exchanged for 9 talent points, which will directly fill up all his basic talents. Luo Yi's body was lying on the ground, his eyes still wide open, staring at Lilith. There was still reluctance in his eyes. But Lilith didn't care and didn't even look at Luo's swan. All of his attention was placed on Qin Jun. For him, he only cares about his master Qin Jun in this world, and everything else does not matter. As for Luo Yi, haha, you don't have to be a believer. If you die, you will die. Luo Yi can't even compare to Qin Jun's hair. Qin Jun turned around and looked at the survivors from other forces. Under the massacre of members of Unit 527, there were not many strong men from other forces left, and some small forces were directly wiped out. Qin Jun's eyes flashed over, and the survivors of those forces only felt trembling from their souls. Who dares to think of resisting this man who can enslave the gods? They even had a desire to surrender. Plop! One by one, the strong men knelt down and expressed their surrender. The Empress walked to Qin Jun and asked softly, "Master, do you want to kill them all?" In the eyes of the Empress, these strong men who knelt down were all weak and had no value in conquering them. Just kill him. And he is also a disloyal person who betrays his own power. When the surviving strong men heard this, their faces suddenly showed a look of fear, and they begged for mercy. "Master Qin Jun, we are willing to follow you. We are willing to work hard for the Qin family." These evolvers are willing to directly break away from the forces behind them and join Qin Jun. And they have no psychological burden. Although their companions had just died at the hands of a strong man from the Qin family, these companions were, to put it bluntly, colleagues, and they would inevitably have intrigues on weekdays. They feel no sorrow or pain when their companions die. Qin Jun looked at these evolvers. Those who could support the members of Unit 527 and not be killed until now were all powerful evolvers. Basically, they're all peak level 1 experts. If he could be brought under his command, he would be considered a big force in the Calendar District. But Qin Jun shook his head. You can't enter the Qin family. As soon as these words came out, these evolutionists turned pale. It's rare to say, does Qin Jun really want to kill everyone? But I accept your allegiance. From now on, you will be a member of the Qin family. A smile slowly appeared on Qin Jun's face. You have to return to the forces behind you. After a while, someone will contact you. When these powerful men heard this, they immediately understood what Qin Jun meant. Qin Jun is asking them to be spies of the Qin family. The status of these powerful people in the major forces is not low. At least they are in the middle level if they secretly take refuge in Qin Jun, coupled with the intelligence power of the Qin family. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Qin family knows exactly what the leaders of these forces are having for dinner. These strong men breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we don't kill them now. Looking at these evolvers, Qin Jun's eyes were dark. He was not a murderous person. Keeping these strong men is more useful than killing them directly. These people will all be secret agents of the Qin family in 4.2, helping the Qin family's intelligence personnel to carry out infiltration work. As for whether they will rebel again after returning, Qin Jun is not worried. No one who can get to this point in the last days is a fool. Being able to enslave gods, the Qin family's strength is self-evident. With Lilith's knowledge, the Qin family will be even more powerful and overthrow other forces. It is only a matter of time. If they rebel again and go back, their power will still be conquered by the Qin family in the future, undoubtedly seeking death. They are all smart people and understand the gains and losses of interests. Qin Jun believes that as long as the Qin family's strength remains a crushing overlord, the loyalty of these wallflowers will be very firm. In the Hengqin area, a shocking news suddenly broke out. The god Lilith, who had just awakened, was enslaved by Qin Jun and became Qin Jun's servant. This news, like thunder, shocked everyone, and it spread all over the country and even the whole world at an extremely fast speed. Lilith is the first god that human civilization has come into contact with, and everyone will think that Lilith will bestow human power. In the face of Lilith, human beings must be respectful to win Lilith's favor. In the end, Lilith was enslaved by Qin Jun. When people heard the news, their first reaction was to not believe it, thinking it was a rumor. How can humans enslave gods? That's God. In the subconscious mind of most people, people are inferior to gods, so they should respect gods. But the fact is that the incomparably majestic library has disappeared. 05 Lilith's miracle completely disappeared. And the powerhouses of other forces also suffered heavy losses. Because of this, only a small number of people escaped back. Everyone was shocked. How can humans enslave gods? How did Qin Jun do it? Could it be that Qin Jun is more powerful than gods? The fear of the major forces is exactly what Qin Jun wanted. Qin Jun did not hide the matter of enslaving Lilith, because there is no need. He doesn't need to hide it carefully like other forces, for fear that other forces will come to snatch it if they find out. This is the confidence brought to him by the Qin family in the eastern capital, and is also the confidence of his own strength. A level 4 evolutionary at this initial stage is a powerful existence comparable to a god. Rather, this is what Qin Jun wants. He just wants the world to know that he has the power to enslave the gods. Let all the major forces fear him. Qin Jun believes that fear is the most powerful force on the way to conquer, and others will not dare to resist because of fear. He wants to plant his image, which is stronger than the gods, in the hearts of all. He wants to be a god in everyone's mind. Qin Jun and his party did not stay in the Hengqin area. After enslaving Lilith, this area was no longer useful. There is no interest in letting Qin Jun conquer. After Lilith was enslaved by Qin Jun, his divine power could no longer suppress all kinds of monsters and zombie groups. These dangerous creatures began to tentatively attack various shelters. A large shelter, like the North Valley base, may be able to protect itself. But those small or even miniature shelters are probably about to fall into destruction. But these things are not what Qin Jun cares about. He's going to return to the eastern capital now and arrange Lily well. The library is Lilith's divine language power. It can be said to be Lilith's spiritual domain, which can be freely retracted. Qin Jun is going to re-establish this library in the center of Dongdu. It will become the second landmark of Medical City, just like World Tree. In this library, Qin Jun also has a use in his heart. It will be part of Qin Jun's ruling structure, used to reward those evolutionists who are loyal to the Qin family. The evolutionists under Qin Jun will be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the library through meritorious service and grade points. This is probably a temptation that no one can refuse. It can be believed that the evolutionists under the Qin family will become more loyal to the family because of this. The external fight will be even crazier. And with this library, I am afraid that other evolutionaries will continue to join the Qin family. This library will represent the future of the Qin family. But what Qin Jun cares most about is Lilith herself. After all, there are many secrets that Lilith needs to answer for him. For example, the meaning of the coming of the gods, for example, the secret of the black obelisk. In the depths of the East Asia Sea, the sea is calm and the waves are calm. The endless blue sky and white clouds line the sky. Unlike the mutated surface, the sea seems to be the same as before without any changes. Suddenly, there is a mournful cry from the depths of the sea. The wind is raging, the thunder and lightning are flashing, and the sea is surging. The surface of the sea, which was still extremely calm a moment ago, has already set off heavy waves, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth, like the end of the world. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic vortex began to appear. This vortex has a radius of dozens of kilometers, and even the surrounding sea water is pitch black. Looking at it from a distance, it looks like a devil's eye. Dongying Island, Kamasaka. The end of the world has come, and all countries in the world have suffered a great impact, and the Japanese island country is no exception. The government collapsed, and with it the royal family disappeared. 450 after a long period of extremely chaotic situation, the situation in the Japanese island country is gradually becoming clearer. Separatist forces emerged one by one, and the Sanshin Shrine was the most popular among them. The three shrines occupy Kamasaka, one of the metropolises of the old era, as their base camp. Kamasaka City, which used to be extremely prosperous in the old days, is now almost half occupied by swamps. There are countless aquatic plants and rotting wood above the swamp, and there's a faint and frightening smell coming from it. The remaining half of the urban area is where the real human activities are. In the urban area, there are many temples dedicated to the gods. All kinds of shops on both sides of the street are also open, feasting and bustling. A wasteland punk vibe. In the very center of the city, there's a brand new palace, which is extremely majestic and magnificent. Inside the palace, there are temples and temples, all enshrining the statue of the same god. Fish head, human body, ugly and huge body, covered with scales, giving people a feeling of madness and sickness, full of obscenity and rage. In the deepest part of the palace is a very iconic island-style house. In the courtyard, the maids are wearing kimonos, combing the hair of a goddess, and walking softly. The appearances of these maids are very delicate. They are all rare beauties, and the hooks on their chests are extremely deep, and snow white can be seen faintly, full of temptation. The whole house is filled with meaning. But between me, Faye, there was a chilling aura mixed in, which made people's heart palpitating. My lord, the Bai Chuan family has already surrendered, and the Bai Chuan family is going to give their eldest lady, Bai Chuan Rume, to you, my lord. In the hall, a group of people knelt on the ground with respectful expressions. This group of people exudes a dangerous and powerful aura, and they're all apparently powerful evolutionaries. In front of them, a man in a white suit sat casually on the throne. The man is not handsome, but what is striking is that he has a pair of dual pupils, which looks very strange. Being stared at by him is like being stared at by a terrifying beast, enough to make anyone lose the courage to look at him. This person is the leader of the 3 shrines. Yiqiao Wu is also one of the most powerful evolutionists in Dongying Island country today. At the same time, he should be one of the cruelest people in the island country. Or, no 3. The Baichuan family is a medium-sized force in the island country, with nearly 100 evolutionaries and more than 20 shelters under its command. The Baichuan family has always maintained neutrality among all the forces in the island country, but he was still targeted by the 3 shrines. With Tajogo's order, San Shinja began to attack the Shirakawa family. Under the crushing power of the San Shinja, the Baichuan family gave up resistance after only resisting for 5 days. Send envoys to surrender, willing to merge into 3 divine kings, and offered the eldest Lady Shirakawa Rumi to be Tajogo's concubine. And the Baichuan family is just one of the many forces conquered by the 3 shrines these days. After annexing so many forces, the strength of the 3 shrines has rapidly expanded, and it has become one of the overlord forces of the island country. And these are Tojo Wu's iron and blood skills. The idea he believes in is that those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. To many people, Tajogo is a dark villain. He is ruthless and indifferent. Even the people under the ruling command appear to be very cruel. From every point of view, he is a villain. Those small forces that did not obey his orders were directly annexed and conquered by the 3 shrines. In order to hunt the corpse king, he directly used tens of thousands of ordinary people as bait to lure the corpse king to the ambush circle. To prepare sacrifices to the gods, Tajogo ordered all suitable girls to be hunted down and sent to days. Many people in the island nation secretly called him the Demon King. But Tajogo enjoys being feared, and he also likes being seen as a villain by others. He villains. One interesting title. In the works of the old era, the ending of the villain is very miserable. But Tojo Wu wants everyone to understand that in reality, the villain is often the one who has the last laugh. Even more so in the last days. He likes to crush others with absolute strength, especially likes to see other people angry but powerless. But although Tojo Wu acted like a villain, his rule was as stable as Mount Tai. There are even people who spontaneously take refuge in him, as if they were under his command. The reason is also very simple, because he is strong enough. The culture of Dongying Island country is to worship the strong and despise the weak, and the concept of the supremacy of the strong prevails among the people. Tojo God's choice. In the island country of Dongying, various miracles also appeared. And in the island country where the culture of the gods was prevalent, there are many sects that believe in these gods. One of the gods, named Dagon, is the god who performed the most miracles. Tajogo is Dagon's God's choice. God's election is not just as simple as a believer, but a spokesperson selected by the gods in the world. Tajogo is the spokesperson of Dagon. He not only communicated with Dagon's will, but also shared Dagon's divine power. With the blessing of Dagon's divine power, Tajogo's strength also increased rapidly. Now he is already a level 2 peak evolutionary, and he is only 1 step away from reaching it. And this step is coming soon. He is receiving the blessing of Dagon, and he can already feel that he is on the verge of breaking through. Although his strength does not come from himself, but from the gods. But what's the difference? At least the people in the island country are very afraid of Tajogo. Even because Tajogo's power comes from the gods, he is regarded as the incarnation of God, and he is even more in awe of him. Tojo Wu's eyes were calm, and his face was expressionless. He has always been indifferent to emotions, and his subordinates can't see his emotions. Grave accent, Dagon's was awakened again yesterday, and she told me that there will be something he wants in the East Ashesi area. Go and see where the exact location is. After all, a trace of helplessness flashed in Tojo Wu's eyes. Although he is Dagon's God's chosen, Dagon is still in a deep sleep, using his will to communicate with him. Wang Ma. Many of the words, which have gone beyond his comprehension, are the language of God. So although he knew that there would be something Dagon needed in the East Asia Sea, he didn't know what it was. But this does not prevent him from carrying out Dagon's will. He annexed Bai Chuan's house, so it's rare that it was really just for Miss Bai Chuan's account. In fact, Tojo Wu is a very man of the city, and behind everything he does is a consideration of profit. The Bai Chuan family controls the authority of the satellites in the old era. Only after annexing the Bai Chuan family can he determine the exact location of that place through satellites. Otherwise, the East Asia Sea is so big that manpower cannot find it. Someone worried, "My lord, the East Asia Sea is bordered by the eastern capital of the Dragon Kingdom. I heard that the power there is very strong. Will they intervene?" Dragon Kingdom, eastern capital. As soon as this remark came out, everyone showed a look of fear on their faces. In this time and space, all countries in the world are fighting for hegemony. But the most powerful will always be the three kingdoms of dragon, bear, and eagle. Among them, the Dragon Kingdom, an ancient country with a long history, is the most powerful country in all aspects of the world. Although it is said that after the end of the world, the order of all countries has collapsed one after another. But the foundation of hard power still exists. And Dongdu, the top 5 international metropolises in the old era, should be the only free city that has been completely preserved after the end of the world. The prestige of the Qin family in the eastern capital can be heard even in island countries across the East Asia Sea. After all, this kind of old apex-level dignitaries can continue to rule the family after the end of the world. I'm afraid there are no more than 5 in the world. The Qin family is one of them. Although the island country does not have much information about the Qin family in the eastern capital, it is limited to scattered news. All I know is that the Qin family has completely occupied the eastern capital, controlled a large area around it, and has the loyalty of many troops and evolutionists. And the young master of the Qin family is an SSS-level talent. You know, there is not a single SSS-level talent in the entire island country. At least not yet. But their understanding of the Qin family is limited to this. After all, after the end of the world, the communication between countries has almost completely ceased. But they also knew that the Qin family in the eastern capital was a behemoth with terrifying strength. What Dagon wanted appeared in the East Asia Sea, and Dongdu happened to be close to the East Asia Sea. If the East Capital Qin family also found that thing and were interested, maybe they would confront the East Capital Qin family head-on. At that time, there should be evolutionaries from other regions and even other countries. At this point, there are 3 shrines have to consider. Dong Qiaowu heard the words. His expression was calm, and he said lightly, "Although the Qin family in Dongdu is called the God's chosen family, all members are awakened. But they are not actually favored by any gods. No matter how strong they are still mortals. And I am Ingen God's chosen." In reality, his body looked so tall and stalwart. "I am chosen by the gods, and I am the spokesperson of the gods in the world. I have the power of God and the favor of God." His pair of dual pupils shone with a strange and mysterious look, making him appear unfathomable and mysterious. He looked around, and everyone felt the extreme pressure. They couldn't help lowering their heads one after another, showing expressions of surrender and awe. Dongdu, entrance 07. The current eastern capital can be said to be a utopia in the last days, a paradise in the hearts of ordinary people. As the basic base of the Qin family, the super city of Dongdu is also operated by the Qin family with the most resources. Every day, there's a huge amount of materials, which are continuously collected from various places to the East Capital. Although most of these materials are for the Qin family and evolutionists to enjoy. But a little residue that is exposed casually is enough to greatly improve the lives of ordinary people. Although the quality of life of the millions of citizens in the Eastern Capital is not as good as in the old days, it can definitely kill other ordinary people who are struggling between life and death. And these millions of civilians, even without the existence of the World Tree Sect, willingly support the rule of the Qin family. The ascension channel for civilians in the eastern capital is much smoother than that of people in other bases and shelters. In addition to working in factories and joining the army, they can also enter various departments and agencies as temporary clerks. If aft, can be favored by bureaucrats and promoted to be a page and secretary. That is a step up to the sky. If you have accumulated enough meritorious service, you might be able to directly become an evolutionary if you get genetic potions or talent seeds. Although these have to pass extremely strict examinations, there are also various shady and unspoken rules. But even so, it is already the life that civilians dream of. So the biggest dream of the civilians in so many shelters and bases in a vast area ruled by the Qin family. It is to be able to obtain a pass to the Eastern Capital and become a resident of the Eastern Capital. Entrance 07 is one of the largest entrances and exits in Dongdu. There are 3 reinforcement battalions stationed here, as well as a detachment of about 30 evolutionaries. The guard is heavily guarded and the guard is awe-inspiring. Outside the entrance, there's a train queue. These are materials shipped from various places to Dongdu and are undergoing inventory and handover procedures. Come on in, Mom. Here's the pass. A young man with scars all over his face said with a smile. He has a horrible scar that runs across his face and looks a little scary. But at this moment, the young man looked gentle and handed a pass to the middle-aged woman beside him. Next to the woman stood a young girl and a middle-aged man. They should be a family of 4. The woman looked sick, her spirits were not very good, and she had a look of guilt on her face. Let Xiaowen go. I'm at this age, and it's useless to stay outside and carry it. When the girl heard this, she immediately shook her head and said, Mom, haven't we already agreed? Your illness cannot be delayed any longer. Now that I have grown up, I can go to the base to help. After a few years, when we have accumulated enough grade points, we will be able to reunite with our family in Dongdu. She hugged the woman tightly and begged, Mom, please go to Dongdu. Uncle Sheng has arranged a job for you, and you cannot see a doctor in the East. As she spoke, tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Mom, don't die. I don't want you to die. When the woman saw this scene, her heart almost broke. She also shed tears, hugging and crying with her daughter. She hated herself for being useless and why she was sick, a drag on the whole family. The young man on the side clenched his fists and said resolutely, Mom, you can go. I'm doing well in a hunting team now. The nobles in the Eastern Capital only need that kind of magic deer. I will work hard to earn grade points, and at most 3 years, our family can be reunited in Dongdu. I promise. This young man with scars on his face is Li Xiang at the K-145 gathering point. Although he was seriously injured the last time he hunted the magic deer, it was only a superficial wound. Although the appearance was disfigured, it had no impact on the body. And more importantly, I heard that the nobles of Dongdu seemed to like the meat of magic deer, so the demand for magic deer in Dongdu has always been very high. Although Li Xiang is just an ordinary person, he is very experienced in hunting magic deer, gradually became the backbone of the hunting team. Moreover, he is a perseverant person and has great perseverance in doing things. Because of hunting the magic deer, he can even stay motionless next to the trap for 2 days. I can endure dozens of mosquito bites on my body. Therefore, Li Xiang accumulated more and more points and was able to exchange them for a pass to Dongdu. Originally, their family planned to let Li Xiang's sister Li Wen go to Dongdu first. After all, Li Wen is only 13 years old now, and it is too dangerous to live outside. And Li Xiang also has connections in Dongdu. Because Li Xiang was an expert at hunting magic deer, he met a man named Sheng Bo. Although Sheng Bo is just a small section chief of a management committee under the Dongdu Resources Bureau, he is responsible for collecting materials at the K-100 to K-200 sequence gathering points. But to the people gathering outside, Sheng Bo was already an unattainable big shot. And Uncle Sheng also admired Li Xiang's perseverance. Originally, Li Xiang's family was planning to let Li Wen go to Dongdu first, but Uncle Sheng had already agreed to find a suitable job for Li Wen in Dongdu. Not working in a factory, but working as a servant in the home of an officer or an evolved person. Uncle Sheng even said that he would try his best to arrange it in the home of a female evolutionist, so that Li Xia's situation would be better. The Li family is full of expectations for the future. But there was an unforeseen event, and Li's mother fell ill. In order to earn more grade points at the base, Li's mother worked hard. When eating, she always left the best to Li Xiang and Li Wan, and she only ate some leftovers such as wild vegetables. High-intensity work and extremely poor quality of life let this mother break down physically. She was found to have a stomach disease in her eyes, which would be life-threatening if not treated in time. But where are the medical conditions in the assembly point? Only Dongdu Hospital can treat Li's mother. So the Li family decided to let Li's mother go to Dongdu. After all, the living environment in Dongdu is far better than outside, and Li's mother can also get treatment. Uncle Sheng has promised to help contact the doctor. Although he is not a big figure in Dongdu, he still has some connections in the middle and lower levels. But Li's mother was very guilty, feeling that she had taken away her daughter's chance. She didn't want to go to Dongdu at all, so she just wanted to stay outside. As long as her children can live on, it doesn't matter if she dies. After all, Li's mother also knew in her heart, although Li wanted to say that she would soon earn grade points and reunite the family. But Li Xiang is just an ordinary person, and he risked his life every time he hunted and killed the magic deer. Maybe there will be an accident next time. This pass may be the first pass the Li family got, but it may also be the only pass. Mother Li didn't want to gamble, so even if she dies, she is not willing to waste this pass. Poor parents in the world. A mother is always the one who thinks about her child, and can even dedicate everything to her daughter. But for children, parents are not the most important people in the whole world. Why did Li Wen watch her mother die of illness and go to Dongdu by herself? So she would rather die than go to Dongdu and let her mother go. The family persuaded many times, and Li's mother reluctantly agreed to go to Dongdu. Li Xiang's family took Uncle Sheng's car and came to the gate of Dongdu to see Li's mother off. But at the time of parting, Mother Li felt reluctance again. It is the happiest thing for a family to be together in the last days. But now they are parting. Even Li's mother didn't know whether there would be a day of reunion again after parting this time. Zero asked for flowers. Li's mother touched Li Wen's face and looked at Li's father's wrinkled and miserable face. She enjoined in a rambling manner, "Xiaowen, please help your brother. He is too tired. Old Li, you're not in good health. You must pay attention to rest." Then she looked at her son, touching Li Xiang's face. Looking at the scar on Li Xiang's face, Li's mother was heartbroken. She recalled how heroic her son was in the old days. Li Xiang used to be the main force of the school's football team. He was liked by many girls on campus, and he was admitted to a prestigious university with a bright future. Zero. But the arrival of the end of the world has brought about earth-shaking changes in everyone's life. The son who should have been carefree now has the burden of the whole family on his shoulders. He matured very quickly, from an extroverted boy to a taciturn man. Reassuring, but distressing. Mother Li couldn't help crying. "Son, you must pay attention to safety. Don't work too hard." She hated herself for being useless and sick. The burden for the whole family can only be placed on Li Xiang. If possible, she would like to bear all the pain for Li Xiang. Looking at his mother's tears, Li Xiang's eyes were also a little red. In the eyes of all children, parents are strong and omnipotent heroes. But in the face of the disasters of the last days, parents are also so powerless. But this does not affect the status of parents in Li Xiang's heart. For Li Xiang, they are his own heroes. But now, it's up to him to bear it all. Because he is not just a son, but a man. Li Xiang's eyes were firm, and he made a promise to his mother. "Mom, don't worry about recuperating in Dongdu. I will earn enough grade points to live well. Our family, we all have to change it." At this time, a well-dressed middle-aged man came out of the checkpoint at the entrance and walked towards Li's family. "Our procedures have been handed over almost. Go into town soon." This middle-aged man is none other than Sheng Bo. Uncle Sheng nodded to Li's mother. "I have also contacted the doctor. Your illness is not serious, but you can't delay it." Thanks. The Li family thanked Sheng Bo repeatedly. Sheng Bo smiled and waved his hands. Since you have the Dongdu Pass, you are a citizen of Dongdu. These things are the benefits of the citizens of Dongdu now. I just helped to contact them. Uncle Sheng looked at Li Xiang. He actually admired Li Xiang very much. This is a talent. Although Li Xiang is just an ordinary person, in 850, he is thoughtful and resolute. In Uncle Sheng's view, if Li Xiang survived, he would definitely succeed in the future. At least being able to be a lieutenant rank is considered the pinnacle for ordinary people. As for the above, it depends on Li Xiang's fortune. For example, meeting a noble person or something. In the last days, if you meet such a rare young man, give him a hand if you can. He was thinking about what he wanted to say to Li. A lieutenant colonel officer suddenly rushed out of the checkpoint and immediately ordered, "Suspend all handovers and throw them on both sides of the road first. Master is back." When people heard this, they immediately became busy. Vehicles loaded with resources drove to both sides of the road. Li Xiang's family, together with others, felt standing on both sides of the road and gave way to the entrance. After about 10 minutes, a train line gradually appeared in the distance, heading towards the east. The former lieutenant colonel officer, who looked proud and ignored Uncle Sheng, couldn't help swallowing at this moment, with a very nervous expression on his face. Full of awe, he kept arranging his appearance. Finally, the team slowed down. The lieutenant colonel immediately opened the roadblock at the entrance and led a group of officers to stand on both sides of the road, bowing deeply. Uncle Sheng quickly followed suit, reminding the Li family in a low voice. "Lower your head, bow, don't collide." This is the flustered salute of the Li family, bowing along with the others. Qin Jun sat in a custom-made limousine. In fact, at his level, the protective properties of the vehicle have become tasteless. More emphasis is placed on comfort. After all, Qin Jun's current way of appearing is more of a land march. This modified limousine has an extremely luxurious interior, with leather sofas, a refrigerator with all kinds of red wine, and even massage equipment. It's like a small bedroom. When I was tired, I just put down the seat and took a rest, and there was a beautiful woman like Xie who provided massage services. The comfort is straight up. In the apocalypse, only the Qin family in the eastern capital could have such an environment. Another digression. Although Xie Cheng is still Qin Jun's personal bodyguard in name. But in fact, as Qin Jun's strength sword, Xie Han was more concerned with taking care of the Qin family's daily life. And she had lived with Qin Jun for several years before. So, she knew Qin Jun's living habits and preferences. Take good care of Qin Jun. If the Empress is Qin Jun's chief guard, then the letter of thanks is Qin Jun's headmaid. Inside and outside, they are all Qin Jun's confidants. Li Xiang glanced at the team, then bowed his head respectfully. He knew that the young master of Dongdu, Qin Ling, was sitting inside. This age is about his peers, but their lives are completely different, two extremes. One is the young master of Dongdu, a high-ranking level 4 evolutionary with innumerable wealth and status. But he is an ordinary person, struggling in the last days, desperately fighting for a pass. But Li Xiang didn't have any complaints or jealousy in his heart, because he knows that people are different. Some people are born with everything. He doesn't care about these. He only cares about the pass. He only wants to accumulate grade points to exchange for the pass. He wants to bring a better life to his family. At least, a life to live. Even Li Xiang is very grateful to the Qin family. It was the Qin family who gave ordinary people like them the opportunity to go to Dongdu. His mother was saved because of this. The car window fell, and Qin Jun looked at the respectful lieutenant colonel. Nodded. "Thanks for your hard work." When the lieutenant colonel officer heard the words, his face immediately turned red. As if he was drunk, his body was light and light. Even if Qin Jun didn't even know the lieutenant colonel's name, he wouldn't care. After all, there are thousands of evolutionaries under Dongdu's command now. How could he know all of them? Soon, Qin Jun noticed the Li family on the side. After all, Li's family looks like a civilian class, and there are still civilians in those gathering places outside. Qin Jun also sharply removed the bitter marks on Li Mu and Li Wen's faces. Although Qin Jun didn't care about the common people, after enslaving the gods, Qin Jun is now in a good mood. He waved his hand and asked what happened. The lieutenant colonel didn't know either, so he summoned Uncle Sheng and asked about what happened just now. Uncle Sheng never thought that he would be able to stand in front of Qin Jun one day, and his mind was still dazed. 3.2, however, he still told the story in every detail. Although he was very optimistic about Li Xiang, he didn't say anything good in front of Qin Jun, and he honestly told the situation of Li's family. Qin Jun nodded after listening. Love? Qin Jun looked at Li Xiang, looking at this young man with scars on his face and a resolute expression. His eyes moved slightly. This resolute young man has a strong willpower and a strong heart. Qin Jun smiled slightly and said lightly, "Let them all live in Dongdu." That young man was transferred to the outer wall team of the army. If he can survive 3 months, give him a gifted seed. Let him enter my personal guard. The military contingent is the first-line force in the Dongdu army sequence. It is a fighting force for exterminating monsters and zombie groups. The risk factor is extremely high, and the casualty rate is also the highest among many troops. But at the same time, the treatment of the dispatched troops is also the most generous. Not only is the grade point remuneration nearly half higher than that of ordinary soldiers, but family members will also receive preferential treatment. More importantly, the promotion of foreign troops is much easier than that of other sequences. But this is normal. After all, the casualty rate of the dispatched troops is too high. As long as you can survive, 3 months is enough to become a veteran, and promotion is a matter of course. It can be said that the dispatched troops should be the fastest channel for the rising class that the civilian class can contact. So although it is very dangerous, dispatched troops are still the best choice for ordinary people who want to fight. If Li Xiang can make it out of the foreign army, it means that he is indeed a talent, and Qin Jun doesn't mind giving him a chance. If Li Xiang died in the dispatched army, it means that he is a mediocre talent, and he will die when he dies. In Qin Jun's thought, a random thought came up. It changed the fate of Li Xiang's family. Uncle Sheng and the lieutenant colonel couldn't help looking at Li Xiang with inexplicable eyes, feeling emotional in their hearts. How lucky! What they care about is not that Li Xiang's family can enter Dongdu, but Li thought that if he could get out of the dispatched troops, he would be able to enter Qin Jun's personal guards. This is the most important. That's Qin Jun's personal guard, Qin Jun's confidant. One must know that in the eastern capital city, there are countless heirs of powerful people who want to enter Qin Jun's personal guards, but have no way out. Even if they have to pass through the extremely dangerous dispatched troops, these spoiled and pampered children are willing to take a gamble. Because as long as they can enter the personal guard force, they can guarantee the prosperity of the family behind them for decades. And now, an ordinary person has the opportunity to become Qin Jun's personal guard. This is a great gift. The convoy continued on, and the lieutenant colonel and Uncle Sheng also walked towards Li's family. The 4 members of the Li family were very nervous. They didn't know what happened just now. They only knew that it had to do with themselves. They looked at Uncle Sheng nervously, waiting for the trial. Even Li Xiang was in a state of turmoil. How could it be said that their family violated the regulations by coming here? What Li Xiang is most worried about now is, if the nobleman is dissatisfied, will the passport he obtained through life and death be of any use? Li Xiang had already prepared for the worst in his heart. If the pass is useless, he is going to apply directly to the resource point. Although it is tiring there, the treatment has just improved. He wants to get another pass as soon as possible. Mother's illness can no longer be delayed, but the smile on Uncle Sheng's face reassured them a little. Congratulations, the young master has just spoken to allow your family to live in Dongdu without a pass. Uncle Sheng didn't hold back and directly told Li Xiang's family the good news. What? Li Xiang's family was stunned and couldn't believe their ears. Can their family go directly to Dongdu? The great joy hit their minds, making the Li family members stunned. In the eyes of all ordinary people, going to Dongdu is an unattainable dream. It is their dream. Li Xiang worked so hard to get a pass. There is even a lot of luck in it. If they could go to Dongdu, It will be the biggest worry for the Li family. But one sentence from Qin Jun changed their fate and made them go directly from hell to heaven. This is the charm of power. Life or death. I can send you to hell with one thought, and I can send you to heaven with one thought. As for hell or heaven, it all depends on my mood. The Li family is lucky, because Qin Jun is in a good mood recently. When the Li family accepted this reality, they wept with joy, hugged each other, and cried and laughed. Their hearts were filled with excitement and gratitude to Qin Jun. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Mother Li clasped her hands together and prayed. "The gods bless the young master and let him live a long life." Hearing Mother Li's words, Uncle Sheng and the lieutenant colonel couldn't help laughing. The lieutenant colonel smiled and said, "God." There was a hint of arrogance on his face. "You don't know. The young master just enslaved a god. Hee. Gods are not qualified to bless the young master." When the Li family heard the words, shocking expressions appeared on their faces. "Master, can even gods be enslaved?" Their hearts were filled with awe of Qin Jun. In any case, at least in the hearts of the Li family, Qin Jun's image can be described as wise, powerful, benevolent, and noble. The lieutenant colonel officer looked at Li Xiang. He knew that the young man 480 was likely to soar into the sky. He smiled slightly. "Your name is Li Xiang?" Li Xiang nodded quickly. "Sir, I am Ji Li," he replied respectfully. After all, this lieutenant colonel officer was very flattering to Uncle Sheng. The lieutenant colonel was very kind. "The young master ordered you to enter the external troops of the army. As long as you can stay for 3 months, you will be given a talent seed and become the young master's personal guard." After all, the lieutenant colonel officer couldn't help being a little jealous of Li Xiang. What a lucky young man. Uncle Sheng explained enviously. "That's the young master's personal guard. I don't know how many children from aristocratic families are too crowded to enter." "Li Xiang, if you really become the young master's personal guard, from now on, I will rely on you to take care of me." Li Xiang heard the words, and his face was also moved. Originally, Li Xiang was very grateful that all 4 of their family could enter Dongdu. Unexpectedly, Qin Jun actually gave him a chance to change against the sky. He silently looked at the direction the convoy was leaving, suddenly bowed deeply, unwilling to get up for a long time. Li Xiang is not a talkative person, but he is calm and resolute by nature, and he will repay what he has. Uncle Sheng also took a fancy to him, so he was willing to help Li Xiang as much as he could. Li Xiang didn't know why Qin Jun gave him a chance, but his heart is full of gratitude at the moment. He is grateful to Qin Jun for giving his family the opportunity to go to Dongdu, and even more grateful to Qin Jun for giving him the opportunity to change his destiny. In this way, the Li family got the qualification to live in Dongdu. They entered Dongdu together with Uncle Sheng. As soon as they entered Dongdu, the eyes of the Li family were full of shock. The lights are feasting, and the feasting is busy. The streets are very clean, and the shops on both sides of the road are open. Pedestrians are bustling with smiles on their faces. Somehow, the scene made them want to cry. This is the most common scene in the old days, but it is also the most precious scene in the last days. Although the end of the world has only come soon, they seem to have passed their whole life. Such a street scene is like a dream. Cannot be expected. No wonder everyone wants to go to Dongdu. Here, even an ordinary person might live a better life than the higher-ups in those shelters outside. Soon, someone brought Li Xiang's family to the Government Affairs Bureau to go through the household registration procedures. From now on, Li Xiang's family is the official residence of Dongdu. The residence arranged for Li Xiang's family is in a civilian area. Although it is a civilian area, the location and environment are not bad. It is in a residential area with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. There is even a small garden in the community. Each of the Li family finally has their own room, which is a world of difference compared to the 10 square meter cubicle where the whole family lived together. Until now, the Li family members are still dizzy, feeling as if they are dreaming. Yesterday, they were still worrying about the next meal, but today they can already live in such a spacious and clean room. The Li family cleaned up, and it was afternoon. Another staff came to the door. ready to arrange work for the Li family. Although the living standards of the residents of Dongdu are getting higher and higher, everyone must go to work. Dongdu does not support idlers. Of course, except for the rich and powerful. Maybe it was because I heard that the Li family was taken care of by a certain nobleman, so the staff gave the Li family a good choice to improve. Li's father went to the workshop of the military factory, and Li's mother went to the canteen of the military factory. Unlike the dark work in the shelter, here they only need to work 10 hours a day and even have an hour of lunch break. Li's mother's physical reasons have also been taken into account. She only needs to work in the morning. In the afternoon, you can rest at home until your body recovers. Of course, Li's mother can only get half of the grade point reward. But even so, these are heavenly days for the Li family. They don't have to worry about whether there will be a wave of corpses or not, and they don't have to worry about what to eat next. They're in Dongdu. As long as they work hard, they can survive. This is the happiest thing for ordinary people in the last days. And because Liwen was too young, only 13 years old, she was assigned a job of collecting letters. As for Li Xiang, he got a set of military uniforms. From today onwards, he is a soldier in the foreign army. He will report to the field force tomorrow. That night, Li's mother and Li Wan had a sumptuous dinner to celebrate the family's change of fate. They're extremely rare, this opportunity. At the dinner table, Jail's father babbled to Li Xiang. Think about it. You must work hard when you are in the army, and don't let the young master down. Our family can have today, thanks to the young master. Li Xiang's eyes were firm, and he nodded deeply. Dad, don't worry. I will do a good job. Li Xiang's family is grateful, but Qin Jun doesn't care. He will not care about the gratitude of the common people, just as he will not care about the hatred of the common people. Ordinary people without power, what about gratitude? What about hatred? In fact, he quickly forgot about it. After returning to the eastern capital, Qin Jun ordered Lilith to build the small library next to the world tree. The ground in Dongdu began to tremble again. An extremely majestic library rose from the ground, juxtaposed with the world tree. It's like two tall towers supporting the backbone of Dongdu. This miracle appeared before the eyes of millions of civilians in the eastern capital, looking at this magnificent library. Everyone felt awe, even holy. The news that Qin Jun enslaved the gods has spread throughout the eastern capital. Hearing this news, some hardworking civilians raised their chests proudly. Look how powerful our young master is. Even the gods bowed down before him. They felt proud and even spontaneously celebrated for Qin Jun. In the eyes of countless common people, Qin Jun is the incarnation of God. But now, they feel that Qin Jun is more powerful than a god. Even civilians began to celebrate spontaneously. Nuali Hao, because the strength of Qin Jun and the Qin family is also related to their lives. The stronger the Qin family is, the better their living standard will be. Their fate has been firmly bound to the Qin family. They really support the Qin family's rule. Even in the civilian class, there's a chain of contempt. The residents of Dongdu despise and look down on the civilians in other shelters and feel that they're the real leaders of the Qin family. And ordinary people in other shelters look down on the miners of the resource point. Think these miners are nothing more than slaves. In any case, the Qin family's rule in Dongdu is as solid as gold. The school was also put into use, and the children were instilled with the thought of being loyal to the Qin family. This is Ino's little library. Qin Yuan and Qin Jun stood side by side, squinting their eyes and looking up at this majestic library. Around the library, countless people gathered together to witness this miracle from a distance. Qin Yuan's aura is also very powerful, although he puts almost all his energy on handling government affairs. But as the lord of the eastern capital, Qin Yuan also has a large team to assist in cultivation. Therefore, Qin Yuan's current strength is already a level 2 peak level evolver. The other members of the Qin family are also very good. Even without Qin Jun, the Qin family can be regarded as the most powerful family of evolvers in the world. It's just that Qin Jun directly overshadowed everyone else in the Qin family. Qin Jun smiled slightly. With this little library in Inno, It is a foregone conclusion that our Qin family will dominate this world. No one could stop us anymore. The rest is just a matter of time. After the small library was established in Dongdu, several major research institutes under the Qin family immediately began to study the knowledge inside. These research institutes gather the world's top scientific research talents. They were fascinated by the books on the first floor of the library. Some of the problems that cannot be solved now have perfect answers in these books. The first level of scientific books covers knowledge in various fields such as theory, application, military, medical, genetics, biology, etc. It can be said that the Qin family's technology will have a technological explosion. All kinds of cutting-edge technologies will appear, and it is only a matter of time before the mechanisms, floating ships, and the like appear. What's more important is genetic knowledge. This will take the Qin family's research on genetic medicines to a higher level. In the future, the genetic enhancers created by the Qin family will become extremely powerful and have perfect fields. Combat strength and loyalty will be far greater than they are now. It won't be long before the Qin family will be able to crush other forces with technology. It is directly a kind of crushing of faults and eras. No one can stop the Qin family's expansion and conquest, and the Qin family has the qualifications to compete with the gods. Even a fad, a god who regained his full strength after awakening. What's more, these are first-tier books. The higher you go, the more profound the knowledge recorded in the books is, surpassing this era. And there is countless knowledge about spiritual practice and the like. Under Lilith's classification, all high-level cultivation knowledge was sealed, and only members of the Qin family could read it. Among them, some of the most profound books that touch the true will of the universe belong to Qin Jun and Qin Yuan's father and son. Other knowledge about cultivation is strictly classified, and the space has been reorganized in the small library. These practice methods are laid out layer by layer. The strong men under the Qin family can exchange their merits for the qualification to enter the small library. This knowledge of spiritual practice can be said to be what mankind lacks most at present. Nowadays, human beings' cultivation systems are all developed based on experience. It's just the most elementary stage, very rough and chaotic. How you can practice in the future depends entirely on luck. But Lilith's knowledge systematically divides the practice system. For the first time, people felt that the original essence of practice was like this, and the originally chaotic system immediately became clear. Regarding spiritual awakening, humans initially only divided them into 5 broad categories. They're fighting type, psychic type, agility type, spirit type, and firearm type. But in fact, these are only the roughest categories. Under the fighting system, there are also categories such as possessed fighting, physical strengthening, and physical transformation. And each category has different cultivation methods. For example, if a possessed fighter trains his physical strength every day, his improvement in strength will be very slow. The determination of these complete categories of practice can be said to be epoch-making. From then on, human beings no longer had to rely on themselves to explore the practice of awakening, but had a complete system. You can avoid many detours, and that knowledge of cultivation makes the evolvers crazy. These books all record the cultivation methods suitable for their own categories, as well as the development of some special abilities. Nowadays, human beings' superpowers are entirely dependent on their awakened talents. What is the awakened talent, and what kind of superpower can be used? However, this knowledge of cultivation can be used to learn the same type of transcendent power, allowing evolvers to control more superpowers. It can directly increase the combat power of the evolver several times. There are only 2 ways to obtain meritorious service, and that is war meritorious service. Suddenly, the entire Qin family in the eastern capital was filled with the sounds of fanatical war, from the evolved ones to the civilians. For the civilians in the eastern capital, the more the Qin family expands and becomes stronger, the better their treatment will be. For evolutionists, the reason is even simpler. They need merit in exchange for admission to the library. The impact of the establishment of the library goes far beyond that. A considerable number of lone evolvers have begun to contact the Qin family, hoping to join the Qin family and become the most popular evolvers of the Qin family. After the end of the world, most evolvers established or joined various forces. But there are also some evolvers who don't like to be restrained and become loners. Some of them wander in the wild, while others hunt zombies to survive in the city. When these evolvers heard the news that Qin Jun enslaved the gods and established a library of gods, they were also moved. But the Qin family's attitude towards these lone evolvers was lukewarm, because now the Qin family is qualified to be picky about evolvers. At the beginning of the end of the world, the Qin family was willing to recruit evolvers because if they wanted to monopolize resources quickly, they needed a sufficient number of evolvers. And now, the Qin family now has two ways of creating evolvers: genetic potion and world tree. The demand for evolvers becomes less high. The Qin family now cares more about quality than quantity. Many of these lone evolvers are rebellious and difficult to control. Therefore, the conditions given by the Qin family were also very rough. Either be imprinted with thoughts or get out. Except for these solitary evolutionists, those small forces that have not yet attached themselves to the Qin family. They sent envoys one after another, wanting to join the Qin family. There will never be a shortage of smart people in this world. The Qin family was originally a dominant force, and its strength far surpassed other big forces at the level of fault crushing. Now enslaves another god and gets the library. It is conceivable that the strength of the Qin family will only become stronger and stronger, and it is destined to be the Qin family that can rule the world in the future. Those big forces may still have some hope. Their accumulation is enough, and the number of evolutionaries is also quite a lot. More importantly, they can also contact other gods. This is also a way out. But for these small forces, there is absolutely no way. Therefore, many small forces wisely and directly join the Qin family. After all, if the Qin family annexed them, they wouldn't get any good treatment. Now that they are seeking refuge with interest, in order to show their preferential treatment to these defecting forces, the Qin family will not treat them badly. All of a sudden, many small forces join the Qin family one after another. Quite a bit of the meaning of all nations come to Korea. However, the Qin family is also very cautious about annexing these small forces. The intelligence department began to investigate, and it turned out that some suspicious personnel were found. These suspicious persons are all spies from other forces. While the Qin family is becoming more and more powerful, the Qin family has also become the biggest threat to almost all forces. So the major forces also began to secretly target the Qin family. Some small forces that took refuge in the Qin family were actually arranged by other forces. He just wanted to take the opportunity to plant spies in Dongdu. In fact, the original intention of these forces is to know the movements of the Qin family and to be able to know the expansion of the Qin family in advance. They can prepare early. As for other actions, they dare not. After all, this is very unrealistic. It's just that even so, the secret agents of these forces were found out by the intelligence department of the Qin family. After all, the spies of these forces are not professionally trained. In front of the Qin family's intelligence department, they are vulnerable. After the Qin family annexed these small forces, he distributed the personnel of these small forces. Ordinary people are naturally still the same as before, while the evolved ones are the peripheral sequence merged into the Qin family. One must accumulate certain meritorious service in order to become a real retainer under the Qin family. Eliminate any possible unstable factors. The Qin family's power and territory also expanded further, occupying most of the southeast region, as well as some territories in the north and southwest regions. Looking at the whole country, the Qin family occupies almost 1/5 of the territory, bigger than most countries in the world. And the voices of proclaiming the emperor or founding a country are getting louder and louder in Dongdu. But these voices have been suppressed by the top of the Qin family. The senior members of the Qin family now know very well that now is the most critical moment. Qin Jun seems to have annexed so many territories and enslaved the gods. However, none of these potentials have been realized. When the Qin family realizes these in a calm and steady manner, then no one will be able to stop the Qin family. What the current Qin family needs is stability. Don't do a small library. Although Lilith was enslaved by the almighty seed planted by Qin Jun did not really abuse Lilith like a maid. Lilith's residence also lives on the top floor of the small library. It's just that her duty has become to guard the small library. On the highest sacred throne, Qin Jun looked at Lilith, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him, with a calm expression. Lilith, tell me everything you know. What exactly are there? 0. Seeking flowers. His biggest purpose of enslaving Lilith is to find out the truth of the end times. Otherwise, the road ahead of the Qin family will always be a cloud of fog. Among them, Qin Jun was very interested in the origin of these gods. After all, for Qin Jun, most of his future opponents should be gods. Lilith heard the words and said softly, Master, my kind and I are gods. Or to be more specific, we are all rulers of the day. The Great Old One. Qin Jun's eyes were dark. He had heard of this name from Qin Zhong's later memory, but only heard of it. In later generations, humans did not have a deep understanding of the gods, and the gods disdained to explain their origins to humans, and they are just using humans. Yes, the old rules. Lilith nodded. We have all ruled some worlds in every stage of the universe. Some powerful old rulers can even rule several worlds at the same time. There was an inexplicable look on Lilith's face. For example, the almighty yellow that you killed, Master, he has ruled over a dozen worlds. The rule lasted for several epochs. If other people heard this passage, they would definitely be shocked by the power of these gods. But Qin Jun keenly noticed Lilith's words. Once, you used to rule, meaning you can't now. Yes, although we are powerful gods, we are advanced beings who have witnessed the most real aspect of the universe. But we also have weaknesses, that is, we will periodically fall asleep. And every deep sleep lasts from hundreds of thousands to millions of years. Every time we fall asleep, the civilization we established has perished, and the world we rule has become barren. So the universe calls us the Great Old One also. Qin Jun looked calm and looked at Lilith in front of him. This girl, in fact, has existed for countless epochs and has seen the most real side of the universe. But Qin Jun didn't have any awe. After all, so what if he is a god? One was killed by him, and the other was enslaved by him. Qin Jun asked, All the gods are the rulers of the old days. Lilith shook her head. That's not the case. Apart from the old ones, there are also ancient gods and outer gods. There is not one kind of deity, and not all of them are very powerful. Some gods are only as powerful as human level 5 or 6 evolvers, but they are still considered gods. Qin Jun finally had some understanding of the gods. Gods are actually higher beings. Gods are powerful, but gods are not synonymous with power. Some gods are not very powerful. This is also easy to understand. For example, compared to monkeys, humans are advanced beings. But there are also some weak humans, and those weak humans may not necessarily be able to defeat monkeys. So are the gods. But the power of the god is reflected in the fact that he is a higher life, and he can understand the true will of the universe. For example, although a weak human being cannot defeat a monkey, he can easily understand scientific knowledge, such as mathematics and physics. And this is something that a monkey cannot do anyway. This is also the difference between gods and humans, or the difference between higher life and lower life. Qin Jun frowned and asked, Where did the gods come from? It evolved from lower life forms, or was it born directly from the universe? Lilith said softly, Some gods evolved from lower life forms, but more of them were born directly from the depths of the universe and are themselves part of the universe. But there are also gods that originate from the royal court of chaos. Chaos royal court? Qin Jun's expression changed slightly. This was a word he had never heard before. It seems that the truth of this world is far greater than he imagined. Azathos, the leader of the gods, lives in the court of chaos outside the universe, with many invisible thunder gods surrounding his throne. He is the most powerful god, almost the source of gods. Lilith showed a trace of awe on her face. From Azathoth's body, darkness, chaos, and nameless fog were born. Some of these gods were born from the garden of chaos and namelessness. But Qin Jun pays more attention to those gods who evolved from lower life forms. In other words, it is also possible for humans to become gods. This is what Qin Jun really wants to know. Qin Jun's goal is, of course, not just to rule the world. For him, world domination is just a means to monopolize the world's resources. Now under the rule of the Qin family, Dongdu has become a utopia for ordinary people, but outside Dongdu, ordinary people are still brutally enslaved. But with the expansion of the area ruled by the Qin family's basic base is also expanding. When the Qin family rules the country, the situation of ordinary people in the southeast will also become better. And when the Qin family rules the world, the enslaved people will become Waygoran. For example, a race of people with extremely strong physical strength, like Lao He, is simply a perfect consumable. At that time, the situation of ordinary people in Daxia will be the same as that in Dongdu now, and they will be able to live and work in peace and contentment. As a powerful family in the old era, the Qin family knows the art of ruling very well. That is to say, there must be a stable basic market, and this basic base must occupy a certain proportion in the ruled area. It can be seen that the expansion of the Qin family is carried out entirely in accordance with this proportion. The Qin family's fundamentals have always been very stable to support the Qin family's cruel rule. But Qin Jun's ultimate goal is to become an advanced being like a god. After all, after being exposed to the power of transcendent, who would be willing to be immortal? Nearly endless lifespan and powerful strength. These are what Qin Jun pursues. However, if you want to become a god, you must sacrifice many things. But Qin Jun is already prepared for this. He asked in a deep voice, "How can lower beings evolve into gods? Are you someone who is cultivated to a high level of evolution?" Lilith shook her head. If humans want to become gods, it is not enough just to become advanced evolvers, even if they have power comparable to gods. Nor can you become a true god. If you want to become a god, you must have seen the truest aspect of the universe with your own eyes. At least for now, humans can't do it. Qin Jun frowned when he heard this. Unable to become a god? Qin Jun didn't think that Lilith would lie to him. Now Lilith has become his slave believer and will not hide anything from him. But Lilith went on to say, "I want to see the truest side of the universe. There are only two ways. One is to go to the cosmic cemetery, and the other is to go to the royal court of chaos. But Master, if you want to see the truest side of the universe, there is another way." A look of awe flashed in Lilith's eyes. That's the 24 black obelisks that gather together in this world. These 24 obelisks are the secrets of the Creator, heading directly to the main universe. Get out of this prison. Prison? It must be said that Lilith shocked Qin Jun a lot. For example, the royal court of chaos or the king of gods. But the word prison still surprised Qin Jun. You mean this planet is a prison? No. Lilith shook her head. It's not this planet, but this galaxy. This galaxy is a huge prison. Who is being imprisoned? Lilith was silent for a long time and said softly, "The person imprisoned is Sardar, the most powerful ruler of the past. More importantly, he is the incarnation of Azathoth, the king of gods." Master, I can only tell you so much about Sardar. The rest should touch the origin of the universe. Even if I say it, you won't be able to hear it. Then why did you come to this world? Because this world was once the birthplace of Azathoth 07. This starry sky gave birth to the king of gods. Lilith seemed to be stuck in some special thought, murmuring in a low voice. As the birthplace of Azathoth, Azathoth has left a blessing in this world. The 24 black obelisks. Qin Jun immediately understood what Lilith meant. Lilith nodded. Yes, the 24 black obelisks are the blessings of Azathoth. And it is for these 24 black obelisks that I and some of my kind came to this world. On the black obelisk, there's an oracle code. If I and others like me could obtain the oracle code, we would be able to understand the truest aspect of the universe. Now, they've only seen the most real side of the universe. The gap between understanding and seeing is a world of difference. These 24 black obelisks are also a huge teleportation array. If activated at the same time, they can leave this galaxy and go to the main universe. But there are also some gods who have other purposes. The rulers of the old days are all aggregation of the will of the universe, and they all have their own set of thinking logic. Lilith said softly, "We come to this world and wake up at different times. I came 130,000 years ago, while some gods came even later, only a few thousand years ago. In fact, the records of human civilization about gods are true. Ancient humans once witnessed the scene of our arrival with their own eyes. After being passed down, it became a myth and legend of human culture." Qin Jun suddenly asked, "If this world is the birthplace of Azathoth, there is still the existence of the Black Obelisk. Why should this be regarded as a prison for Sardar? Aren't you afraid that Sardar will get these Black Obelisks?" Lilith shook her head. "These are Azathoth's intentions. He is the most intelligent being in the universe. We cannot fathom his intentions." Lilith glanced at Qin Jun again and said softly, "We speculate that humans were created by Sardar. In other words, human beings are a great family. What is strange is that there is not a single word about Sardar in any ancient books and records of mankind. Perhaps he hid his identity, or someone deliberately erased his existence." Qin Jun slowly exhaled a breath. That's it. After Lilith's explanation, he suddenly understood the face of the world. And Qin Jun also became more determined to unify the world. After all, only by obtaining 24 black obelisks can one be qualified to become a god. But these are things for the future. The first thing Qin Jun has to do now is to become stronger step by step. Although what Lilith said did not help Qin Jun's current strength. But Qin Jun only feels that his mind is clear and his vision has become higher than before. The previous Qin Jun simply wanted to become stronger. But now Qin Jun knows another, broader world. Gods, old rulers, the ups and downs of countless eras. This is an epic existence. If you cannot become a god, experience the vastness and splendor of the transformation of the universe, and experience it all personally. Isn't it a pity? Seeing the ambition in Qin Jun's eyes, Lilith reminded, "Master, although you are very strong, but my kind is about to wake up. Soon, they will regain their full strength. They have the accumulation of countless eras, and although they are bound by the rules of the place of birth, they are still extremely powerful. And they are also determined to win the Black Obelisk." Qin Jun smiled slightly, without any fear in his eyes. On Qin Jun's path, he will ruthlessly clear up any obstacles. This is what happens to old, weak women and children. So it is with the gods. 320. Qin Jun said calmly. So our progress will be accelerated. Dongdu, Observation Bureau. The observatory is an agency under the Ministry of Interior that monitors changes in situations around the world through satellites. In the past few days, the Observation Bureau discovered a very unusual phenomenon. In a part of the East Asia Sea, a huge whirlpool actually appeared. What's more important is that this vortex actually lasted for nearly a month. This is extraordinary and inconsistent with common sense. If it is an ordinary vortex, it will last for a few hours at most and then disappear. And the vortex that lasted for a month. The Observation Bureau immediately judged that this should involve the transcendent force, so reported the matter to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Ministry of Internal Affairs also attaches great importance to this. After the end of the world, humans gradually gained experience in dealing with this kind of thing. Such a transcendent phenomenon must be backed by transcendent power, either a space copy or other transcendent items from a different space. But this is the first time that a transcendent phenomenon of this magnitude has been observed by humans. This kind of transcendent is comparable to a miracle. This transcendent phenomenon is stronger than the Qin family's previous observations. After research by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, This information was reported to the family's senior officials, and the investigation file finally came to Qin Jun. In the east, Daxia Sea, at 33 degrees 11 minutes north latitude and 121 degrees 47 minutes east longitude, an unknown huge vortex appeared, covering an area of about 15 square kilometers. And then there's a satellite photo. Judging from the photo, this vortex looks like a devil's eye, staring at the starry sky. It's a bit chilling. In addition to satellite photos, there are also several close-up photos. In the center of the vortex, there seemed to be a majestic figure looming. The Qin family has sent an advanced investigation team to investigate, including 2 fighter jets, a medium-sized scientific research ship, and 2 frigates. Dongdu is an offshore city, and the Qin family also controls many ports. Although in the end of the world, the role of ports becomes very small. After all, there is no more cross-border trade. But the Qin family still controls many ships and even has a surviving navy. As for the other navies, they were basically destroyed in that catastrophe. At the end of the day, terrible tsunamis erupted near the coasts of the world. Basically, the navies of all countries in the world were destroyed by the tsunami. Only a few fleets survived. Among them is the fleet controlled by the Qin family. This fleet was originally called the Pan-East Daxia Sea Defense Fleet, which was considered the main fleet. When the end of the world came, this fleet was conducting exercises in the deep sea. Instead, they avoided this catastrophe. The Pan-Eastern Sea Defense Fleet is not within the Qin family's sphere of influence. Although the Qin family is an apex-level powerful family, their influence is more in the business and political circles, as well as the army. The control of the navy is not strong. However, although the commander of the Pan-East Daxia Sea Defense Fleet was not from the Qin family, he quickly chose to be loyal to the Qin family. The reason is very simple. The imperial capital fell, and the district leaders and the public leaders died. Qin Yuan became the de facto supreme leader. Legally, Qin Yuan should control the country. And there's a more practical problem. Although the Pan-East Daxia Sea Defense Fleet escaped the tsunami, it lost its military port, and without supplies, the fleet could not survive at all. The eastern capital controlled by the Qin family is the place with the most abundant supplies in the entire southeast region. Therefore, it is logical that the Pan-East Daxia Sea Defense Fleet became the fleet under the command of Dongdu. These close-up observations of the data reveal that there seems to be an extremely large entity deep in the vortex. But more data cannot be analyzed anymore. East Daxia Sea. Qin Jun tapped the table gently and fell into deep thought. Although Lilith told him many things, in fact, because it touched on the will of the universe, he still could not know many things. Qin Jun is still unable to contact the will of the universe. For example, the reason why the old ones came to Blue Star was for those black obelisks. But in fact, some of the old rulers did not do it for the black obelisk, but had other purposes. The thinking logic of these old rulers cannot be viewed and deduced from a human perspective. Why did these old rulers come to Blue Star? Is it because of the Great Judgment? Another example is Sarda, the most powerful ruler of the past. He is the incarnation of Azathoth, but he is imprisoned in this starry sky. Why did Azathoth imprison his own avatar? Are humans the dependents of Sardar? And what is the most real aspect of the universe? There are other gods besides the old ones. These are all fogs. Although Qin Jun knew some of the secrets of the universe, he discovered that there were more and greater mysteries outside. The sequence of life is like a circle. Qin Jun's circle is larger than others. But precisely because of this, he is exposed to more unknowns than others. The strange phenomena that appeared in the East Daxia Sea made Qin Jun very concerned. Through the memory of Qin Jun in later generations, Qin Jun knew that this thing that appeared in Dongdu was something that even the gods wanted to fight for. Even the gods are crazy about it. In later generations, this thing was obtained by the strong men of the island country. As a result, Dagon woke up early and became extremely powerful. In fact, Dagon was not high in the ranking of the rulers of the old days, and he was even just a follower of another god. But after getting that thing, Yinling's strength skyrocketed. Even the island countries that believe in Dagon have become powerful. This is not possible. A strange color flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. In his plan, the island country is a very important part, a very important source of slaves, alongside Brother Hay. This has nothing to do with hatred between the country and the family. Although there was friction between the Dragon Kingdom and Island Way in this time in space history, it was just the Dragon Kingdom that pinned the Island Kingdom to the ground and rubbed against it. Later, with the intervention of the Eagle Country, the Dragon Country signed a peace treaty with the Island Country, and the Island Country had to pay huge war compensation every year. It wasn't paid off until the first 2 years. Qin Jun only considers it from the perspective of interests. Although the island country is not large in area, it contains many resource veins needed in the end of the world, even more than the Dragon Kingdom. And Qin Jun knows that after the end of the world, the islanders will have many awakened talents of the spiritual type and disguise type. These are the perfect sources of cannon fodder agents. In the Qin family's view, the island country is a mountain of gold and silver. The characters of the islanders are also very interesting. They worship the strong extremely and even bully the strong who invade them. If Dagon wakes up early, his strength will increase dramatically, Wang Zhao. Then the fighting will of the islanders will become crazy, and they will definitely be the most difficult race in the world. But if the island country declines, then the people of the island country will lose their will to fight. Even in the face of alien rule, they will show incomprehensible cooperation and meekness. It seems that he is going to make the trip himself. Qin Jun slowly stood up and lined up. He has exchanged his villain points for talent points, and has filled up all 3 series of basic talents. Now Qin Jun's strength has at least doubled compared to before. Qin Jun even felt that he could already feel a little bit like a G-level evolver. After all, Qin Jun has been reading high-level cultivation knowledge in the library these days, and his strength has improved rapidly. After all, Qin Jun's current talent spans several major talents, and they're all high-level talents. Dongdu, Second Research Institute. With the establishment of the library, the Second Research Institute also obtained the coveted genetic system knowledge. Research on genetic agents has reached a new level. The current genetic medicine has been updated to the 9th generation. There are more than 200 experimental subjects in the Second Research Institute, and they're undergoing extremely harsh experiments. These experimental subjects come from all over the world. As long as the genetic affinity is detected, it will be taken away by the Second Research Institute. In fact, most of these experimental subjects are voluntary. After all, after being taken away by the Qin family, they will receive a generous sum of resources, which can be regarded as money for selling themselves, which can make their family live a good life. Of course, there are also those who don't want to. The Qin family used some tough methods and kidnapped them directly. In front of the Qin family, there is no such thing as voluntary or unwilling. Due to the advancement of genetic technology, the mortality rate of these experimental subjects has been greatly reduced. If you can pass the experimental assessment, you can become a strong man under the Qin family. Same as 187 is a good way out. The Empress is the best example. An experimental subject rose to the top in one step and became the captain of Qin Jun's personal guard. He was considered a big shot in the entire Eastern capital. The Empress can be said to be the ultimate goal of all experimental subjects in the Second Research Institute. Second Institute Laboratory. Director Zhou Gu kept looking at the information in his hands, his eyes filled with shock. Because all the assessment evaluations in the information, all are S. What's more important is that in the column of genetic enhancement talents, there are actually 2 S-level talents. They are fighting type and psychic type respectively, with double S-level talents. Dual talents are already rare, city-level talents are even more common in the world. Although these S-level talents were not awakened by oneself, but were created through genetic potions. But it's still shocking. Zhogu murmured in a low voice. Before, we always thought that the Empress was a creation made by human technology, but now this conclusion needs to be changed. Experimental subject number 18. Her potential may be stronger than that of the Empress. But thinking of the Empress's character and extremely keen combat intuition, Zhou added another sentence. At least she won't be worse than the Empress. In the laboratory, there's a purple-haired girl, or a lowly, sitting leisurely on the chair, legs resting on the table. She is very petite in stature, very childish in appearance, delicate and beautiful in appearance, and is a beautiful woman. She looks very petite and cute, enough to make people feel pity and want to hold her in their arms and be intimate with her. But no one wants to do that. At least the few researchers behind the desk didn't. The way they looked at the purple-haired Lolita was not gentle or affectionate, but full of fear. This seemingly cute little lowly is actually an extremely terrifying killing machine. She once killed her roommate who had lived with her for several months without hesitation and could kill the old, weak, women and children without changing her expression, and even took pleasure in doing so. Behind the scenes, researchers all call this purple-haired Lolita monster. Yes, in the eyes of researchers, this lowly is a monster. The staff of the Second Research Institute have created many experimental bodies and are well-informed. Some experimental subjects are violent in character, some are cruel and cold-hearted, and some are cunning, and insidious. They're all used to it. For example, the Empress has a very cold personality, and her attitude towards the weak can be described as cruel. She will not hesitate to attack anyone who stands in front of the Qin family. But this purple-haired lowly has the most twisted and sinister character they have ever seen. He is simply a demon in human skin. This purple-haired Lolita is codenamed Experimental Subject Number 18, named Aoki Pheasant. It is the most terrifying experimental subject currently created by the Second Research Institute. In front of the table, a researcher said in a deep voice, "Qin Pheasant, all your assessments have been completed. From today on, you will be considered to have graduated from the Second Research Institute. Regarding your arrangement, the Research Institute has already submitted it to the military department. Is there anywhere you want to go?" In the Qin family, the strong will receive preferential treatment and privileges. The genetic enhancers created by the Second Research Institute will be uniformly arranged by the military department. Some will enter the intelligence department, some will enter the army, and some will enter other places. Make the best use of everything. But there are exceptions, such as outstanding experimental subjects like Aoki Pheasant. They can go to places they are interested in. Of course, these things must be approved by the military department. With Qin Pheasant's current strength, she is enough to directly join Qin Jun's personal guard. When Qin Ji heard this, the corners of his mouth curved in an exaggerated arc. It made her look very weird. "I want to join the Young Master's Unit 527. Mentioning the word Young Master, Qin Ji's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. The researchers were not surprised, because in Qin Pheasant's ideological stamp, loyalty to Qin Jun was given higher priority than loyalty to the Qin family. Not just Akiji, all the experimental subjects have the same ideological stamp. This is naturally Zhou Gu's handiwork. In order to please Master Qin Jun, he sealed the thoughts of the experimental subjects and made loyalty to Qin Jun his first priority. Although it makes no difference, it should be possible. I will submit these to the military department." The researchers nodded, not feeling that there were any surprises. After all, entering Unit 527 should be the ultimate goal of every experimental subject. And with Qin Pheasant's strength, he does have this qualification. No. Qin Ji stretched out his jade-white fingers and shook them, with a strange smile on his face. "What I said is that I want to become the commander of Unit 527. I want to challenge the Empress." Unit 527, Qin Jun's direct personal guard. It can be said that all the members are strong and have a transcendent status in the Qin family system. In addition to the experimental body, there are also evolutionists. Many of them came from wealthy families. Under the Second Research Institute, there's a training auxiliary institution. The full name is Evolution Technology Experimental Institute. In this laboratory, there are various genetic medicines that have been verified by experimental subjects, as well as cultivation materials and advanced cultivation methods. It can be said to be one of the most advanced training support teams in the human world. But not everyone can enter this practice place. Either he is a meritorious person with great merits, or he is a son of a powerful person. Look, if ordinary people want to enter, they must make enough meritorious deeds. In the apocalypse, this is almost impossible. However, the sons of powerful people can enter directly and enjoy the most cutting-edge technology-assisted cultivation in the human world. Just because they were reincarnated well, they can enjoy everything without paying anything. This is privilege, but no one felt it was unfair. On the contrary, ordinary people and civilians were overjoyed, feeling that this was a way out for them from the family. So they became more grateful to their family. The end of the world is really a sad world. It is so sad that ordinary people have accepted the reality that they are weak and have even formed a habit. Just a small favor. The Lord needs some trivial, spur-of-the-moment mercy from a higher authority. Just enough to keep them satisfied. Many people believe that after the end of the world, the powerful will be high and mighty, and they will only know how to enjoy themselves. Just a bunch of trash. But in fact, those evolutionaries who came from powerful families took their spiritual practice very seriously, even to the point of assiduousness. These powerful children know very well the source of their own and the family's privileges behind them is strength. In the last days, strength is the most important thing. Only strength is the strongest support. At the end of the world, the Qin family gave them a reward for following the family, giving them talent seeds. It can be said that in every powerful family, there's at least one evolver. After the end of the world, these powerful families also occupied high positions. The rich are still the rich, but they don't really think that their status will be stable forever. If they continue to hang around like this, they will be replaced by a new family sooner or later. After all, there are many evolvers in the Eastern capital now, forming families of evolvers. But they all stared at their positions. Therefore, the powerful will not waste their current resource advantages. With the support of various genetic medicines and cultivation materials, the disciples of the powerful are also extremely powerful and can be said to be the mainstay of the Qin family in the Eastern capital. Although now the most popular person in the Qin family is the Empress, a strong person from an experimental background. But the Empress's popularity is more because she is Qin Jun's personal guard. In fact, among the nearly 3,000 evolvers under the Qin family, the most powerful ones are the children of the Qin family and a group of powerful children. Experimental subjects are mostly used by intelligence agencies and the military, as well as some cannon fodder units. It's just that the children of the Qin family and a group of powerful children are relatively low-key. For example, Suhao the resource point is considered to be the best among the rich and powerful. Not only are they outstanding in strength, but more importantly, they are smart. He is also very loyal to the Qin family, because they know that their status comes from the Qin family. As long as the Qin family has a thought, their family will be wiped out. The prototypes of the transcendent family are taking shape. In a few decades, the children of these aristocratic families will become evolvers generation after generation and become transcendent families. If we say that in the old times, the difference between powerful families and ordinary people was only in power and status, then in the last days, there is a more important point in the gap. That is power. It is conceivable that by then, the status of these transcendent families will be more stable, and they will be clearly distinguishable from ordinary people. 0. Ask for flowers. They may even feel that they are of two different races from ordinary people. Ordinary people can never challenge the transcendent family. Just like the transcendent family, they can never challenge the Qin family. These are the worlds that Qin Xiang has been promoting and building. A world with strict hierarchies and clear distinctions in status. Why are the children of powerful people eager to join Unit 527? Unit 527 is a unit directly under Qin Jun. In ancient times, it was the prince's personal army. Being able to become Qin Jun's personal guard is tantamount to stepping into the core circle of the family's future. Moreover, in Unit 527, except for the experimental subjects such as the Empress, the Witch, and the Blood Earl, the others are basically evolved from powerful families. This in itself is a huge social network and personal network. It's not surprising that Akiji wants to join Unit 527. But what shocked all the scientific researchers was that the pheasant actually wanted to challenge female pregnancy. The Empress is now the commander of Unit 527, the commander of Qin Jun's bodyguard, and a well-known strong man throughout the eastern capital. Moreover, the Empress was cruel and indifferent by nature, which made people even more afraid. Unexpectedly, Pheasant had just graduated from the Second Research Institute. I just want to challenge the status of the Empress. Several researchers couldn't help asking, "Are you sure? That's the Empress." Qingji nodded casually and pouted, looking cute, but the words he said made people's expression slightly change. One important position is the Chief of Guards. That is the young master's right-hand man. What qualifications does a weakling like the Empress have to stay with the young master? Qingji jumped off the chair, but his petite figure exuded a dangerous aura. I want to challenge the Empress and let the young master see who is the most qualified to be by his side. Several researchers took a deep look at Qing Pheasant. I'm afraid that in the Second Research Institute, only Akiji dares to say that the Empress is weak. Corpse. The news that Qing Pheasant decided to challenge the Empress immediately spread throughout the eastern capital. Among them, the powerful were the most interested in the news. After all, from the bottom of their hearts, the dignitaries looked down on the experimental subjects. In the eyes of the powerful, the experimental subjects are just murder weapons manufactured by the family, and they are just some consumables. The Empress gained Qin Jun's favor and became the commander of Unit 527 and Qin Jun's personal guard. Behind his back, he is also hated by many powerful people. An experimental subject, worthy to become the young master's personal guard? It's just that the Empress's strength is indeed extremely outstanding, and she is the best among the 3,000 evolvers under the Qin family. In addition, since the end of the world, the Empress has fought for the Qin family and made great achievements, which has silenced some people. 850, so the Empress has gained a firm foothold by Qin Jun's side. But this does not mean that the powerful people are really convinced by the Empress. I don't know how many eyes are staring at the Empress. As long as the Empress makes any negligence or mistake, countless open and covert arrows will be fired at the Empress. Qin Jun knows about these things. The Qin family in the eastern capital is a huge behemoth with tens of millions of people, so there are bound to be many factions. Everyone works together as one, and everyone is selfless and fair. That is a fairy tale. Even in a small shelter under the threat of zombies, there are all kinds of scheming. Not to mention the Qin family in the eastern capital, which is now the overlord and has almost no rivals. However, although the factions within the Qin family have some calculations, but generally it's within control. In the face of the Qin family's interests, they can still put the overall situation first. As for the powerful family's targeting of the Empress, Qin Jun did not intend to interfere. These targets will become a spur to the Empress. If the Empress is strong enough, these attacks will naturally be in vain, so don't worry about it. But if the Empress is really pulled down by the powerful, it means that the Empress is not really powerful. If it falls, it will fall. Besides the Empress, Qin Jun has many choices. As for Qing Pheasant's challenge to the Empress, the powerful people were happy to see it come to fruition. To put it bluntly, in their opinion, this is dog eating dog. Just think of it as fun. Soon, a casino opened in the eastern capital, betting on who would win between the Empress and Qing Pheasant. Dignitaries from various families, and even some descendants of the Qin family, all place bets. But most people will still win if they overpower the Empress. Although the powerful people don't like the Empress, they have to admit that the Empress is indeed very strong, and so many achievements are not in vain. Able to become Qin Jun's personal guard from experimental subject, there is no need to question the strength of the Empress. As for Akiji, although I heard that she broke various historical records of the Second Research Institute, the researchers of the Second Research Institute also praised the green pheasant and even called him monster. But after all, Qing Pheasant has never been in actual combat. The real strength is still a big question mark. But no matter what, Akiji's challenge to the Empress has become the hottest topic in Dongdu recently. Even Qin Jun heard about it. But Qin Jun didn't place any bets. With his status, everyone would pay attention to his every move and speculate under a magnifying glass. Want to guess his thoughts from any details? If Qin Jun bet on the Empress, people would think that Qin Jun supported the Empress. Some people will secretly manipulate Qingji, trying to win Qin Jun's favor. If Qin Jun bet on Akiji, then people will think that the Empress has fallen out of favor. There will be more open and covert arrows fired at the Empress. As a high-ranking person, you can't easily show your attitude. As for Qingji's challenge to the Empress, Qin Jun is happy to see it. The world Qin Jun wants to build is a strictly hierarchical world. But the Empress and Akiji are people of the same rank 1 layer, and they're both experimental subjects. This kind of challenge from the same class will only bring about conscience. This point is always something that the superiors are happy to see. The eastern capital, the aristocratic district, the Empress's residence. In the luxurious room, under the beautiful and delicate face of the Empress, the cold wind was icy and extremely cold. Qing Pheasant. The Empress murmured in a low voice, her body trembling slightly. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent. It made all the maids around him afraid to express their anger. In fact, the Empress is kind to her maids. Although she despises the weak, these maids are not even troublemakers in her opinion, just personal items. However, the maids are still very afraid of the Empress. In front of the Empress, there was a black-haired girl sitting, who was the Empress' sister, the witch Yi Li. After Yi Li received the ideological stamp, the two sisters seemed to understand each other and reconciled as before. After all, they all have the same belief, loyalty to Qin Jun. So Yi Li also lives in the Empress's residence and lives together. Sister, this is Qing Pheasant's assessment report. Yi Li took out a stack of information and handed it to the Empress. But after the Empress obtained the information, she didn't even look at it. The information in her hand turned directly into an ice dish, and the next moment it turned into ice crystal powder and disappeared. What's so interesting about the dead man's report? The Empress had no expression on her face and said coldly. Yi Li looked at the Empress' 0.8 look and understood in her heart. The Empress is now in a state of extreme anger. The Empress was indeed very angry, and the murderous intent in her eyes could not be concealed. Her anger stems from her status being challenged. An experimental subject who just graduated from the Second Research Institute dares to challenge her status? But what really made the Empress have murderous intent in her heart was Qing Pheasant's words. She felt that the Empress was not worthy of staying with the young master. This is what makes the Empress really angry. This person dares to question her qualifications to follow the young master? The chill in the Empress' eyes could almost freeze the void. I will let everyone know whether I am qualified to be by the young master's side. And that blue pheasant's head is the best proof. Dongdu Arena. Inside the city of Dongdu, a gladiatorial arena was established. In the apocalypse, entertainment activities are very poor. There is no entertainment industry, no horse racing, no movies and games. Just staying alive requires all your strength. Even the dignitaries of the Eastern capital are the same. No matter how good the food is, there will be a day when you get tired of it. No matter how enchanting a beauty is, there are times when she gets bored. The most primitive fight has become the most exciting moment of indulgence. The powerful and powerful also need entertainment and stimulation besides practicing spiritual practice and handling government affairs. So the arena came into being. Just like the Colosseum in ancient Rome, the rich and powerful kept gladiators in their homes. Every week in the arena, gladiators fight. These gladiators were ordinary people with strong bodies. In the old days, these ordinary people with strong bodies might have had many options: become a bodyguard, an athlete, or join the army. But in the apocalypse with transcendence power, even if they join the army, they're just cannon fodder. The difference is stronger cannon fodder and weaker cannon fodder. Therefore, Many strong men who could not survive became gladiators raised by wealthy families to gain glory in the arena. Although these gladiators do not have awakening talents, they are completely ordinary people. The powerful can crush them with one finger. But this kind of fist-to-bone, most primitive and basic fighting can bring people incomparable visual stimulation and hormonal stimulation. Gladiators fight. Even civilians are very interested, because this is also one of their few pastimes. Civilians with some connections or some spare money will buy a ticket to watch it live, while more civilians will watch the live broadcast on closed-circuit television. The status of gladiators is not just slaves. Some powerful gladiators can be called film and television stars of the old era, popular among people. And if it is favored by a noble person, then the gladiator also has the opportunity to change his destiny. There was a gladiator named Qin Jun before, who won 22 consecutive victories and was simply the king of gladiatorial games. He was spotted by a big shot in the military and was given a genetic potion to awaken his talent. Now he is a major in the army. Qin Jun's experience is the goal that all gladiators strive for. Some civilians even took the initiative to sign up to become gladiators. An industrial chain for cultivating gladiators has also been formed in Dongdu. Under the Qin family system, as long as you have real strength, no matter what your status is, even if you are just a gladiator, a plaything of the powerful, there are opportunities for class advancement. All roads lead to Rome. The Empress has accepted Qin Pheasant's challenge to the Empress. The place where the two men fought was in the arena, a huge venue that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. This location was chosen by the Empress and Qin Pheasant by chance. Qin Pheasant wants to defeat the Empress in full public view, and the Empress also wants to establish her authority. The Empress knew very well that she had been hated by many people since she became Qin Jun's personal guard. There are powerful people, and there are also evolvers who were born as experimental subjects. I don't know how many people are staring at their position and ambitiously want to challenge her position. Replace her. Qin Pheasant is the first, but will definitely not be the last. The Empress wants to kill Qin Pheasant in front of everyone to establish her authority and scare other people who have inappropriate thoughts. The arena is very majestic and magnificent. It was formerly the International Stadium in Dongdu. After modification, it perfectly meets the standards of the arena. There are high platforms in all directions, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people watching at the same time. And for this fight between evolvers, the venue has also undergone special protective treatment to ensure that the transcendent force will not affect the stands. Otherwise, I am afraid there will be a serious safety accident. And this duel could be said to have attracted all the powerful people in the eastern capital. In the afternoon, people came in and took their seats. Civilians, as well as some middle and low-level officers and government staff, followed several entrances and entered the stands in the east, west, north, and west directions of the arena. As for the south stand, which has the best view and environment, only the rich and powerful can sit there. There was a roar of people, and the roar echoed in the sky above the arena. Even just hearing this extremely noisy human voice is enough to make your heart beat faster and your hormones secrete faster. Soon, the arena was filled with people and all seats were occupied. It's so lively. A majestic-looking middle-aged man, accompanied by a group of attendants, appeared in the south stand. This middle-aged man's name is Huang Mingwei. He is the executive deputy director of the Dongdu Audit Office, and he has 2,850 applause in the entire audit office. He can already be considered among the elites of apex level. In the old days, he was the director general of the Imperial Audit Office and a ministerial boss. After the end of the world, he received the B-level talent seed given by the Qin family and became an evolver. And his three sons later received genetic medicine and awakened their talents. The Huang family has become the transcendent family. Among them, what impressed Huang Mingwei the most was his second son Huang Wang, who is now a level 2 evolver and a colonel officer in the military department. Among the powerful young generation, they are considered to be the best. Huang Mingwei was accompanied by a young girl. It can be seen that the young girl has been carefully dressed up, has an exquisite appearance and is a standard beauty. Her name is Huang Ningmeng, the youngest daughter of Huang Mingwei, the apple of his eye. In addition to the Huang family, dignitaries from other families also brought the most outstanding women in the family. The reason is simple. They spent a lot of money to get some news from the Palace Affairs Bureau. This time the duel between the Empress and Qing Pheasant. Qin Jun may come to watch in person. Palace Affairs Bureau, an agency under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, specially used to be responsible for the daily formation arrangements of Qin family members, as well as daily logistics supply. Although on the surface, it is just a logistics department. But in fact, the Palace Affairs Bureau's status in the Eastern capital is very transcendent. All dignitaries remain deliberately cautious and polite when facing the Palace Affairs Bureau. After all, the Palace Affairs Bureau serves members of the Qin family and knows their preferences very well. If you want to survive in the power arena, you must understand the preferences of those in power. Go with what you like and abandon what you don't like. It is the instinct of every powerful person. These dignitaries spent a lot of money to learn from the Palace Affairs Bureau that Qin Jun might watch the duel between the Empress and Qing Pheasant. This news immediately excited the dignitaries. And be prepared for it. The preparations of the powerful people were naturally to bring the most outstanding women from their families, hoping to get Qin Jun's speech. No matter what era, marriage is the best way to rise to power quickly. The Su family is the most typical example. In the old days, the Su family was just a small section chief, and he didn't even count in front of a group of powerful people. But the two daughters of the Su family both slept with Qin Jun. Therefore, the Su family has also become the apex-level dignitaries in the Eastern capital. Even the chief executive of the Ministry of Internal Affairs must be polite and enthusiastic when meeting the Su family. With Zhu Yu in front of you, how can other dignitaries not be jealous? If their daughter falls in love with Qin Jun, she will skyrocket. Taking a short look, I saw the dignitaries in the south stand, as long as their daughters are not crooked. Basically, they brought all of them here and dressed up, hoping to be spotted by Qin Jun. These powerful daughters were the dream goddesses of many people in the old days. Their monthly pocket money is the wages of ordinary people for a year or even 10 years, and they fly around the world every year on vacation and watch exhibitions. Their lives are unimaginable. After the apocalypse, their status was not impressed. On the contrary, because the father and brother are in high positions, the awakening talent has become more stable. But these high-ranking and powerful daughters are like B********** standing on the street at the moment, dressing up beautifully, wanted to win Qin Jun's favor. It's just that those street girls get paid in money, and the reward they get is power and status. Huang Ningmeng was a little nervous. A rich and powerful daughter, like her, is well-informed and basically has a big personality. There are very few moments of nervousness. But at this moment, Huang Ningming kept looking in the mirror to touch up her makeup with some unconfidence, striving to be in the most perfect state. After all, it is S. These dignitaries, in fact, are the retainers of the Qin family. And Qin Jun is the future master of the family, the most powerful evolutionary in the world, capable of enslaving gods. Under the blessing of various auras, Qin Jun shrouded in the radiance of sacred majesty in the hearts of these powerful daughters. It can be said that Qin Jun is the Prince Charming in the hearts of rich and powerful daughters. The most ideal husband. To be favored by Qin Jun is not only the family's mission, but also their own dream. But Huang Ningming also has many competitors, and many rich and powerful daughters with outstanding looks will set off the south stand brightly. The people in the other stands almost looked straight, but they just want to watch from a distance because they know that the people in the south stand are all powerful people. Those are extremely noble and proud women of heaven. Just looking at them is blasphemy. It's not something they can think of. These common people could not have imagined that the goddesses who were extremely noble in their minds were currently competing for a man's presence. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise in the venue. People looked from a distance and saw a young man, surrounded by many attendants, appearing at the entrance of the south stand. With a crash, the dignitaries in the south stand stood up one after another, like a young man bowing and saluting. "Master is here." Huang Mingwei's voice was low, implying excitement, and he hurriedly got up with his daughter to greet her. When Huang Ningming heard this, her heart skipped a beat, and she became even more nervous. She stood on tiptoes and looked forward. I saw an extremely handsome young man walking towards the south stand with a smile on his face. There was also a group of followers behind him. He was so handsome and she was so noble. It was as if he was born to be the center of everyone's attention. The crowd around him, the dignitaries all bowed and saluted enthusiastically, rushing to say hello to him. The powerful dignitaries who used to be above the throne now all have flattering smiles on their faces. The young man looked around, and everyone bowed their heads in salute. Like a young lion, he is patrolling his territory. This young man is none other than Qin Jun. Qin Jun walked forward, surrounded by greetings from powerful people. With a slight smile on his face, he chatted gently with various dignitaries, making everyone feel like they were in the morning breeze. When Qin Jun passed by the Huang family stand, Huang Mingwei immediately pushed forward and said with a smile, "Huang Mingwei, Executive Deputy Director of the Audit Office, has met the young master." Qin Jun nodded and chuckled. "Director Huang, I remember you. You have done a very good job in the Audit Office." Upon hearing this, Huang Mingwei's face turned red with excitement, and he nodded repeatedly. "Young master can still remember me, which really makes me have a minister for the rest of my life. I have always wanted to report to the young master personally. The Huang family will always be the young master and the most loyal followers of the family." After that, Huang Mingwei turned around and introduced his daughter. "Master, this is our little girl Huang Ningming. Haha, she has always admired you." Huang Ningming's heart was pounding, and the little deer was bumping around. There was a very standard smile on his face that had been practiced countless times. Ningming has met the young master. Qin Jun's eyes were calm. He nodded to Huang Ningming, smiled, and said a few words. Say goodbye to this and move on. The Huang family was not big enough for him to stop and talk. As for Huang Ningming, she didn't leave a deep impression on Qin Jun, because along the way, I don't know how many rich and powerful people made various gestures to attract his attention. Huang Ningming is a beauty, but she is average among the rich ladies. Beauty, Qin Jun has seen too many things. Just leave like that. Huang Ningming's heart was empty, and she looked at Qin Jun's leaving figure with a sense of loss. She had prepared for 3 days for today's meeting. Strive to keep yourself in a perfect state and be able to present yourself in front of Qin Jun. As a result, she only had a few words with Qin Jun, and it was over in less than 30 seconds. 3 days of preparation, just for these 30 seconds. Seemingly seeing his daughter's loss and depression, Huang Mingwei smiled and comforted. "It doesn't matter. Letting the young master have a little impression of you is already a very successful start. There will be other opportunities 257 in the future. And Huang Ningming is just one of so many rich ladies." Along the way, Qin Jun saw many rich and powerful people, and he was surrounded by fat, thin, and beautiful women. He reached the highest point of the south stand. This is the highest level grandstand and a very luxurious box. Qin Jun sat down and waited for the duel to begin. After a while, the noise in the arena suddenly broke out, because a figure appeared in the arena inside the arena. With a tall figure, a beautiful face, an iconic light blue military uniform, and long blue hair shawl, the whole person exudes an icy aura. It seemed that even the temperature in the arena had dropped a few points. It is the Empress, Yi Lu. Immediately afterwards, another figure appeared in front of the Empress. She is a petite, cute, purple-haired Lolita. Seeing the appearance of Qing Pheasant, everyone in the arena couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, because they really didn't expect that Qing Feiju, who dared to challenge the Empress, was still a little girl. Especially the appearance of Qing Pheasant looks very cute. I can't imagine that she dared to challenge the Empress, and she did so in an almost arrogant manner. The Empress' face was expressionless, and her eyes were full of surging fighting spirit and murderous intent. This blue pheasant is really damnable. Although Aoki looks like just a little girl, the Empress will not have any mercy in her heart. The Empress couldn't help but look at the luxurious box in the center of the south stand. She felt Qin Jun's gaze. The young master is looking at me. The Empress couldn't help but feel a little excited. She wanted to prove to Qin Jun in front of everyone, I am qualified to become the young master's personal guard. Qingji, on the other hand, looked at the Empress with a smile and a pair of big, watery eyes. She looks like a completely innocent and cute little girl. You must be the Empress, sister. This is the first time we meet. I am Qing Pheasant. Qingji greeted with a smile. The Empress looked at Qingji coldly and said coldly, if you follow the arrangements honestly, you might be able to join the young master's personal guard. But since you chose to seek death, it's no one else's fault. Following the Empress' words, the ground beneath her feet began to condense with frost, spreading in all directions. Qingji didn't have any fear. He just looked at the Empress with a smile. He chuckled. I'm the most qualified person to stand by the young master's side. Sister Empress, you are just an old woman. As soon as this statement came out, the arena was in an uproar. Qing Pheasant, how dare you call the Empress an old woman? The Empress is just 22 years old this year, which is her prime age. Even the dignitaries who disliked the Empress the most had to admit that the Empress was a peerless beauty. As a result, Qing Pheasant said that the Empress became an old woman. When the Empress heard this, her face was expressionless and she sneered. Do you want to anger me? You are still too young. The next moment, on the ice around Qing Pheasant, countless ice picks suddenly appeared and shot towards Qing Pheasant from all directions, blocked all the escape spaces of Qing Pheasant. Some members of Unit 527 who watched the battle were shocked. The captain is going to kill you. Ice picks filled the sky in an instant, but Qingji didn't panic at all, and she still had a smile on her face. Gate to nothingness. A strange and coquettish purple light suddenly emitted from the surroundings of Qing Pheasant's body. The ice cones that filled the sky were directly swallowed up by the void. Immediately, the gate of nothingness disappeared, and the figure of Qing Pheasant disappeared with it. The Empress' expression changed slightly. Her body suddenly rose up, and she appeared 100 meters ahead. Almost at the same moment, the place where she was before suddenly erupted with violent power, and the earth collapsed, forming a large black hole, the bottom of which could not be seen at a glance. The body of Qing Pheasant appeared, and the entire figure was surrounded by a strange purple light. Rushing towards the Empress, the fastest ones formed a sonic boom, like a meteor. The bodies of the Empress and Qing Pheasant collided, bursting out with extremely violent power. The two figures fought together like a giant. Transcendent powers blossom between the two women. White frost and purple nothingness are constantly intertwined, full of terrifying power fluctuations. Everyone watching was frightened. These two women are really strong. With an almost crazy smile on his face, Qing Pheasant became more and more courageous as he fought. Although her body was petite, she looked very demonic under the power of nothingness. The purple demonic light in her hand turned into a dagger and was wiped towards the throat of the Empress. The Empress snorted coldly, and an ice sword appeared in her hand, blocking Qing Pheasant's dagger. The two women clung to each other, daggers and ice swords constantly locked in a stalemate. Even the surrounding void began to become distorted. Old woman, Qingji looked at the Empress in front of him, her face so close at hand, and suddenly took a breath. Master, it's mine. Hearing these words, the murderous intent on the Empress's face was so strong that it could be condensed into substance. For the Empress, the thing she is most proud of is becoming Qin Jun's personal guard. She could stand closest to Qin Jun as she should. As a result, this green pheasant actually said, the young master is her? Arrogant. The Empress gave a sweet shout, and the ice blade in her hand broke apart, turning into countless ice picks and shooting towards Aoki's face. The cold ice picked tears into the shattering void, which is extremely terrifying. Qin Pheasant gave a sweet smile and retreated, dodging the ice pick. But the Empress did not continue the pursuit. Her body stagnated in midair, looking at Qin Pheasant coldly. To be honest, your strength is very strong. It really surprises me. But that's all for now. The Empress's eyes burst out with a light blue light, making people feel heart-stopping like an ice goddess. Her body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Royal God Frozen. As the Empress shouted, the whole world turned light blue. And in the sky above the arena, a huge icicle suddenly appeared, with a diameter of hundreds of meters, covering the sky and the sun, and headed towards Qin Pheasant to suppress it. The huge icicles carried a breath of destruction, and even the earth began to tremble. The Empress's attack was her strongest trump card. Faced with Qin Pheasant's provocation, the Empress finally became completely angry and almost lost her mind. She will use her strongest blow to kill Qin Pheasant. The spectators in the arena were also in an uproar, and various special protection facilities were activated to ensure people's safety. And Qin Pheasant's expression finally changed, became extremely dignified. She knew that D was desperate. Qin Ji also had a crazy look on his face. Annihilation of nothingness. Behind Qin Ji, a crack in the void suddenly appeared. Through the crack in the void, it seemed like another worldly soul, a world of emptiness. From the cracks, countless tentacles condensed from pure energy bodies poured out, grabbing at the Empress. The two powerful men both showed their greatest trump cards. The void is trembling and the earth is screaming, as if the end of the world is coming again. After this blow, I am afraid that only one of the Empress and Qin Pheasant will survive. Enough. Qin Jun's voice rang in the void. Although the voice was not loud, it resounded clearly in everyone's ears. The next moment, Qin Jun's figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. He stretched out his hand casually, and golden light bloomed from him. It swept across the sky like a divine light. After being touched by the golden light, both the huge icicle and the countless tentacles in the void disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Is this Qin Jun's strength? Whether it is the Empress or Qin Pheasant, they are both extremely powerful warriors who are only one step away from being able to enter the third level of evolution. As a result, the two women's best killer move was easily controlled by Qin Jun, and it still looks so relaxed and freehand. Seeing Qin Jun appear, the Empress and Qin Pheasant immediately knelt down and expressed their surrender. Not only them, tens of thousands of spectators in the entire arena knelt down in awe from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Huang Ningmeng, who was in the south stand, looked at Qin Jun with eyes that almost made her laugh. It is human nature to worship the strong, and it is even more natural for women. Who wouldn't fall in love with a man with a rich background, handsome appearance, and powerful strength like Qin Jun? Qin Jun looked at the Empress and Qin Pheasant kneeling in front of them. If he didn't take action, one of the two people was destined to die. So he took action in time and entered into this duel. Because the Empress is a talent that he values very much, and Qingji has also proved that her strength is indeed on par with the Empress. It would be a pity for such a talent to die in the arena. Though, please give me flowers, Qin Jun said calmly. The Empress will still be my personal guard commander. This will not change. When the Empress, who was kneeling on the ground, heard this, her eyes became hot, and she almost shed tears. For people with her personality, shedding tears has always been considered a sign of weakness and a sign of weakness. But at this moment, she only felt grateful surrender and admiration for Qin Jun. In the past few days, as Qin Pheasant challenged her, many other overt and covert attacks also began to strike. The Empress is not afraid of challenges, because the strong will never be defeated by the weak. But the Empress has been under a lot of pressure these days. She couldn't accept the consequences of being brought to Qin Jun's side. And now Qin Jun's support is undoubtedly a great comfort to the Empress. As for you, Akiji, Qin Jun looked at Qin Pheasant. Qin Pheasant raised his head and looked at Qin Jun, his purple pupils full of enthusiasm. You join Unit 527 and serve as deputy commander. Hearing this, Qingji seemed a little regretful that he had not replaced the Empress, but her face still showed fanatical excitement. Master, I will prove to you later that I am your most suitable helper. When the Empress heard this, she snorted coldly. The two women looked at each other, disgusted with each other. Seeing this, Qin Jun smiled slightly and didn't care. As long as the Empress and Qing Pheasant can be used by him, that's enough. He originally thought that the Empress would be the sharpest knife in his hand, but now it seems that he will have another knife. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked to the east. It's time to head to the Devil's Eye in the East Daxia Sea. This time, the Demon Eye of the East Daxia Sea will definitely encounter evolvers from other countries. Especially people from the island country should go to the Devil's Eye like later generations. But Qin Jun didn't take them to heart. Now the only enemies in Qin Jun's eyes are gods. The others are nothing more than chickens and dogs. 4. Master, this is the combat uniform specially customized for you by the First Research Institute. An old man with gray hair and glasses smiled and introduced the clothes in front of Qin Jun. With the rapid advancement of science and technology in Dongdu, special battle uniforms were also produced. These combat uniforms are made of various monster materials and energy alloys using special processes. And this kind of technology comes from small libraries. If there were no small library, relying solely on the current level of science and technology of mankind, it would probably take at least 20 years. These combat uniforms are very protective. Even if it is bombarded by artillery, it will be no problem at all, and it can withstand the attack of a level 1 evolver. Putting on the combat uniform 590, the combat effectiveness can undoubtedly be directly improved to a higher level. This kind of combat uniform could only be obtained in the human world through some different space copies. Only senior executives are qualified to wear it, and it is an extremely precious luxury product. But now, the Qin family has begun mass production of combat uniforms, giving priority to the 527th Unit and frontline officers. Later, when the production line is expanded, these combat uniforms can even be equipped with all evolvers. Of course, it is impossible to do it with one person. Firstly, even if there is a manufacturing process, the materials required are still expensive, including the skins of monsters and the fibers of some mutated plants. Secondly, it is also because there is no need to equip ordinary people with combat uniforms. The resources required to make a combat uniform far exceed that of training an ordinary soldier. With the human resources currently controlled by the Qin family, there is no need to worry about the source of troops. But this doesn't mean that the Qin family really doesn't care about the lives of ordinary soldiers. Although in the Transcendent Era, the evolver is the decisive factor in determining the outcome of the war. But ordinary soldiers still play an irreplaceable role in maintaining law and order and suppressing civilians. Therefore, the design department of the Qin family's arsenal had to settle for the second best. On the basis of simplifying combat uniforms, a new generation of individual soldier equipment was designed. The protective capabilities of this kind of individual soldier equipment are far inferior to those of combat uniforms. But it also has a certain degree of defense and can withstand a certain degree of transcendent power, not to mention ordinary bullets. Now the soldiers under the Qin family are equipped with the latest generation of individual equipment. It is full of science fiction colors, extremely handsome, and can give people a sense of oppression, just like a future warrior. What the small library brings to the Qin family is an overall evolution from bottom to top. The current technological level of the Qin family has far exceeded the current level of mankind. The Qin family's advanced exploration team once again sent information that the Devil's Eye whirlpool that appeared in the East Daxia Sea has stabilized. The most amazing thing is that this big whirlpool doesn't have such a strong attraction. Even a few hundred meters away from the maelstrom, the ship was not disturbed in any way. This is obviously a phenomenon that violates common sense and physics. However, the scientific researchers of the Qin family have long been accustomed to this. Do they still rarely see this kind of supernatural phenomenon? Within tens of kilometers near the Devil's Eye, there are supernatural special spaces. The laws of physics have lost their meaning here. Qin Jun also made preparations in advance based on the intelligence from the Advanced Investigation Team. All the 527 troops under his command are equipped with specially customized combat uniforms. He also brought a series of materials, such as a special compass specially made for waters and water-attributed energy crystal nuclei. This is the advantage of a large force. Qin Jun does not need to worry about it. Countless people will naturally run for him and make all preparations. 3 days later, Qin Jun was ready. This time, he led Troop 527, all equipped with combat uniforms, on a luxury cruise ship. Under the escort of a fleet composed of 4 frigates and a supply ship, they left the harbor in a mighty manner and headed towards the depths of the East Asia Sea. The luxury cruise ship is sailing on the calm sea, and the salty sea breeze passes by, giving it a lazy and comfortable feeling. But Qin Jun did not enjoy all this. Although he was on a huge luxury cruise ship, Queen Qin had no intention of enjoying it at all. Even the interior of this luxury cruise ship has been converted into training rooms. In the training room, Qin Jun is practicing with his eyes closed. On his right arm, the robotic arm is injecting an energy-based gene potion, and there are many energy crystal nuclei around it. Qin Jun's aura is slowly becoming more powerful. Qin Jun is like an ascetic monk who never stops practicing day and night. And this is exactly why he has achieved such success. In the room, Xie Han held some information and was quietly waiting for Qin Jun to wake up. It can be said that Thank You Han is the person Qin Jun trusts the most. At least that's how it looks on the surface. When Qin Jun was practicing, only the thank you letter could accompany him. After Qin Jun slowly opened his eyes, he immediately stepped forward with a thank you letter. He said softly, "Master, we still have 3 days to go before our destination, and the Advanced Investigation Team is already evacuated. In addition to 5.0 satellite monitoring screen display, ships also appeared in the island country and the cold country, heading in the direction of the Devil's Eye." Island country and cold country. Qin Jun nodded, feeling no surprise. After all, the East Asia Sea is among these countries. It is normal for the Devil's Eye island country and the cold country to have evolved people come to explore. This should be his first encounter with foreign evolvers. Qin Jun had a look of interest on his face. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to prepare for future invasion of these countries. The territory that the Qin family wants to rule is not just the Dragon Kingdom, but all over the world. Qin Jun wants to control these countries, but his biggest goal is the Black Obelisk. There are now a total of 24 black obelisks in the world. Among them, 1 is in the cold country, 1 is in the island country, 3 are in the sand country, 4 are in the eagle country, and 4 are in Europe. The Dragon Kingdom has the most, with 6 black obelisks. Others are on other continents on this planet. Among them, the countries with the black obelisk, the Han country and the island country, are the weakest and closest to the Qin family in the eastern capital. Naturally, it is Qin Jun's first target. Han country, Z capital port. A cruise ship slowly set sail. It was obvious that the cruise ship had undergone military modifications, and there were even several close-in defense guns on the deck. On the deck, a group of men in black suits and leather shoes stood separately with serious expressions. At this time, a woman appeared on the deck. The people in black bowed and saluted. Mississippi. The girl has a delicate appearance, about 16 or 17 years old, with a very noble temperament and a very strong 09 aura. At first glance, it seems that he grew up free and pampered. Her name is Lin Yojin, and she is the youngest daughter of Lin Jingxi, the president of Lin Group, one of the largest chaebols in the Han Kingdom. The Lin Group is the largest chaebol in the Han Kingdom. Industries include communications, semiconductors, mobile phones, computers, and even shipbuilding and military industries. It can be said that he controls the economic lifeline of Han country. The Lin Group's employees in all industries combined total millions of people, and behind this are millions of families. from birth to death, the people of Han country have the shadow of Lin group behind them. So in the old days, the Han people themselves also called it with a smile. Even if the government disappears, the Lin group cannot have any accidents. As long as the Lin group is in chaos, the entire Han kingdom will also be in chaos. When the doomsday catastrophe broke out, Han country was also greatly impacted. Lam group is no exception. Although the senior leaders of the Lin group learned the information in advance and made preparations in secret, even in order not to cause riots and to avoid being dragged down by the public, they continued to spread rumors and block information. When the T-virus broke out, almost all the people in the cold country were unprepared. But after all, the Lin group is just a chaebol and cannot control national power. After the outbreak of the T-virus, senior leaders of the Lin group also suffered heavy casualties. The entire group was almost in stagnation and chaos. But in this chaotic situation, Lin Yojin, the little princess of the Lin group, awakened her talent. Turning the tide, the entire Lin group quickly replaced the government and became the controller near Gyeonggi province in the cold country. By now, the Lin group has become the largest dominant force in the Cold Kingdom and even controls a black obelisk. Lin Yojin had no expression on his face and said in a deep voice, "How long is it until the eye of the devil?" "There are still about 3 days, miss." Lin Yojin nodded. After the Lin group gained a foothold, it quickly monopolized various resources by relying on its extremely complete industrial chain in the old era. Now under the Lin group, almost all the evolvers from Han Kingdom have been recruited. There are already more than 900 evolvers. And Lin Yojin is one of the most powerful evolvers in the Han Kingdom, the pinnacle, only one step away from being a level 3 evolver. According to intelligence, there are also forces from the Dragon Kingdom and the Island Kingdom going to the Eye of the Devil. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people who were watching the evolution of the country varied. Especially when they heard about Dragon Kingdom, their faces showed a hint of challenge. Historically, the Han Kingdom was once a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom and had been attached to the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years. Until modern society, the world pattern has changed dramatically. The Han Kingdom finally broke away from the control of the Dragon Kingdom and became an independent country. But the 1,000-year history of the vassal state has always been regarded as a national shame by the Han people. Out of their inferiority complex, they were mostly hostile to the Dragon Kingdom, their former suzerain country. Although the Dragon Kingdom is vast and rich in resources, this is actually their weakness. They will fight among themselves, which will consume most of their strength. And we, the great cold country, are very united, and this is our advantage. This time, let the people of the Dragon Kingdom see that our great cold country is no longer the weak subordinate country it was before. The cold country will eventually rise. The speaker was a relatively handsome young man named Park Nam Tai, who was one of the strong men of the Lin group. He is also a level 2 evolver and can be said to be Lin Yojin's most effective helper. Park Nam Tai's eyes were full of pride, even arrogance. However, he is qualified to be conceited because he is an extremely rare person with double talents, and there are also double A-level talents. Looking at the entire Han Kingdom, his strength is enough to rank among the top 10. Listening to Pu Nantai's heroic words, Lin Yojin frowned slightly, but it soon stretched out. As a core executive of the Lin group, she knew how powerful the Dragon Kingdom was. This behemoth, which was firmly among the top 3 in global power in the old era, will not suddenly decline due to the advent of the apocalypse. But Lin Yojin is also full of confidence in herself, because she has been chosen by a certain god. Don't worry, the Mother Goddess has sealed the divine power in my body. No mortal can resist this divine power. Hearing this, all the men in black lowered their heads in awe. They all knew that Lin Yojin was loved by a god, but that god is extremely mysterious, and no one knows the name and image of the god. He is like a shadow, hidden beneath the fields of America. 3 days later, Qin Jun's fleet finally arrived near the Devil's Eye. Those satellite photos and close-up photos cannot explain the magnificence and majesty of this large vortex. The center of the maelstrom was pitch black. Looking from a distance, it looks like a black hole. When the fleet approached the Devil's Eye, Qin Jun could clearly feel that the space here was different from the outside world. It is an independent space. In other words, this Devil's Eye is a super large copy of another space. Qin Jun, on the other hand, sensed the breath of the gods very keenly. The Devil's Eye, associated with gods. Qin Jun was not surprised at all by this conclusion. Now the signs of the gods' activities are becoming more and more obvious and more frequent. Human beings are destined to coexist with gods in this world. Compared with humans, gods of higher life are bound to influence the world in all aspects, and even influence humans. On the deck, behind Qin Jun, there were two figures standing on the left and right. They are the Empress and Qing Pheasant, his chief of bodyguards and deputy chief of bodyguards. The Empress's eyes followed Qin Jun's and looked towards the Devil's Eyes. She was like Qin Jun's sword. Where Qin Jun is looking is where she is fighting and suppressing. Qing Pheasant, on the other hand, stared at the Qin family closely, as if he could not let go of anyone else except Qin Jun. Even if the world is destroyed, it has nothing to do with her. Master, the news came from the frigate that our radar has detected ships in the nearby waters. There are 7 ships in total, 2 of which are only 40 nautical miles away from us. Are you going to conduct a precision missile strike? Hearing this, Qin Jun shook his head and said calmly, "No need. With the current strength of the evolvers, as long as they are level 2 peak evolvers, they can even intercept conventional weapons, except nuclear bombs." The Qin family's current main direction of scientific research is all centered around the power of transcendent. Conventional weapons have not yet achieved many breakthroughs. Merely launching missiles does not pose much of a threat to these evolvers. The reason why Qin Jun brought these 4 frigates was because after the apocalypse, marine life also mutated. These 4 frigates are here to deal with these mutated marine creatures. Otherwise, mutated sea creatures will continue to attack. It will disturb Qin Jun's practice. RB. Qin Jun could feel the strange aura coming from the Devil's Eyes. In Qin Jun's eyes, these foreign evolvers. But it is a very useful Pathfinder cannon fodder. Dying in the eyes of the devil is much more useful than dying in the sea. Evolutionaries from other countries finally arrived. In addition to the cold countries and island countries, there are also many evolvers appearing in several small countries in Southeast Asia. After all, this place is closer to these small countries. However, the strong men of these countries are all distributed around the maelstrom, far apart. After all, the Devil's Eye whirlpool is dozens of kilometers in diameter. That is the Qin family, the eastern capital of the Dragon Kingdom. On the deck of the Hongwood giant ship, Park Nantai stood with his hands behind his hands, staring at the huge fleet from a distance. There was an arrogant look on his face, and he was a little eager to try. It seems that he is very interested in challenging the Dragon Kingdom. It should be, "Your Excellency." The man in black next to Park Nantai heard this and answered respectfully. Park Nantai smiled and stroked his long back to ensure that his hairstyle was not messy. He is a person who pays great attention to his image. In the old days, Park Nantai was just an ordinary employee of a security company under the Lin Group. After Doomsday awakened his dual talents, he rose to prominence. Successfully became the core executive of the Lin Group, an upstart that Miss Lin Yozhen relied heavily on. After all, although the wealthy Lin family has many members, only Lin Yozhen has awakened his talent. Although the Lin family has also created a group of Lin family evolvers through talent seeds and genetic medicine research. But if you want to quickly stabilize the situation, you also need someone with a foreign surname like Ijuan Nantai. Park Nantai has always secretly admired Lin Yozhen. But Han country is a country that attaches great importance to family status. Even if Park Nantai awakens his talent, some people in the Lin family still look down on him. So this time the Devil's Eye is Park Tai's best opportunity to express himself. At this moment, A terrifying aura came from the deepest part of the devil's eye. The maelstrom suddenly stopped spinning. Although the sea surface is still in a spiral shape, the water flow has stagnated and the huge gravity has disappeared. At first glance, it seems as if time and space have been frozen. Even people can walk directly on the water. Walk. Powerful people from various countries have also seen a lot of the transcendent phenomenon. Knowing this situation, something deep in the devil's eye should have been opened. They immediately left the ship and headed towards the center from all directions around the devil's eye. The closer they go to the center of the vortex, the more everyone feels that the boundary between heaven and earth is getting weaker and weaker. Finally, everyone entered the center of the vortex. At the very center of the vortex is a dark place, a floating island. But something strange happened. It's not so much a floating island as it is the bottom of the island. The space here is completely chaotic, even though people are clearly holding their heads upward and their feet on the ground. But it was as if his head and feet were upside down. People have to face their heads towards the sea and their feet towards the sky. This is the way to recover the original feeling. It's as if the world inside the devil's eye whirlpool is a mirror world of the real world. Up and down are completely upside down. When people turn themselves upside down, they discovered that there was something else on the back of the floating island. Because of the existence of a large whirlpool, there is no water at all on the back of the floating island. On the back is a huge temple with a radius of dozens of kilometers. A silent city. This is a good money is good picture with great visual impact. From the current perspective, there is a modeled seabed under your feet and a huge temple city in front of you. And above is the bottom of the sea. Qin Jun stood with his hands behind his hands, staring at everything. Behind him, Emperor Qing Pheasant Witch and other powerful men from Unit 52 followed. At the same time, a group of people also appeared not far away. Hongwa people. Qing Pheasant next to Qin Jun immediately recognized the origin of this group of people. After all, their looks are very characteristic of the cold country. A smile appeared on Aoki's face. It's just that this smile is somewhat penetrating and dangerous. Although Akiji had just graduated from the Second Research Institute not long ago, the members of Unit 527 all knew the nature of the vice captain. Akiji has very serious racial discrimination. If the Empress discriminates against every weak person equally, regardless of race, then Akiji can be said to be an extremely typical racist. In Qing Pheasant's eyes, people from some countries are only worthy of being enslaved and existing as slaves. To be precise, as a slave of the Qin family. In fact, this kind of thinking is also common among the top brass of the Qin family. The senior officials of the Qin family believe that if the various races in this world are classified into different levels, the Qin family is undoubtedly the most noble existence, and those below are the dignitaries, the retainers of the Qin family. Below are ordinary people from the Dragon Kingdom, and below that there are foreigners. If the senior officials of Qin Jun regard ordinary Longwa people as slaves, well, foreigners are not even considered slaves in the eyes of the Qin family's top brass. Especially after the Qin family enslaved the gods, this kind of thinking became popular among the top brass of the Qin family. Look, even the gods will bow at the feet of the Qin family. And those foreigners who worship the gods are so barbarian and ignorant that it is disgusting. Such an inferior race only deserves to be enslaved and ruled by the Qin family. Qin Jun did not suppress this almost twisted thought, but instead deliberately promoted such fanatical thoughts. This kind of fanatical thinking will inspire the strong men under the Qin family to conquer other countries. Qingji stared at the group of Han people for a long time with a smile, but did not take action. Although she has a perverse and sinister personality, it can even be said to be a little twisted. But because of the ideological seal, Qing Pheasant is extremely submissive and caring to Qin Jun. She would not act on her own without Qin Jun's order. But Qing Pheasant already had murderous intent in his heart, aiming at the murderous intentions of those people from the cold country. In her opinion, these Han people were an inferior race and were not worthy of appearing in the same place as Qin Jun. Don't say that you are coming to compete with Qin Jun for a chance. Their appearance is simply blasphemy to Qin Jun. In Qing Pheasant's heart, Qin Jun is the most noble being in the world, and there is no room for disrespect. In her heart, these Huang people have been sentenced to death. At the same time, Lin Yozhen and his party also discovered Qin Jun's team. Dragon people? Park Nantai's eyes suddenly shone with light, and he looked eager to try. In fact, in the minds of the Han people, their attitude towards the Dragon Kingdom is very complicated. As a vassal state for thousands of years, Xiang State should have been very close to Dragon State. But after the Han Kingdom became independent, it began to fully deconquer the Dragon Kingdom and become closer to the West, comparing with Dragon Kingdom everywhere. It seems that only by defeating the Dragon Kingdom will they be vassalized for thousands of years. But on the other hand, the people of the Han Kingdom were afraid of the powerful national power of the Dragon Kingdom. So when Park Namtai saw Qin Jun and his entourage, the first thought that came to his mind was a challenge. It seems that only by challenging the people of the Dragon Kingdom can he prove his history. Moreover, they, the strong men of the Han Kingdom, had 300 to 400 people on this trip. There are more than 100 evolvers among them, and the rest are also fully armed and well-trained special operations soldiers. It looked like there was strength in numbers. Qin Jun and his party only had 20 or 30 people, twice as many as Hangua. But soon, Park Nantai and other strong men from the Han Kingdom felt something was wrong, because they felt an extremely dangerous aura on Qin Jun and his party, which made them shudder and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. These people are so strong. Park Namtai was shocked to discover, BB, that everyone in Unit 527 can give him a strong sense of oppression. How can this be? Park Namtai was shocked. With his strength in Han country, he can definitely be ranked among the top 10. As for these powerful men from the Dragon Kingdom, it turned out that each one of them was not weaker than him, or even stronger than him. Park Namtai, who was originally very confident in his own strength, now began to waver. The members of Unit 527 looked at the strong man from the cold country coldly. They stood there, exuding an extremely dangerous aura, like a group of tigers descending from the mountain. Just one of them is enough to make the entire Han Kingdom feel like they are facing a formidable enemy. Not to mention there are so many people. Lin Yozhen's eyes were solemn. She didn't expect that her luck was so bad. She had just entered the Devil's Eye and bumped into the Qin family in the eastern capital. As a senior member of Lin's Chable, Lin Yozhen also has some understanding of the situation in the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Jun's strength in the eastern capital is a cliff-like overlord, extremely powerful. It is also the force most likely to unify the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yozhen was no stranger to the Qin family. After all, in the old days, the Qin family was the apex-level powerful family of the Dragon Kingdom, while the Lin family was the family that controlled the economic lifeline of the Han Kingdom. The Lin family Chable once cured favor with the Qin family in order to gain business territory in the Dragon Kingdom. But Lin Yozhen took a deep breath, her eyes full of determination. No concessions. She has a reason to go to the Devil's Eye. Qin Jun was also looking at Lin Yozhen. In the eyes of the Qin family, these Han people are just ants and pose no threat. But the only exception is Lin Yozhen, because he felt a familiar and dangerous aura from Lin Yozhen's body. The breath of the gods. Qin Jun has seen humans related to gods, such as Lilith's chief believer Luo Yi, who has the aura of gods in him. But this woman from the cold country is different. Qin Jun felt the same aura as a god in her body. Qin Jun's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous light. Is there a god living in the body of this woman from the cold country? In other words, this woman, it's a container for a certain god. Lin Yozhen is now a level 2 peak evolver and can be called one of the most powerful beings in the cold country. But when Qin Jun glanced at her, chills spread all over her body. It was as if she was in an ice cave, which made her heart palpitate. This extremely handsome young man is so strong. It was so powerful that Lin Yozhen didn't even have the courage to take action. Yozhin, be careful. And in Lin Yozhin's mind, a voice also sounded. This man is very strong. When Lin Yozhin heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and a bit of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Sister, he said, this person is very strong? Sister is a mother goddess. No one knew that there was another soul residing in Lin Yozhin's body. The soul that Lin Yozhin calls her sister. From his childhood in the old days, Lin Yozhin discovered that there was another soul living in his body. This soul is like her sister, taking care of her as she grows up. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family chaebol, Lin Yozhin received an extremely harsh or cruel elite education since she was a child. Even adults can't stand it, not to mention a little girl of several years old. Moreover, the internal struggle within the Lin group is also very serious. I don't know how many people have great malice towards Lin Yozhin. And whenever Lin Yozhin couldn't hold on, another soul in her body would take control of her body, directly crush those with evil intentions. It is precisely because of this that the senior management of the Lin family is very satisfied with Lin Yozhin. And this incident has become Lin Yozhin's biggest secret. She is not alone, but a two-soul person. Later, before the end came, her sister told her that the world would end. Lin Yozhin made a lot of preparations for this. This is how the Lin group quickly took control of the situation after the end of the world. And it wasn't until this moment that Lin Yozhin knew, this soul inside me is a god. But Lin Yozhin didn't feel awe at all, because in her heart, she already regarded another soul as her sister. With the help of her sister, Lin Yozhin practiced extremely quickly and became a level 2 peak evolver. And it also developed a large number of believers in the cold country. But no one knows what kind of god this god is, because in a sense, Lin Yozhin is that god. At least her body is. This time, the reason why Lin Yozhin came to the devils was because her sister told her. In the eyes of this devil, there's a power area that can change the world, a power that even the gods crave. So Lin Yozhin came here, for the Lin family and the Han country. Also for my sister. In Lin Yozhin's heart, her sister is an omnipotent existence and a very powerful god. But at this moment, even her sister asked her to be careful about that handsome young man. Lin Yozhin couldn't help but communicate with her sister. Aren't you even her match? Sister was silent for a while, and then her voice sounded in Lin Yozhin's mind. I'm not his opponent now. I can feel that this human has killed my kind. He is a god killer. Bite of God. Lin Yozhin's heart was filled with turmoil. Qin Jun actually killed a god. Lin Yozhin resisted the urge to escape, glanced at Qin Jun, and found that Qin Jun had no intention of taking action for the time being. Secretly, he breathed a sigh of relief. She ordered in a deep voice to the powerful men from the Han Kingdom under her command. No matter what, you are not allowed to provoke those Dragon Kingdom people, especially you, Nantai. After saying that, Lin Yozhin immediately led his strong men towards the temple city in front of him. Qin Jun and his group were watching them quietly from behind. Please give me flowers. At this moment, Lin Yozhin's heart was filled with a sense of crisis. She felt the sight behind her, which felt like a thorn in her back, and a few drops of cold sweat dropped from her forehead. She felt as if she were under the gaze of tiger. You will be torn apart by tigers anytime, anywhere. Lin Yozhin even prayed in her heart that there wouldn't be any accidents. She didn't want to have any conflict with the Qin family now. But suddenly, a calm voice came from behind. Wait a moment. Although Qin Jun speaks Huxia, the Han Kingdom was once a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years, and the people of the Han Kingdom are no strangers to Huxia. Hearing this sentence, Lin Yozhin's heart skipped a beat. 0. But there was still no panic on her face, but she turned to look at Qin Jun with an impeccable etiquette smile on her face. Excuse me, what's the matter? Next to Lin Yozhin, Pu Nantai had a straight face, stretched out his hand to loosen his tie, pouted, and twisted his neck. There was a rattling sound. Although he felt that the strong men of the Qin family were extremely powerful, he was still loyal to Lin Yozhin. If the Qin family really wants to find trouble for them, then Park Nam, Tai wouldn't mind learning the abilities of the strong men from the Dragon Kingdom. After all, He is also a level 2 evolver. Have your own pride. Qin Jun looked at Lin Yozhen with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Do humans and gods live together in the same body? Although Qin Jun killed gods, he also enslaved gods. But Qin Jun knew deep in his heart that the life level of gods far exceeded that of humans. Human beings who are exposed to the will of gods will become crazy. Not to mention sharing the same body. But this woman from the cold country can obviously maintain her sanity. This is a little strange. This woman from the cold country. And the gods in her body are of great research value. Knife. Qin Jun will never give away any chance to become stronger. But now, for him, gods are the best opportunity to become stronger. He killed the almighty seed and possessed the world tree and the seeds that could enslave the gods. He enslaved Lilith, and the Qin family's technology developed rapidly. It can be said that every time Qin Jun rises, he steps on the head of the gods. The god is Qin Jun's stepping stone. And now that Qin Jun has discovered a god who can coexist with human souls, he will naturally not miss this opportunity. Looking at Lin Yozhen, who was still pretending, Qin Jun smiled. Kill them. Qin Jun calmly ordered Qin Pheasant. He calmly said the words, 830, that made the people of Han country change their minds. Qin Pheasant had been waiting for Qin Jun's words for a long time. He immediately chuckled and rushed towards the Han people. What Qin Jun likes most about Doomsday is that there are no rules at all. The only rule is to compare whose fist is bigger. The one with the bigger fist can do whatever he wants. This is not like the old days. Everything you do must be within the rules and in line with order. You must be intrigued and know how to maneuver. And all of this will be completely unnecessary in the last days. At least Qin Jun is not needed by these Han people. Qin Jun wanted to take action against these Han people, so he did it directly. No reason is needed, no motivation is needed. There is no need to consider any international disputes or the aftermath of disputes. There is no need for so-called calculations and plans. Just use the simplest and crudest way to crush you head-on. Without the comfort of rules, the strong will only do whatever they want. The Han people obviously did not expect that Qin Jun would take action directly, without any warning. The heavily armed Cold Country Special Operations soldiers immediately entered combat mode and fired at Qin Jun and his party. There was a trace of disdain on the Empress's face, and a wall of ice suddenly appeared in front of her, catching all the bullets. At the same time, Qin Pheasant also rushed into the crowd of Han people. This petite and cute purple-haired lowly appeared like a devil at this moment behind a Special Forces soldier. He directly inserted his hand into the Special Operations soldier's back, and then ripped out his heart alive. The methods are extremely cruel. The next moment, Qin Pheasant's figure appeared in front of others again. Then he crushed the head of a Special Operations soldier. Screams continued to sound. In just 20 or 30 seconds, almost all of those Special Operations soldiers died in the hands of Qin Pheasant. There were stumps, broken legs, internal organs, and intestines everywhere on the seabed. Blood was spread all over the earth. It was extremely bloody, like a ghost. The people of Han country were almost shocked. They didn't expect that this purple-haired Lolita could be so cruel. Qin Pheasant looks to be only 11 or 12 years old, and he can't even fight much better than their daughter. But now they're going to die in the hands of this purple-haired Loli. The other Cold Country evolvers are no match for Loli, the strong man from the Han Kingdom, who originally had a large number of people and seemed to be in great ostentation, was actually massacred by Qin Pheasant alone. Asaba, Punantai cursed in a low voice, and while walking towards Akiji, Toby slowly took off his suit jacket. He stroked the ends of his hair, not wanting his hairstyle to be messed up. Very typical of a master. Of course, with Park Nam Tai's strength, he can indeed be called master. Then Park Nantai started running, faster and faster. His speed was reduced to a shadow, and he rushed towards Qin Pheasant. He is a level 2 evolver and one of the top 10 strong men in the Great Cold Country. Punantai clenched his fist tightly and blasted away at Qin Pheasant. It has to be said that Park Nam Tai's strength is indeed very strong. The power of this punch directly made the void burst out with a roar, and even burst into thunder and fire. The power is terrifying, and the movement is astonishing. Then, extremely terrifying power came. Park Nantai couldn't help but groaned. His body collapsed. Blood mist burst out from his entire upper body, and his face turned pale in pain. Park Namtai's eyes were full of shock. He didn't even know how he was injured or how he took action. Immediately, Pu Nantai felt ashamed, angry, and aggrieved. I can't even beat a little girl? Why are there so many monsters in the Dragon Kingdom? And the massacre of Qin Pheasant is still going on. She's like a wolf among the sheep. Those evolvers from the cold country are not her enemies at all. Those level 1 evolvers are no different from ordinary people in front of Akiji. They were all instantly killed. Other members of Unit 527 also joined the battle. Monster! Monster! She bought basket. What is she? Screams and exclamations resounded all around, and the strong men of the Han Kingdom were destroyed by the members of Unit 527. In less than 10 minutes, there were only a few dozen strong men from Han country left. The rest were all slaughtered. Lin Yozhen stood there, watching the strong men under his command being slaughtered one by one, without the ability to resist. Even the strongest Park Nam Tae was crushed by that purple-haired Lolita in all aspects, completely incapable of resisting. Stop! Lin Yozhen was angry. She didn't understand why the Qin family would suddenly take action when she had never collided with anyone from the Qin family. At this moment, the soul in Lin Yozhen's side. That person is forcing me to show up. Leave the rest to me. The next moment, Lin Yozhen's eyes suddenly changed, becoming extremely indifferent and empty. She stretched out her hand a little, and the space with a radius of several kilometers suddenly changed, like daylight, and all the fluctuations of transcendence power disappeared without a trace. She, or he, stared at Qin Jun's figure. Mortal, are you satisfied? Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lin Yozhen from afar. Now Lin Yozhen's temperament is completely different from before. Although the previous Lin Yozhen was quite powerful and a level 2 peak evolver, he did not pose any threat to Qin Jun. But now, Qin Jun can feel the dangerous atmosphere in Lin Yozhen. Even he had some palpitations in his heart. Only gods can give him such a feeling. This woman from the cold country is now a god. Although the body is still human, at least the soul is a god. The reason why he ordered the attack on the strong men of the Han Kingdom was to force the god to reveal his true form. Gods all over the world are still sleeping. But the age of the gods is coming. In the memory of later generations, it was only in these few months that the gods fully awakened. From the end of the world to now, it is just a warm-up exercise. Qin Jun's opponents are all humans, so there is no challenge. When God 12 fully awakens, it will be Qin Jun's real stage. Fighting with the gods, scheming with each other, and walking on thin ice every step of the way. And now, what's inside the Devil's Eye Whirlpool? It can be said that this is Qin Jun's last chance to become stronger before the gods fully awaken. Qin Jun waved his hand, and the members of Unit 527 immediately stopped and returned to Qin Jun. Orders and prohibitions are as precise as a robot. As for the surviving strong men from the cold country, there are only more than 50 people left with a survival rate of 1 in 10. They came from the cold country with great momentum, but they had not yet come into contact with this temple city. I was almost wiped out by the group. Park Nantai's expression was extremely ugly, and his body was covered with extremely horrific injuries. In front of Qin Pheasant, his proud strength was like a joke, being crushed from all sides. If Lin Yozhen hadn't taken action just now, I'm afraid he would have turned into a corpse by now, and it's still an incomplete body. However, Park Nantai and the surviving strong men from the Han Kingdom looked at Lin Yozhen again, their eyes full of shock and excitement. The eldest lady is actually a god? In fact, in the old days of the Han Dynasty, religious ideas were quite strong. After the end of the world, with the manifestation of miracles, almost all the people in the country became believers. Believe in a deity called the Mother Goddess. But it is a pity that the Mother Goddess is extremely mysterious, and they do not understand the mother goddess. And now, they suddenly discovered that Lin Yoxia was the mother goddess, and Lin Yozhen had an expressionless face, turning a blind eye to the corpses of powerful men from the Han Kingdom around him, and just stared at Qin Jun. Perhaps in the eyes of this god, only Qin Jun is qualified to talk to him. Others are no different from the dead grass on the roadside. Although Qin Jun enslaved Lilith, Lilith was not omniscient and omnipotent, and she was not clear about the devil's eye. And the same is true for Chun Chang's later memories. For Qin Jun, this devil's eye is a very mysterious and unfamiliar place. I just want to make a deal with you. Qin Jun chuckled and spoke to Lin Yozhen seriously. Trade. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Lin Yozhen. He really didn't expect that Qin Jun actually wanted to make a deal with him. A transaction with mortals. An inexplicable look flashed in Lin Yozhen's eyes. He looked at Qin Jun carefully and nodded slightly. Although you're only a mere human, but you're not an ordinary human, you possess powerful power. You are qualified to make a deal with me. Lin Yozhen raised her head slightly and said indifferently, "What deal?" Qin Jun looked at Lin Yozhen and smiled. "Tell me all the secrets of the devils, I'm Maelstrom, and everything you know." Lin Yozhen glanced at Qin Jun and replied indifferently, "What kind of reward can I get?" A smile appeared on Qin Jun's face. "Free. The reward you can get is freedom." Qin Jun looked at Lin Yozhen and stated his conditions calmly. "As long as you tell me the secret of this Maelstrom, I will let you go." Following Qin Jun's words, his eyes became extremely sharp, staring at Lin Yozhen like an eagle. An aura of terror emerged. Extreme fighting spirit and pressure surged towards Lin Yozhen to suppress him. As long as Lin Yozhen refuses, he will use his thunderous power to suppress this god. When Qin Jun made no secret of his conscious strength, his aura was so powerful and terrifying that it made everyone 447 palpitate. Especially the strong men from Han Kingdom could hardly stand still and looked at Qin Jun in shock. Is this person really still a human being? Is this kind of breath really something that humans can have? The strong man from the Han Kingdom suddenly reacted and looked at Qin Jun in disbelief. "Qin Jun, is this threatening the gods? Human, are you threatening me?" Lin Yozhen's face was expressionless, but he was obviously angry. His eyes flashed with a heart-stopping light as he stared at Qin Jun. Qin Jun, on the other hand, smiled and said calmly, "This is not a threat. I'm just stating a fact." Lin Yozhen's anger slowly subsided and fell into silence. I don't know how long it took, but he finally nodded. "Okay, I agree to this deal." As these words were spoken, the hearts of Nantai and other powerful Americans were almost broken. The mother goddess, who is extremely sacred to them, actually agreed to the Qin family's threat. Everyone understands the fact. The god Lin Yozhen is afraid of Qin Jun. Compared with the shock of the strong men from the Han Kingdom, the strong men from the Qin family, such as Empress Qing Pheasant, seemed calm and calm. After all, they had seen with their own eyes the scene of Qin Jun enslaving the gods. The gods no longer have any majesty in their hearts. Gods are just powerful, transcendent creatures. It is far from being an immortal, omnipotent existence that transcends the laws of the universe. Seeing Lin Yozhen choose to lower his head, a smile appeared on Qin Jun's face. He could feel that this Lin Yozhen was not in his prime and was not even truly awake. But no matter what, if Qin Jun wants to kill Lin Yozhen, he has to pay a certain price. Qin Jun didn't want to consume too much of his power before going deep into the maelstrom. He could feel that this mysterious city contained a power that made his heart palpitate. He must be at his best at all times. But if he really took action, Qin Jun would be able to destroy the body of this Han country woman, even if he had to pay a high price. This deity has no host vessel, and it was with this in mind that the god had to choose to cooperate with Qin Jun. After all, he cannot afford to gamble. Lin Yozhen took a deep look at Qin Jun, as if he wanted to keep this mortal in his heart. "My name is the Winter God, Edis." Lin Yozhen slowly said his name. "Winter God, Edis. Qin Jun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had the memory of future generations, as well as the introduction of Lilith's period. He has considerable knowledge of most gods. This is a very high-ranking old ruler, possessing the power zone to control Turi, higher than Lilith's sequence. And more importantly, he is the blood descendant of the more powerful outer god, the fallen god of fertility Shub-Nicholas. Shub-Nicholas was born from the extreme darkness created by Azathoth. The Old Ones are not just individuals. The relationship between them is complicated. There are quite a few Old Ones who are related by blood. However, the way of thinking between gods is different from that of humans. Blood ties are not that important to them. There are many cases of fathers, sons, and mothers killing each other. Even among blood brothers and sisters, most of them have no feelings at all. For gods, feelings are a kind of bondage. This underwater city is the prehistoric civilization of this planet, a relic established by the ancients. Ida said all this calmly. They're a higher intelligent race in the universe. Countless years ago, they were ordered by Azathoth. After arriving in this galaxy, it took 250 million years to transform this galaxy into a prison to imprison Sada, the incarnation of Azathoth. The Ancient One is actually the jailer guarding Sardar. A picture of ancient prehistoric civilization slowly unfolded from Ida's mouth. The Ancient Ones, a highly civilized race created by Azathoth's thoughts, were used to build the prison where Sarda was imprisoned. The process of building a prison lasted for 250 million years. This is a number that is unimaginable for humans. After all, human history is only a few thousand years old. But 250 million years is just a blink of an eye for the gods. After the prison was built, Azathoth fell into a deep sleep. In fact, the most powerful being in the universe sleeps 99% of the time, because nothing is worthy of his attention. Even the destruction of the universe will not affect Azathoth. The Ancient One stayed on this planet and established a very prosperous prehistoric civilization. But all this was broken by the old rulers. Originally, the location of this prison was very confidential. In a vast universe, no one knew the location of this galaxy. But Sada didn't know what method he used to convey the location of this galaxy to the entire universe. And this divinely inspired place that gave birth to Azathoth has become the destination of most of the old rulers. They want to be blessed by Azathoth and become higher-level life forms. So the old rulers came to this planet from all corners of the universe. And some of the old ones who first arrived on Earth had a war with the Ancient Ones. The war lasted for tens of thousands of years. Although because of the laws of Azathoth, the Old One was unable to use real divine power in this galaxy and lost the power to destroy stars. But the Ancient One is still no match for the Old Ones. This unprecedentedly prosperous prehistoric civilization collapsed, leaving only the remains of a few underwater cities. And the old rulers also fell into deep sleep. And this undersea city is the capital of the ancient civilization, the capital of the 10 gods. According to legend, the capital of the ancient gods contains countless treasures of the Ancient Ones, Li Zhao's, as well as many cutting-edge technologies that humans cannot imagine. For example, the Ancient One crystal. This is the crystallization of the ancient civilization's technology. It can store etheric magic and is the most efficient way of existence for the universe. Nuclear energy, which mankind is proud of, is nothing in front of the ether, and its efficiency is appallingly low. With the crystal technology of the ancients, the energy resources and other problems that plague mankind will no longer exist. And more importantly, it is the encyclopedia given to the Ancient Ones by Azathoth, the Lamahin Divine Codex. It contains the wisdom of Azathoth. The Ancient Ones have only been able to fight against the Old Ones for tens of thousands of years by relying on the Ramahin Divine Code. Idas went to the Devil's Eye precisely for it. The Ancient One, the Ether Crystal, the Codex of Lamahin. Not even Lilith knows these ancient secrets. But this is not because Lilith is too weak. It's because Lilith came to Blue Star too late. The arrival of the Old Ones on Blue Star was not at the same time. When Lilith came to Blue Star, the ancient civilization had been destroyed for tens of millions of years. Only Idas, who has experienced this period of history, knows the civilization of the ancients well. Qin Jun exhaled slowly and looked at the ancient underwater city in front of him. It is unimaginable that a civilized race can actually fight against the old rulers for tens of thousands of years. But even such a powerful race eventually died out. This is the power of the gods. Qin Jun's heart is filled with the desire to become a god. The level of human life is still too low after all, and this capital of the ancient gods may have the answer Qin Jun is looking for. Qin Jun and his party moved forward together with Idas and entered the capital of the ancient gods. As for those strong men from the cold country who survived, they looked embarrassed and were in a dilemma. Because after Lin Yozhen became a Tasi, she ignored them and turned a blind eye. It is neither for them to go nor for them to retreat. But in the end, under Park Nantai's order, the strong men from the Han Kingdom followed him in. Because of Lin Yozhen. Although Lin Yozhen is a Tasi now, her body is still Lin Yozhen's body after all, and he Nantai cannot leave Lin Yozhen alone. It's not just him who admires Lin Yozhen. It's also because Lin Yozhen is the eldest daughter of the Lin family Chable. If something unexpected happens, he won't be able to stay in Han country any longer. It's just that they were massacred by the Qin family just now, and now they are following Qin Jun, which really makes them feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Qin Jun did not order the killing of these powerful men from the Han Kingdom. The reason why Qin Jun ordered to attack the strong men of Han State before was to force out Itasi's soul. As for what happened to the remaining people, Qin Xiang did not calf. In other words, in Qin Jun's eyes, these foreign evolvers are all his future slaves. In the absence of conflict of interest, Qin Jun will not kill his own property without any reason. Only after entering this urban ruins can you feel the majesty of this city. The construction style of this city is completely different from a human world. The high-rise buildings in the city are very majestic and streamlined, with an indescribable beauty. But time still leaves traces on this urban ruins, and the buildings are covered with bronze seaweed plants. The air is filled with the decaying smell of history. Walking in this lost city, everyone felt a strange feeling. They seemed to have arrived on an alien planet. Qin Jun looked at both sides of the city streets, and there was even a small artificial sun floating above the lost city, that is under the sea. Hundreds of millions of years later, this artificial sun is still emitting dim light. The entire lost city was illuminated like dusk, with an aura of decline and decay. At various nodes on the street, huge mechanical combat mechas were parked on the ground. They have lost their energy supply and can no longer use it. But just by looking at it, you can feel the ferocious strength of these mechanical bodies. Each mechanical fighter is like a hill. The surface shone with a heart-stopping cold light, which was biotechnology armor. The technological level of the ancients far exceeds the scope of human understanding. Qin Jun and Idas walked side by side, and the deeper they went into the ruined city, the more they could feel the palpitations in their hearts. Along the way, Idas was very silent. He just kept looking into the depths of the city. For him, his goal was the Ramahan Divine Code. This mysterious book contains the wisdom of Azathoth. It can be said that the civilization of the ancients all originated from this book. And Atasi is also secretly observing Qin Jun. He couldn't understand why such a strong person would appear in human beings. According to the deductions of the old rulers, after humans come into contact with the power of Transcendent, the maximum evolutionary level they can reach is level 2 or level 3. The old ones are all advanced beings who have come into contact with the essence of the universe. Their deduction is tantamount to predicting the future. The probability of a variable like Qin Jun appearing is infinitely close to 0. It is rare to say that there is a more powerful god behind Qin Jun. It's the extremely mysterious Sardar. Or are they the alien gods? And Idas's heart was also full of frustration. He is a high-ranking god, a blood descendant of the fallen god of fertility, Shub Nicholas. He abandoned his body and forcibly possessed his soul in Lin Yozhong's body, formed a symbiosis with a human. In order to wake up in advance, and before the other old rulers fully awaken, they came to the capital of the ancient gods to search for the Lamahan divine code. As a result, we encountered the variable Qin Jun. He is not Qin Jun's opponent now, but more importantly, his current body is Lin Yozhan, a mortal body, extremely fragile. If Lin Yozhan's body is destroyed, then he will also disappear. But Ida's was not worried about her calculations, because deep in the capital of the ancient gods, there is a high-dimensional space. It is a place where only advanced beings can set foot. He could briefly use his soul power to transform Lin Yozhan's physical body into a state of nothingness. No matter how strong Qin Jun is, he is still human. Qin Jun didn't know what Ida's was thinking, and even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. The reason why he ignored it was because he needed to race against time. Even if Ida's has only a human body, she is still a god. If she wants to enslave Ida's, Qin Jun will have to spend at least some effort. It will definitely consume a lot of time. And this capital of ancient gods has attracted strong men from island countries and some small countries in Southeast Asia. These evolvers may be chosen by certain gods and have the will of other old rulers. Others got there first. So Qin Jun chose to make a deal with Ida's so that he could know the origin of this lost city without being delayed. First we can get the secrets of the Ancient Ones, and then we can tell. As for the rest, it will depend on Qin Jun's mood. This undersea ruined city is extremely huge. To the naked eye, its area is probably several times larger than that of the eastern capital. In every corner of the street, there are totem statues erected. The patterns carved on these totems are very twisted, boiling and blaspheming in the chaos, at the center of all infinity. Qin Jun suddenly asked, "The Ancient Ones are a race created by Azathoth. Do they believe in Azathoth?" No, the Ancient Ones do not believe in Azathoth. In fact, in the universe, there is no racial civilization that is a believer of Azathoth. The look on Ida's face was a little strange, a little fearful, and a little yearning. In fact, in a sense, he can be regarded as a descendant of Azathoth. After all, his ancestor was also born from the chaos of Azathoth's birth. However, all this is meaningless to Athos. In the eyes of this god of the universe, there is no concept of emotion. In his eyes, his so-called descendants are nothing more than a collection of energy bodies, essentially different from the dust in the starry sky. Qin Jun couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. Azathoth, there are no believers? The more powerful a god is, the more believers he can have. The believers of Yellow once changed many worlds. As a result, Azathoth, the most powerful god in the universe, has no followers? For mortals, not just anyone can believe in gods. Only those who can contact and perceive the gods are qualified to believe in the gods. All high-level races in the universe cannot understand the existence of Azathoth, and even the Ancient Ones cannot understand their creator. Even we, the Old Ones, find it difficult to understand Azathoth's will. Qin Jun nodded slowly. For all races in the universe, and even most of the gods, Azathoth is the universe itself. In other words, Azathoth is another name for the universe. It is really difficult to understand his existence. Azathoth has become so powerful that no race is qualified to believe in him. The journey continued, and Qin Jun and his party walked for the first hour. For the past few hours, they seem to have been treading water. Qin Jun can feel that the space here has been stretched. What's even more mysterious is that the space here seems to be different from the outside world. The further you travel deeper into the city, the more you feel the distortion of the void. In the deepest part of the city, a huge black spire can be seen in the distance, thousands of meters high, with an almost invisible end. At the top of the tower, ball lightning emerged, constantly blooming with energy. Looking from a distance, the space near this black spire is like the realm of thunder, full of dangerous atmosphere. Even from an extremely long distance, you can still feel the incomparable heart palpitations. There is the Gaia Monument, the totem of the Ancient Ones. "Please give me flowers," Ida said in a deep voice. There's the last strength of the ancient clan in the tens of thousands of years of war with the old rulers. The Ancient One relied on the Gaia Monument to persist until the end. They're the Ancient One crystals, transcendent creations that store etheric energy. But now it seems that the Ancient One crystal is out of control. Ida's frowned tightly. The war between the gods and the ancient clan lasted for tens of thousands of years. Although he did not personally participate in it, he witnessed the entire process of this war with his own eyes. The Old Ones came to this galaxy, consuming a huge amount of power, and were bound by the rules of this prison, unable to show their full strength. Suddenly, the entire city of ancient gods began to tremble. Countless high-rise buildings began to slowly collapse, but countless new high-rise buildings slowly rose. This is an indescribable sight. Space is folded and twisted here, which is a superposition state of the three-dimensional world and high-dimensional space. If an ordinary person walks into this space, then he will be horrified to find that his upper body and lower body will separate, exposing his flesh and internal organs. In this twisted high-dimensional space, he will not die. But he couldn't leave here anymore, because after he returns to his original time and space, his upper and lower bodies will immediately separate, and he will die directly. This state is irreversible for three-dimensional creatures like humans. The chaotic space continues to spread, and the space where Qin Jun and his party are located is also completely distorted. Although Qin Jun was standing together with Empress Qing Pheasant and others, although their positions had not changed, the distance between them was already thousands of meters away, and it is still expanding and elongating. The Ramahan Divine Code is about to appear. Ida's eyes lit up. This kind of collapse, distortion, and superposition of space is the fifth sign of the birth of the Ramahan Divine Code. Ida's body suddenly turned into a crystal-clear energy body. He easily entered the twisted space of the superposition state and headed towards the depths of the capital of ancient gods. This is what Ida's relies on. He is a god. The power of the soul can be powerful enough to change the physical form of existence and enter high-dimensional space. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, turned around, and ordered the strong men under his command. "You just wait here, don't go in." Although Qin Jun is a very cold person, in his heart, he has never regarded the people of Unit 527 as companions. When necessary, everyone is expendable, but it cannot be a meaningless sacrifice. Although Empress Aoki's 433 power is very powerful, she is a peak level 2 evolver, only one step away from a level 1 evolver. But they are still human beings and cannot enter the chaotic space. If you go in first, you will die. Then, a crack suddenly appeared in the void in front of Qin Jun. A shadow emerged from it, shrouded Qin Jun's body, and merged with Qin Jun. It is the S-level talent that Qin Jun plundered from Su Chao, the son of luck, shadow control. After taking control of the shadow, Qin Jun's body became looming and became a temporary energy crystal. It also entered high-latitude space. Qin Jun devoured so much talent, but actually never used it much, because there is no need. Qin Jun relied on his initial awakening talent to push and crush him all the way. But that doesn't mean other talents have no place. In fact, Qin Jun's other talents, especially the talent of shadow control, I'm afraid it's Qin Jun in addition to swallowing and energy control, the most incredible talent. Now Qin Jun's shadow has evolved several times, allowing Qin Jun to merge with the shadow and become an energy crystal form. Qing Pheasant frowned tightly after watching Qin Jun's figure disappear. For Qing Pheasant, helping Qin Jun is the meaning of her existence. But Qing Pheasant also knows that the twisted space field in front of him cannot be entered. So the blue pheasant is very manic now, walking back and forth. Then she looked at the remaining strong men from the cold country. her eyes filled with evil intentions. Now that they are all here, then these powerful men from the cold country should be useless, right? When Qin Jun also stepped into the superposition space and headed towards the depths of the capital of ancient gods. Idas also felt it immediately, but he didn't stop Qin Jun. It is too dangerous to fight in this unstable space. If you are not careful, it will cause the superposition state of the space to collapse. At that time, an unstable small black hole will be formed, capable of swallowing all matter. So Idas headed directly towards the depths of the ancient capital. Deep in the ancient capital, the space would be much more stable. One god and one person, one behind the other, walking in this extremely unstable space. Entering high-latitude space, Qin Jun can even clearly see the cells and blood vessels throughout his body and is fully aware of all the conditions of his body. All around, high-rise buildings and roads overlapped each other, and the space began to collapse and continue to expand. They were getting closer and closer to the Gaia Monument. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a statue at the foot of the Gaia Monument. This statue is so huge and majestic, hundreds of meters high. The statue is of a young girl holding a long sword and wearing armor. She has a beautiful face and two scales and horns on both sides of her forehead. The face of the girl statue still has an angry look, which is lifelike. At this moment, the ball lightning around the Gaia obelisk suddenly struck towards Idas and Qin Jun. The power of these ball lightnings is extremely terrifying, and lightning can penetrate the barriers between space and space. Like a divine punishment, he struck Qin Jun head-on. Qin Jun's face was expressionless. His figure kept flashing, changing directions, and dodged these ball lightnings. But this is just the beginning. These ball lightnings continue to fall like thunder, and around the Gaia obelisk, there are still battle mechas that have been silent for a long time. These combat mechas are the crystallization of the ancient technology and are among the most powerful combat machines. It is also the main force of the ancient ones against the old ones. As if sensing the arrival of uninvited guests, the eyes of these combat mechas suddenly flashed with dark red light. He slowly stood up and looked towards Idas and Qin Jun. Launch an attack on Idas and Qin Jun. These battle mechas are the last glory of the ancient civilization, guarding the Gaia Monument for countless years. But it is a pity that these combat mechas are too old and have a history of countless years. These battle mechs may have been able to fight the old ones in ancient times. But now, hundreds of millions of years later, these mechas have completely decayed. Even before Qin Jun could take action, Idas unleashed her power to control winter and froze these battle plans directly into ice sculptures. His power is so terrifying. Although 1.7, he only resides in the human body, the power of his soul alone is enough to destroy everything. At the same time, an angry voice sounded. The old one, the statue in front of the Gaia Monument, suddenly began to shake. The stones on the surface of the statue began to peel off piece by piece, and from inside the statue, a beautiful girl who looked exactly like the statue walked out. The girl stared at Idas with hatred and anger in her eyes. As the girl woke up, this violent space began to slowly stabilize, no longer in the superposition state in high latitudes. The girl's voice echoed in every corner of the capital of ancient gods. My name is Xia, the last of the ancients, not to mention Qin Jun. Even Idas was very shocked and surprised. Who would have thought that the capital of the ancient gods, which have been silent for countless years, would actually have a surviving princess? And she is probably the last ancient being in the universe. No wonder Princess Xia is so hostile to Idas. For the ancient ones, the old ones were undoubtedly a blood feud. On the orders of Azathoth, they came to this galaxy and established a prison to guard Sarda. Everything went well, and they took root on Blue Star and multiplied. If there are no accidents, the civilization of the ancient ones may take a step further and become a higher-level life form in dozens of epochs. There might even be a new god born among the ancient ones. But the arrival of the old rulers undoubtedly shattered all these dreams. Because of Sarda's bewitchment and some other unknown secrets, the Old Ones came to Blue Star from all corners of the universe. And immediately a war broke out with the Ancient Ones. After all, the duty of the Ancient Ones is to guard Sada, and this idea is deeply rooted in their genes. The arrival of these Old Ones is undoubtedly a provocation to the Ancient Ones and violates Azathoth's orders. So the war broke out. Among the ancient clan, the most powerful is undoubtedly the royal clan. Only the royal family can control the Ancient One's crystal and use the powerful ether energy contained in the crystal. During the most prosperous period of the Ancient One, there were hundreds of royal princesses at the same time. Each princess is a powerful warrior. With the help of the Ancient One crystal, the ancient princess possesses power comparable to that of a god. But the Ancient Ones, after all, have a lower life level than the Old Ones, and the war has lasted for tens of thousands of years. As a result, the ancient clan's underwater cities all over the Blue Star were turned into ruins. Those hundreds of princesses also died one by one. Almost all of them were wiped out. Even the surface of Blue Star has changed. The original entire continent was broken into 7 pieces and became the current 7 continents. In the final battle, the Ancient Ones concentrated all their power in the capital of the ancient gods. They deployed thousands of combat mechas and hundreds of thousands of ancient warriors to meet this final battle. And the outcome is that the civilization of the ancients is destroyed. Thousands of combat mechas and hundreds of thousands of ancient warriors were all destroyed, and the era of the ancients was over. But the Old Ones also paid a heavy price. When they were about to be destroyed, the Ancient Ones used the Ramahan Divine Comedy. They were exposed to the wisdom of Azathoth. Azathoth's wisdom dealt a heavy blow to the Old Ones, although they succeeded in occupying every corner of the planet. But they all fell into a deep sleep, waiting for the great trial to begin. But no one could have imagined that the Ancient One actually had the last princess surviving. Princess Ya looked at Idas coldly, her eyes full of murderous intent. She could feel that this woman's soul was filled with an aura of decay. As the last princess of the Ancient Ones, Princess Xia can discern the aura of the Old Ones. Princess Ya is holding a long sword. This long sword exudes terrifying power fluctuations and is the most powerful craftsmanship of the ancient civilization. Even after countless years, this long sword is still brand new. After all, this is the most powerful weapon created by the Ancient One's technology, and it can withstand extremely powerful spiritual energy infusion. Idas's face finally turned ugly. He really didn't expect this trip to the Devil's Eye Maelstrom. You will actually encounter 2 variables in a row. One is Qin Jun, who has the power to deduce gods. One is the last ancient princess, and he is far from being in his prime now. Princess Xia looked at Idas coldly. Although she also noticed Qin Jun, she also felt Qin Jun's strength. But as the Ancient One, the mortal enemy of the Old Ones, Princess Xia's first target is Idas. The sword in Princess Xia's hand glowed with extremely terrifying light, and the Gaia obelisk behind Princess Xia also activated at the same time. And in Princess Xia's right hand, a crystal appeared. This piece of crystal is crystal clear and exudes light blue light. Just looking at it is enough to feel the terrifying power emanating from it. Qin Jun glanced at Idas, who looked extremely ugly. This time, Idas has to pay the price for her arrogance. He thought that there was no threat to his awakening after the end of the world, so he actually abandoned his body and directly possessed humans. But Qin Jun was ready to save Idas. The reason is simple. Idas is still very useful in Qin Jun's plan. After all, Idas and Lin Yozhen share the same body. If he enslaves Idas, he is tantamount to enslaving Lin Yozhen. Then when the Qin family invades and rules the Han Kingdom in the future, it will be very smooth. Princess Ya's eyes were fixed on Idas, with fighting intent in her eyes. In the final battle of that year, the last territory of the Ancient One, the royal capital of the ancient god, was about to fall. At that time, the Ancient One clan had already run out of energy. In the past, there were hundreds of princesses in the royal family, but she and her sister were the only ones left. The other ancient tribesmen only have a few 100,000 people together. Under the attack of more than a dozen old rulers, the protective energy barrier of the capital of ancient gods has been crumbling. It turned out that Princess Xia had decided to fight to the end, and the ancient Western clan dedicated their last effort. But her sister stopped her. At that time, Queen Mia, the queen of the ancient clan, sealed her sister in a statue, causing Princess Xia to fall into an endless sleep. Queen Mia told her sister, "After the great judgment comes, Princess Xia will wake up, and she is the last fire of the ancient clan." Princess Xia's entire body was bathed in light, making her look as if an angel had descended. She could feel that Lin Yozhin's soul exuded the aura of the old ruler. For Princess Xia, the Old Ones were not only evil gods who violated Azathoth's orders, but also the murderers who destroyed the Ancient Ones. But what Princess Xia cares about more is Qin Jun. As a race created by Azathoth himself, the Ancient Ones have a very high level of life, and they have touched the edge of the true side of the universe. Princess Xia can see that the level of human life is not high, and it should be a race that was born within 10,000 years. Such a short history is not worth mentioning to the ancients. But Qin Jun's strength surprised Princess Xia. The evolutionary level was actually infinitely close to level 5. As a highly civilized race, Princess Xia also knows about the Great Trial. The Great Judgment is coming, spreading from the origin of the universe, and is a judgment for all creatures and races. But it's also an evolution. The Great Judgment has just begun, and lower life forms like humans have appeared that are close to the 5th level of evolution. And she felt a different aura from Qin Jun. This kind of breath even made Princess Xia feel familiar. There's an inexplicable feeling of closeness and awe. And Qin Jun was also sizing up this last Ancient One. As the last Ancient One, Princess Xia is extremely powerful. Although she has been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years, Princess Xia is still extremely powerful, even able to compete with some of the Old Ones. Although Princess Xia is very concerned about the feeling Qin Jun brings to her, but there was no hesitation in her actions. The psychic sword in her hand burst out with extremely dazzling light, and she slashed towards Ida's. The terrifying and powerful sword energy directly cut the void into 2 pieces. The earth began to crack, and the terrifying power directly split all the buildings in front of it into nothingness. Ida's was also very helpless. He actually did not participate in the war between the Old Ones and the Ancient Ones. When he came to this galaxy, he first came to a satellite near Jupiter. So he didn't know the outcome of the final battle. He just had a rough idea. Ida's did not expect that the Ancient One clan had not been completely destroyed, and there was still a royal princess left. As for this royal princess, her strength has also declined significantly due to her endless sleep. But at least it is stronger than he is now. He still only occupies a human body and cannot withstand his true soul power star. Is it difficult to say that he will die here today? Ida's heart was full of reluctance. She was the blood descendant of the fallen god of fertility, Shub Nicholas. According to his plan, he, together with mankind, can wake up as soon as possible and go to this underwater city to obtain the Lam Mohan divine comedy. But there were constant changes in the process. Not only did he encounter the unexpected incident of Qin Jun, but he also met the awakened ancient princess. Wait a minute, but at this moment, Qin Jun suddenly took action. For some reason, Princess Xia almost subconsciously withdrew her power. Then, she looked at Qin Jun. Why do you want to stop me? Although Princess Xia is an Ancient One, language is not a problem for this high-level race. In the final analysis, language is just a form of communication of will. You want to save him? Princess Xia's eyes were deep, although she felt that Qin Jun was special. But if Qin Jun really wants to side with the Old Ones, Princess Xia will also attack Qin Jun mercilessly. And Ida's suddenly at hope. He could feel that Qin Jun was very strong. If Qin Jun is willing to stand on his side, then maybe there is hope. An Ancient One, a god, all stared at Qin Jun. Qin Jun smiled slightly and shook his head. I don't want to save him, but I think it would be a pity to kill him directly. Nua Zhao. It could be used in many ways, like enslave him. When Edith heard this, she felt extremely angry. Enslave me. I am a god, the great descendant of Shub Nicholas, the fallen god of fertility. Although Qin Jun is very powerful, Edith has never looked down upon him or the entire human race in her heart. Because his current strength is weak, it is only temporary. When he fully awakens and his soul returns to his body, he will regain the power to destroy stars. Low-level life forms like humans will not be able to stand on the stage after all. Edith screamed, "You are wishful thinking, human being. How could an advanced life form like me surrender to you?" Even Princess Xia thinks Qin Jun is a bit arrogant. Although Qin Jun's strength surprised her, wanting to enslave a god was still too wishful thinking. How could higher life forms surrender to lower life forms? She couldn't help but remind, even if he swears to surrender to you by his real name, words cannot restrain him. Wanting to betray you is just a thought. I know. Qin Jun nodded and smiled, but with this all-powerful seed, it's different. In Qin Jun's hand, a green seed suddenly floated out, and Princess Edith and Princess Xia showed shocked expressions at the same time. Almighty seed? You killed Erlo? Princess Xia was shocked with joy and excitement, while Edith was more frightened. Almighty seed yellow. Although his strength is not the most powerful among the old rulers, but it is the strangest among the old ones. The omnipotent seed has the ability to control the spirit of any living being, whether it is a civilized race or a god. Even Edith in her heyday was extremely fearful of yellow. 337. And Princess Xia is even more so, because in the war between the ancient clan and the old rulers that lasted for tens of thousands of years, the almighty seed yellow also participated in it. And it's also the nightmare of the ancient ones. Because of Elo's existence, countless ancients became Elo's slave puppets and in turn attacked their former compatriots. Each undersea city was occupied by Yellow, and the world tree was planted. It became Elo's territory. It can be said that Yellow, the almighty seed, is the most feared god among the ancient ones. How can it be? You're just a mortal. How could you kill Lu? Edith screamed, her words filled with fear. The almighty seed in Qin Jun's hands can indeed enslave him. Let him become Qin Jun's slave. At this moment, Edith finally regretted, because he allowed me to enter the territory of his true body. A sarcastic look flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. He thinks that humans like us can only bow our heads and submit to the great gods. He has never considered the consequences when humans calculate him. Qin Jun said, "Weakness and ignorance are never obstacles to survival. That's what arrogance is." To be fair, if you look at gods like Yellow and Edith, they've been very cautious from the beginning. Wait honestly for yourself to fully wake up and regain your strength. Then humans can hardly pose any threat to them. After all, the strength gap between them is too big. But these gods have the same problem. That's too arrogant. They thought that after the destruction of the Ancient Ones, there would be no threat to the races on this planet. The weakness of human beings makes them feel ridiculous. Even though they fell into a deep sleep, they consumed almost all of their strength. They also still think that humans are not worth mentioning. Even in later generations, while taking advantage of humans, these gods also ignored humans' learning ability and speed of progress. This led to the birth of many powerful human evolvers, some of whom were even able to communicate directly with gods. So these gods, there's a price to pay. Qin Jun looked at Princess Xia and extended his right hand to invite. You are the last bloodline of the ancient clan, and you have a natural blood feud with the gods. And it just so happens that I don't like gods very much either. If humans want to rise, they must trample gods under their feet. Otherwise, the human race will be just a pawn of God Fa. Maybe we can work together. Princess Xia looked at Qin Jun and fell into silence, seeming to be thinking about the pros and cons. I don't know how long it took but she nodded slowly. I, in the name of the ancient Princess Xia, would like to be an ally with you all. After saying that, Princess Xia's body appeared and knocked Ida's down to the ground. Ida's was suppressed by the powerful strength and could not move. Ida's struggled frantically, but to no avail. The strength he can use now cannot even be competed by Qin Jun, let alone Princess Xia. As for Qin Jun, he enslaved Lilith just like before. Plant the almighty seed towards Ida's forehead. Screams resounded throughout the world. For gods, having their souls enslaved is an extremely horrific and painful punishment. Qin Jun looked at Ida's expressionlessly. Finally, Shun's screams ended and disappeared. The distortion and resistance on Ida's face also disappeared, replaced by complete surrender and awe. Exactly the same as Lilith before. Ida's, I've seen someone. Ida's, or rather Lin Yozhen, had a surrendering smile on her beautiful face and knelt at Qin Jun's feet. The two souls in this body have become Qin Jun's most loyal slaves. Qin Jun smiled slightly, ever since. It is only a matter of time before the Qin family from the eastern capital takes control of Han country. Now Qin Jun has enslaved the two gods. Even in the era when the gods wake up and Lilith and Ida's regain their strength, they will still only be loyal to Qin Jun. Plus Princess Xia is a powerful ally. The alliance with Princess Xia means that the Qin family can also fully inherit the legacy of the ancient civilization. This is an advanced civilization that can fight with gods for tens of thousands of years. The future situation of the Qin family in the eastern capital has gradually become clear. It can be said that from now on, the Qin family of the eastern capital has the capital to compete with the gods. Even Qin Jun is already looking forward to the era when the gods fully awaken. The era when the gods fully awaken will change the current structure of human society. The lives of ordinary people will become more difficult, but at the same time, it will also be a more magnificent era. Countless miracles will appear, and powerful evolvers will be born. This era will be the era that determines whether mankind will move toward higher civilization or be destroyed. In Qin Jun, he is not only able to experience and participate in this era, it can also determine this era. Qin Jun and Princess Xia stood side by side, while Ida stood respectfully behind Qin Jun. At this moment, he is completely Qin Jun's slave. All thoughts are based on the interests and position of the Qin family. Princess Xia looked around, looking at the already defeated capital of the ancient gods, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. Once upon a time, the ancient clan was so prosperous. Their clan transformed the stars, created laws and regulations, and built undersea cities one after another. But all that disappeared. Now, only Princess Xia is left among the ancient ones. Finally, Princess Xia looked at Qin Jun. She couldn't imagine that humans with a history of only a few thousand years could actually give birth to such a powerful being. Qin Jun's strength and talent are among the top among the ancient clan. An idea suddenly appeared in Princess Xia's mind. A plan to revive the ancient ones. Princess Xia suddenly said, I know your purpose of coming here. The Ancient One's crystal and the Ramahan Divine Code are all hidden in the treasure house of my Ancient One family. No one can open it except the royal family. And I can help you. I can tell you about the Ancient One's crystal, the Ramahan Divine Code, and the scientific and technological crystallization of the Ancient One civilization. If another person hears these words, I'm afraid I was already ecstatic. These are the most precious existences, and even gods can go crazy because of them. Qin Jun, on the other hand, can obtain these without any effort. But there was no excitement or joy on Qin Jun's face. So what's the cost? Qin Jun asked lightly. He would not simply think that Princess Xia would give these things to him unconditionally. The price is that you have to combine with me and become my partner. Princess Xia said calmly. Two people become partners. It must be said that Princess Xia's conditions surprised Qin Jun. He couldn't help but look at Princess Xia. Princess Xia's appearance is extremely beautiful. Her skin is white and tender, and her figure is graceful. The two scales on her forehead gave her an exotic look. Before this, in terms of appearance alone, the most beautiful woman Qin Jun had ever seen was the Empress Yilu. And now, Qin Jun had to admit it. Princess Xia's appearance is not inferior to that of the Empress in the slightest, and she also has a mysterious temperament that makes people fall deeply into her. Looking at Qin Jun's slightly surprised expression, Princess Xia didn't have any shyness on her face, only calmness. I'm the last member of the Ancient One clan, and I bear the important responsibility of continuing the Ancient One's bloodline. And you're very strong. Strong in every aspect, even stronger than the brave men of the Ancient Ones. After combining with you, I believe that our descendants will reach or even surpass the heights of the Ancient Ones. I will once again raise the civilization of the Ancient Ones. Princess Xia looked at Qin Jun with burning eyes, as if she wanted to have S** with Qin Jun now and leave Qin Jun with an heir. Qin Jun was a little speechless, but he could also understand Ziki. The continuation of the race is the instinct of every living being. Seeing Qin Jun's silence, Princess Xia continued, "Follow the rules of our ancient clan. After I marry you, I will always remain equally loyal to you. Till death do us part, I will leave here with you, and from now on, your enemies will be my enemies." Princess Xia's eyes were determined, and she could tell that Qin Jun's genes were perfect, the most suitable person to combine with her. Even Princess Xia made up her mind secretly. If Qin Jun refuses, then she will take action and marry Qin Jun. She wants to force herself on Qin Jun. Qin Jun only hesitated for a moment and immediately nodded and agreed to Princess Xia's request. Request flowers 0. He didn't care if he was treated like a stud. At least this incident is not a bad thing for him or the Qin family behind him. With Princess Xia, the Qin family has an evolved transcendent. In the early stages of the gods' awakening, the Qin family will have someone with a fighting power that surpasses the gods. This is very important to the Qin family. Moreover, Princess Xia is a princess of the ancient clan, and she can also hand over the technology and various craft knowledge of the ancient civilization to the Qin family. In Qin Jun's opinion, the importance of Princess Xia. 0. No less than Lilith, who brought the library to the Qin family. Seeing Qin Jun nod in agreement, Princess Xia's face suddenly burst into a smile. Her smile was so beautiful that the surrounding void became much brighter. Princess Xia asked directly, "When will we get married? Do you want to stay here? We are all beings at a high evolutionary level, and it is very difficult to give birth to children. So we must do it more frequently, at least 20 times a day." Her big, watery eyes stared at Qin Jun, making Qin Jun feel like Alexander. Although Qin Jun can be considered a romantic figure, he has played with the sisters many times. But this princess from prehistoric civilization was still too fierce, which even Qin Jun couldn't bear. 20 times a day, with the Qin family's current physical body and physical ability, 20 times a day is of course simple. But the problem is, just like this, Qin Jun will spend most of his time in bed, and there will be no time to practice at all. Qin Jun looked calm and glanced at Princess Xia with some fear. He said calmly, "I think we should go to the ancient treasure first. I'm afraid there are other gods who will come here in various ways." 1 inch. Princess Xia's beauty is earth-shattering and breathtaking, and her temperament is even more noble. Standing there, you can easily attract everyone's attention. Standing next to Qin Jun, his aura is no less impressive. She nodded and said in a steady voice, "The treasure house of the ancients contains the treasures that our ancients family has accumulated over countless years. Only members of the royal family can set foot in it. If others want to transmigrate the treasure house door, they will be lost in other dimensions." During the war with the gods, there was an incarnation of the gods' thoughts, disguised as a member of our ancient clan. He wanted to enter the treasure house, but ended up getting lost in the cracks in space. 440 inch. Qin Jun frowned slightly when he heard this. The gods in prehistoric times were different from now. The gods at that time were very powerful. Even a thought incarnation has the strength of a high-level evolver. As a result, it was also lost in the cracks in space. It can be seen that the methods of the Ancient Ones are indeed extraordinary. But this is normal, although the ancient civilization was eventually destroyed. But you must know that the Ancient One clan is at war with more than a dozen gods at the same time. After all, it is a race created by Azathoth himself. But Princess Xia's pair are so beautiful, and she stares at Qin Jun with unabashed passion. The affection in his eyes could almost melt Qin Jun. I wish I could hold Qin Jun in my arms and become one with myself. You are now my husband, and naturally, you can also be regarded as a royal member of our ancient clan. You are qualified to step into the treasure house of my ancient clan. Princess Xia took a step forward, almost touching Qin Jun. The warm and fragrant breath hit Qin Jun's face. We, the Ancient Ones, are very loyal to our feelings, and we will become partners. Starting today, your will is my will, and I will do my best to help you. And you will work with me to continue the bloodline of the Ancient Ones and let the Ancient Ones clan rise again. After saying that, Princess Xia kissed her directly. The two of them pressed together and kissed each other so hard that they forgot all about it. Qin Jun could also feel a force coming from Princess Xia's mouth and integrating into his body. Qin Jun could even feel that his strength had faintly changed. If he could only feel the 5th level of evolution before. So now, he is about to break through the realm. Princess Xia's kiss continued, and more power was transmitted to Qin Jun. And Qin Jun's aura is gradually getting stronger, finally reaching the bottleneck. Boom! Around Qin Jun, there was a sudden wave of air. Qin Jun's aura became extremely strong, and he slowly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was heart-stopping, and Qin Jun also felt a powerful force that he had never experienced before. He finally became a level 5 evolver. Princess Xia finally ended the kiss, and she glanced at Qin Jun's lips with a bit of reluctance. This man's mouth is quite delicious. It's so addictive. Although in Princess Xia's view, humans are only low-level life forms, far inferior to the Ancient Ones. But she is very satisfied with Qin Jun, even obsession, because from the perspective of the ancient civilization, Qin Jun is also an extremely perfect existence. With her and Qin Jun's genes, if they were combined, the offspring would be extremely talented. There is hope for the revival of the Ancient Ones. As for Qin Jun, he couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded at this moment. Qin Jun is extremely confident in his own strength, and every step of his practice is a step-by-step and steady improvement. But he also knew deeply what a heavy price he would have to pay for not rising to a higher level. According to Qin Jun's own estimation, if there are no adventures, then it will take at least 1 year or even 2 years for him to become a level 5 evolver. The gap between level 5 evolvers and level 4 evolvers is huge. As a result, with a kiss from Princess Xia, he directly broke through the realm. Princess Xia smiled and said, "This is the etiquette of our ancient clan. This is my first kiss, and I can share my power with you. If we combine, I can also change your life form." The mysteries of the Ancient Ones really opened Qin Jun's eyes. It can only be said that it is a race created by Azathoth himself. Even if the Ancient One civilization was only used by Azathoth to build prisons, they were tainted with Azathoth's magic. This time, Qin Jun looked at Princess Xia with a fiery gaze. Qin Jun is not a moralist, but he is not a person addicted to sensuality either. The head of Qinchong woman is still hanging on the city gate of Dongdu as a warning to the strong men under the Qin family. For point 2, Qin Jun didn't care much about his marriage with Princess Xia before. It was entirely to win over Princess Xia, so that the Qin family could get the support of Princess Xia, a strong person. But now, after this kiss, and the fact that combining with Princess Xia can make her stronger, Qin Jun suddenly became very interested in Princess Xia. Well, there's a reason why I have to do those things. It seems that Princess Xia hopes to do it 20 times a day. It doesn't seem so hard to accept anymore. After all, this is also a way to become stronger. As for becoming stronger, Qin Jun has always done whatever it takes to become stronger. As for Ida's, she followed Qin Jun honestly. She turned a blind eye to everything and only had Qin Jun in her eyes, an envy of Princess Xia. For creatures that have been planted with almighty seeds, they have incomparable attachment and love for strangers. Even if Qin Jun touches Ida's, it will be the ultimate comfort and reward for Ida's. Not to mention kissing or even marrying Qin Jun. In Ida's opinion, these are the highest honors, the rewards that come true in her dreams. But Qin Jun turned a blind eye to the expectations in Ida's eyes. This god is just a tool in Qin Jun's eyes. What he values most now is Princess Xia. However, Qin Jun will not marry Princess Xia on the spot right now. The days are long. Now that Qin Jun has gained the power of Princess Xia, he has not only become a super-evolved person, he also has the aura of the royal family of the ancients, able to go to the treasure house of the ancients. Princess Xia also led Qin Jun directly towards the depths of the capital of ancient gods. With Princess Xia, the last clan member of the Ancient One, leading the way, the journey was smooth and unimpeded. Many sleeping high-level battle mechas, magic traps, and other taboos have not been triggered. The power of these traps that guard the treasure house of the ancients is so powerful that it makes people's eyes jump. Without Princess Xia, Qin Jun would have been able to pass these traps in the end. It is bound to cost a lot of money and effort. I don't know how long it took, but Qin Jun and the others finally arrived at the deepest part of the capital of the ancient gods. This is a huge square, and in the center of the square sits a sun disk. Behind the disk is an even more majestic pyramid, and this is the sacred land of the Ancient Ones, the treasure trove of the ancients. When Princess Xia stepped onto the square, the entire square began to shake. Pillars rose up one after another, and a star gate suddenly appeared, connecting to the gate of the pyramid treasure house. If you want to enter the treasure house of the Ancient One, you must pass through this star gate. But again, Princess Xia leads the way. Everything becomes extremely simple. Ida stayed outside, while Qin Jun was with Princess Xia. After passing the star gate, we entered the treasure house of the ancients, the capital of the ancient gods above the sun square. There were bones everywhere on the ground, and it was obvious that a very tragic battle had broken out before. Even the buildings on both sides collapsed. Many tall buildings collapsed. Island people, do you insist on killing them all? A middle-aged man with tan skin roared angrily. He held 2 revolvers and started working from left to right. The bullets fired are extremely powerful and explode continuously. Blast out big craters on the ground. Force the strong men of the island countries to retreat. The abilities of these strong men from the island country are very strange, and their bodies disappear in the smoke, appearing strangely in incredible places, attacking the middle-aged man. They are island ninjas. Although they are not very powerful, their combat effectiveness is extremely amazing. In one encounter, the powerful Malay nation would suffer heavy losses. His name is Ganmi. He is an East Asian Malay, and he has an A-level firearms talent, level 2 evolver. It can be regarded as the most powerful evolver in Malay. The Devil's Eye appears, and Malaysia also want a share of the pie. Ganmi led many strong Malay men into this ruined city, and ended up directly confronting the islanders. Originally, Ganmi did not want to conflict with the islanders and wanted to avoid it. But I didn't expect that these people from the island country would actually force the evolutionists from small countries like them to open the way ahead. This ruined city is full of crises, with traps and terrifying fighter jets everywhere. Letting them open the way ahead is tantamount to letting them die. So Ganmi refused directly. But the islanders refused to give up and attack them directly. After a brutal fight, the strong Malay army was basically wiped out, leaving only camels still struggling. A young man in a white suit looked at this scene expressionlessly. He narrowed his eyes slightly and took a puff of cigarette with a look of enjoyment on his face. Seems to enjoy the smell of cigarettes. He is the leader of the 3 shrines, Tojogo. Tojogo glanced at Ami, who was still struggling, his face expressionless, and he suddenly stretched out his hand to grab it. Gami's body was directly lifted up. Then Tajogo squeezed his right hand hard, and Ami screamed, and his heart was crushed by an inexplicable force. The vitality was suddenly cut off. Tajogo had no expression on his face, as if killing a level 2 evolver was just a trivial matter to him. After all, what he just used belonged to Dagon's power. Tajogo looked at the remaining strong men from the small country and said calmly, "Either open a way or die. You have 1 minute to think about it." The remaining strong men from the small country looked at Tajogo with fear in their eyes. This man is simply a devil, but they have no choice. If you go ahead and clear the way, you may die. If you refuse, you will definitely die. The corpses here are proof of this. Boom! A terrifying power burst out. 10 little girl evolvers were directly torn into pieces by the trap. But Tajogo didn't have any fluctuations in his heart. To him, these small country evolvers are not human beings at all. They're just chess pieces that can be used and sacrificed at will. A strong man from the island country walked up to Tajogo and said respectfully, "Sir, there is no trace of the strong man from the dragon country. They should have gone in from the other direction. The energy fluctuation just now. Previously, there was a powerful energy wave coming from the depths of the capital of ancient gods. It was obvious that someone had entered it. He should be the strong man from the Dragon Kingdom. In the hearts of the people of the island country, the strong men of the Dragon Kingdom are the most powerful opponents." But there was no worry or anxiety on Tajogo's face. He smiled slightly and said calmly, "It doesn't matter, so what if we let them go first? Anyway, everything is still mine in the end. Everything they did was just making wedding clothes for me. I really want to see what level of strength the people of the Dragon Kingdom have reached. Are there any level 3 evolvers? Otherwise, I will be very bored during this trip." A confident smile appeared on Tajogo's face. After transmigrating the Stargate, Qin Jun came to the interior of the pyramid. Here is the treasure house of the ancients. The moment Qin Jun entered, he keenly felt that this was an independent space. The Ancient One, the treasure house of the Ancient One, was instantly made into space. The Stargate is the only way to this alien space. Thinking of this, Qin Jun sighed again, and he now has Princess Xia. Otherwise, I want to find out the secrets of the Ancient Ones. It will take at least several months. But now he came in directly. Standing in the ancient treasure house, Qin Jun looked around. It's golden here, and there's golden light everywhere. On the ground in the surrounding corners, there are mountains of energy crystal nuclei piled up. The energy contained in these energy crystal nuclei made Qin Jun's pupils bulge slightly. The energy contained in each energy crystal core here is comparable to that of the Corpse King's crystal core, or even worse. This kind of high-purity energy crystal core needs to be snatched up by the outside world. Even the Qin family of the Eastern capital does not have many such energy crystal nuclei. Only Qin Jun is qualified to enjoy these. Except for Qin Jun. For example, the collateral descendants of the Qin family, or high-level experimental subjects like Empress Xiang Qingji. You can only enjoy the energy crystal core of the next level. But now, there are hundreds of millions of energy crystal nuclei of this perfect purity piled up in the treasure house. If these energy crystal nuclei were simply exchanged for hard currency on the spot, I'm afraid I can just buy a few blue star ones. What's even more terrifying is that these energy crystal nuclei of perfect purity are the most inconspicuous in the treasure house of the ancients, piled casually in the corner. Seeing this scene, Qin Jun couldn't help but feel a little excited. It is indeed the treasure house of a clan of ancient prehistoric civilizations. This accumulated treasure is an eye-opener. In addition to these high-purity energy crystal nuclei, there are also various other treasures hidden in the treasure house. For example, some ancient magic books and sheepskin scrolls recording the craftsmanship of the ancients. However, Qin Jun was not excited about these things. Because of the existence of Lilith's little library, the Qin family's current knowledge of technology and crafts is endless. Although the civilization of the ancients was prosperous it was still inferior to Lilith's Book of Proverbs. But these things are still extremely precious. It's enough for the Qin family to recreate the many wonders of the ancient civilization. Qin Jun and Princess Xia walked side by side, strolling in the treasure house of the ancients. In addition to these books, there are also extremely powerful magic weapons that flash with extremely terrifying power. Every magic weapon has the forbidden power to slaughter cities and destroy lands. Looking at these magic weapons, Princess Xia's eyes flashed with nostalgia. These magic weapons are all saint weapon used by our clan to guard Saddam. There's a spell on it for Sardar, originating from Azathoth. Qin Jun frowned slightly. He had heard this name many times. He is the incarnation of Azathoth and is the subject of imprisonment. Some gods even believe that it was Azathoth who created mankind. Isn't this the prison of Sardar? Where is he being held? Princess Xia heard this and shook her head. Although Sada is imprisoned by our clan, he is the incarnation of Azathoth and possesses the power derived from Azathoth. Ordinary prisons cannot trap him. That's why our family transformed the entire solar system into a prison. At the border of the solar system, our family has built an endless wall of fire, and no living thing can leave the solar system. It also isolates the solar system from the main universe, and other parts of the universe cannot perceive the existence of the solar system. This is not only the prison of Sardar, but also the birthplace of Athos. We are not only the jailers guarding Sardar, but also the guardians of this birthplace. Princess Xia's eyes flashed with solemnity. My sister, Queen Leia, the queen of the Ancient Ones, knows something. She once told me that Sada actually broke free hundreds of thousands of years ago. But the strange thing is that he did not leave the solar system, but used some means. The location of the solar system was sent to all parts of the universe. He seduced many old rulers and came to this planet. Princess Xia said solemnly, Sada may be hiding in a corner at this moment, observing everything that happens. No one knows his plans. In my opinion, those gods have all been used by Sardar. The two chatted while walking, and Qin Jun also learned some secrets about the Ancient One. The space here is huge, and there is a purple crystal floating in the air in front of it. This purple crystal is extremely powerful and exudes a terrifying aura that makes people palpitate. Qin Jun could feel that the crystal contained extremely pure energy. Energy has many forms of expression, including psychic energy, nuclear energy, and even better. In crystal, energy is the purest energy, energy itself. Upon seeing this, Princess Xia immediately said, This is the ancient crystal, the crystallization of all the technology of our family. We rely on crystals to fight against the old ones. Good. After Princess Xia said this, she stretched out her hand and took the Ancient One crystal into her arms. The moment the Ancient One's crystal was in Princess Xia's hands, the entire space in the Ancient One's treasure house burst into dazzling light. Immediately, countless energy began to emerge from the piles of energy crystals. Together, they form an extremely unstable, twisted space. And deep in the space, there is a crystal coffin sitting quietly. In the crystal coffin, there lay a beautiful woman wearing a crown. The crystal coffin exuded a decaying breath of death. This peerless beauty has been dead for countless years. But her face is still lifelike, and it can be vaguely seen that her face is somewhat similar to Princess Xia. Princess Xia also had a sad look on her face, whispering in a low voice, Sister. The peerless beauty inside the crystal coffin is Princess Xia's sister, the last queen of the ancient clan, Queen Leia. Queen Leia was the last king of the Ancient Ones. When she succeeded to the throne, the Ancient One's civilization was already on the verge of destruction. 90% of the world's undersea cities have fallen. Putian's powerful city, Elder Ascension's army, was almost completely wiped out. At this critical juncture, Queen Leia took over the task and became the last king of the ancient clan. She can be said to be the most powerful queen in the entire history of the ancient clan. She is beautiful in appearance, noble in temperament, and powerful, and is loved by all the ancients. Under the leadership of Queen Leia, the ancient clan has regained its strong cohesion. But it is a pity that in the current situation, the destruction of the Ancient Ones is only a matter of time. No matter how outstanding Queen Leia is, she just delays the time. In the end, the ancient civilization came to destruction. At the last moment, Queen Leia still did not give up. She personally went out to fight with the ancient rulers. She is so 423 powerful, like the dazzling sun. But under the attack of more than a dozen old rulers, Queen Leia still failed. She fled back to the capital of the ancient gods and used her last remaining strength to seal her sister, Princess Ya. It also preserved the last fire for the ancient civilization. Then, Queen Leia used her remaining vitality to send the capital of the ancient gods to the dimensional wall of another space, so that it could be protected from the looting of the old rulers. After countless years, the capital of ancient gods emerged from the dimensional wall of another space and returned to Earth. Queen Leia also lost all her vitality, and her body was kept in one crystal coffin. This crystal coffin is the treasure of the ancient clan. Inside the crystal coffin, time is completely stagnant, so Queen Leia's state in the crystal coffin is still the same as the moment of the final battle. Qin Jun looked at Queen Leia in the crystal coffin. She is so beautiful, so beautiful. Princess Xia stood next to the crystal coffin, stroking the surface of the coffin gently, bead, with her hand, feeling extremely sad. Qin Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly asked, "Is there still a chance for Queen Leia to be resurrected?" Princess Ya was silent for a long time and shook her head. "My sister's vitality has completely disappeared. Unless Gron's eyeballs are used as a sacrifice to restore my sister's soul and vitality from the universe." Gron, one of the old ones. He is the lord of the temple, the corrupter of flesh, and one of the top 5 beings in the order of the old ones. It is said that he can absorb the power of all flesh and blood in the universe. Even the flesh and blood of the enemy can be used as the source of his power. Most importantly, Gron is extremely cunning and cruel. Definitely one of the most terrifying gods. When Qin Jun heard this, an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes, and he said calmly, "Perhaps we will have a chance to resurrect your sister in the future." When Princess Ya heard this, her eyes lit up, and she looked towards Qin Jun. Although in front of the ancients, human beings are very low level and weak. But Qin Jun is different. He killed Elo, a god even bigger than Gron. Maybe Qin Jun can really resurrect her sister. Princess Xia expressed gratitude. "If you can resurrect my sister, then I will swear by the Ancient Ones in the days to come. I will do my best to help you." Qin Jun nodded slightly and accepted Princess Xia's gratitude and promise. But the reason why he is willing to resurrect Queen Leia has nothing to do with Princess Xia, let alone to please her. Or maybe he sympathizes with the Ancient Ones, just because Qin Jun is greedy for other people's bodies. The mysterious thing about the Ancients is that when they have S*X with humans, they can practice dual cultivation and share their power. This is almost a large power bank. And Princess Xia has such power, let alone Queen Leia. With Princess Xia and Queen Leia's 2 power banks on the bed, Qin Jun's strength will definitely rise rapidly. Although this way of becoming stronger is a bit weird. But Qin Jun doesn't care. As long as he can become stronger, Qin Jun doesn't care which way he does it. Not to mention, this method is still so fragrant. Behind the crystal coffin, there is a crystal floating. This is the Ancient One crystal. The secret of the Ancient One's crystal lies not in the stored magic ether, but in the perfect utilization of energy that can be achieved through it. After getting Qin Jun's promise to help Queen Leia resurrect, Princess Xia no longer had any reservations about Qin Jun. Present all the secrets of the Ancient Ones. Although Qin Jun's current strength is not as good as hers, Princess Xia can feel that Qin Jun's potential is extremely amazing. Qin Jun has only entered the transcendent field for about a year and has reached level 5. Princess Xia has placed her hope for the revival of the Ancient One on Qin Jun. In the beginning, we ancients possessed 5 crystals, but those crystals were destroyed in the war with the gods. Only this last ancient crystal is left, and it is also the most powerful one. As if sensing the existence of the royal bloodline, the Ancient One's crystal once again bloomed with dazzling light. The purple light seems to contain countless possibilities. Even Qin Jun felt great palpitations. But at this moment, Qin Jun's eyes were attracted by the thing next to the Ancient One's crystal. This is a book, a code, floating in midair, surrounded by the golden light of knowledge. There are endless mysteries. It seems that the secret of the birth of the universe is recorded in it. Before Princess Xia could explain, Qin Jun was already murmuring in a low voice. Say its name. Ramahin Divine Code, the Book of Lamahin, Azathoth's last favor to our family. Princess Xia's eyes were complicated, and she lowered her head to the Ramahin Divine Code and expressed her surrender. This is the only thing Azathoth gave us after he created us. It can be said that our ancient clan relied on it to create such a glorious era. Princess Xia's voice was faint. Our family should have had a more glorious future. We are less than halfway through the study of the Tome of Lamahin. Princess Xia stretched out her hand and took the Ramahin Divine Code into her arms, then turned around and handed it to Qin Jun. Qin Jun held the La Mohan Divine Code. His expression was shocked, and he felt a mysterious feeling filling his whole body. It was as if I had an epiphany and had a new understanding of the world. The thing in his hand is an existence that the gods covet extremely. It's even possible that the Old Ones came to this world except for the Great Judgment and the blessing of Azathoth. There are also reasons for the Ramahin Divine Code. Qin Jun looked around, and since then he has obtained everything in the ancient treasure house. With these, human beings will become the second ancient civilization, even a race more powerful than the ancient civilization. Unconsciously, Qin Jun's perspective has brought all mankind. What he does not only considers his own interests, but also considers the interests of all mankind. Are humans in future generations really good? In later generations, a delicate balance was reached between humans and gods. Human beings gain power and knowledge from the gods, and the gods also influence and change the situation of the world through humans. But from the deepest perspective, human beings are still dependent on gods. Qin Jun, on the other hand, wants to change all this. He wants to enslave the gods and turn them into tools. In his opinion, only he can represent mankind. His will is the will of mankind. The direction he decides is the future path of mankind. Qin Jun firmly believes in this. Qin Jun and Princess Xia left the ancient treasure house again. In fact, they had just entered the Ancient One's treasure house, not so much to collect treasures. Rather, just take stock. After all, there were too many treasures in the Ancient One's treasury, and the Lamahin Divine Code and the Ancient One's crystal were taken away by Qin Jun. But the remaining high-purity energy crystal nuclei and other treasures, it certainly can't be moved all at once. Qin Jun has decided that while the Qin family of the Eastern capital will send people to carry supplies, there will also be people stationed there. The city of ancient gods was conquered and became the Qin family's first overseas stronghold. From here, the Qin family's sphere of influence can directly radiate to the entire East Asia, including island countries and cold countries, as well as small countries such as Malay. At this moment, Qin Jun was in a good mood. He fully accepted the legacy of the ancient civilization and enslaved another god. With these things, the Qin family will transform at an extremely fast speed. In this world, no one will be able to stop the Qin family. Qin Jun, Princess Xia, and Ida's returned to their previous place, and the Empress Qin Pheasant and other strong men of the Qin family met. The ground was already in a mess. The remaining strong men from the Han Kingdom were all turned into corpses at this moment, including the previous Park Nam-tae. Seeing this scene, Qin Jun said nothing. In fact, Qin Jun has always been relatively tolerant towards his subordinates. especially a very capable subordinate like Akiji. Seeing Qin Jun's return, the Empress, Qin Pheasant, and other powerful men came to greet him. Master. Then, they looked at Princess Xia with careful eyes. Although Princess Xia has hidden her aura, she still gives people a mysterious feeling, which makes people feel palpitating. Qin Jun introduced. She is Princess Xia and will be a member of the Qin family. Please give me flowers. Princess Xia, on the other hand, leaned next to Qin Jun and held Qin Jun's arm. He declared his sovereignty with a smile. He is also Qin Jun's partner. Qin Jun, on the other hand, smiled and acquiesced to Princess Xia's method. This scene made the members of Unit 527 look different. Blood Earl, Black Light, and some powerful men with noble background looked at Princess Xia in a different way immediately. The Empress looked calm, with a hint of fighting intent in her eyes. Akiji is downright jealous and eager to take on the challenge. I can't wait to replace Princess Xia. Although this purple-haired Lolita is young, she is really ambitious. 0. In her opinion, only she is worthy of Qin Jun. At this moment, an evolutionary shield appeared in the distance. The strength of this group of strong men is extremely powerful and terrifying, but the evolutionaries at the front look hesitant and frightened, and everyone is injured. Apparently, he was forced to clear the way. I happened to meet Qin Jun and his team. This group of evolvers is none other than the powerful men from the 3 shrines of the island country. They forced the strong men from other small countries to open the way and finally arrived here. And the strong men of those small countries were almost consumed. The powerful man from the island country stared at Qin Jun and his group with expressionless expressions. They felt that they exuded a sense of oppression. Their eyes were very indifferent and calm, full of confidence. This kind of self-confidence is brought about by the fact that their 3 shrines have always been invincible in the island country. In the minds of the strong men of the 3 shrines, they are the most powerful, and they naturally think that they can win no matter who the opponent is. A chuckle sounded. The strong men of the 3 shrines separated and made way for the crowd. A handsome young man walked with a smile on his face and his hands behind his back. Introduce yourself. My name is Tajogo, the leader of the 3 shrines. On Tajogo's face, there was a smile that controlled everything. Tajogo seemed polite, as if he was attending a dinner party. The wind is gentle and the clouds are calm. Everything is under his control. Tajogo looked at the Empress Akiji and others with a smile. A look of interest flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "That's great. You are very capable." Tajogo smiled while stroking his palms. It seems that I can finally stretch my muscles today. After all, a trace of indifference flashed in Tajogo's eyes, looking at the few surviving strong men from small countries. These people are too weak. It's so weak that I don't even have the interest to take action. But you can still. Tajogo looked at the Empress, Akiji, and others as if they were prey. You are truly worthy of being a strong man from the 900 Dragon Kingdom. Your strength is much stronger than that of small countries like Malay. It's a pity that everything ends here. A dangerous smile appeared on Tajogo's face. You should have obtained the treasures of this ruined city, right? Hand it over. This way, you will suffer less. There was only silence in response to him. The strong men under the Qin family looked at Tajogo expressionlessly, and they looked at each other. There's only one thought in my mind, and that is absurdity. They felt extremely ridiculous. This Tajogo took them as prey and waited for them. It has always been the Qin family that preys on other forces. As a result, today, someone came who regarded the Qin family as prey. This Japanese guy has a bad brain? Although all the strong men of the Qin family can feel that Tajogo is indeed very strong. It should be already at the peak of level 2, or even the level of a level 3 evolver. But they didn't care at all, because almost all of them are level 2 peak evolvers, and with the addition of a special combat uniform, their combat effectiveness can rise to another level. Not to mention, their young master is already a level 4 evolver. This Tajogo just pretends to be cool in front of other small countries. Pretending to be cool in front of the Qin family is really ridiculous. Especially Akiji. She stared at Tajogo with murderous intent in her heart. As a racist, the people from the island country have the same weight in her heart as the people from the cold country. They're all low-class people, an inferior race destined to be enslaved. In the end, Tajogo regarded them as prey. This made Qin extremely angry, as if he had suffered great humiliation, court death. Aoki sneered. His petite body suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Tajogo the next moment. Her right hand turned into a purple tentacle and stabbed directly towards the back of Tajogo's head. I want to crush Tajogo's head directly. Aoki's fighting style has always been so crazy and violent, which is completely out of proportion to her petite and cute appearance. Tajogo's expression remained unchanged, and he still had a smile on his face. He turned around and blocked Qinji's blow with his hand, and then punched Qinji. This punch was so terrifying that the void began to twist. Although the blast has not yet reached the front of Qin Pheasant, the space behind Qin Pheasant suddenly began to collapse, like a strong wind and huge waves, knocking down tall buildings one after another. Akiji's expression changed slightly. This Tajogo's power does not belong to humans. She clasped her hands together, and countless purple monster lights suddenly appeared in the void behind her, protecting her whole body. The terrifying power exploded, and Qinji took dozens of steps back. He stared at Tajogo with a gloomy expression, but Tajogo's body just swayed and took a few steps back. However, Tajogo frowned slightly. The strength of these Dragon Kingdom people was stronger than he imagined. Air. He was Dagon's chosen one, and Dagon shared his divine power. In a sense, he is the incarnation of Dagon. Now Tajogo's strength is that he is a genuine super evolver, and this purple-haired lowly is only at the peak of level 2. In Tajogo's estimation, he originally wanted to smash this purple-haired lowly into a pulp with one punch. As a result, Akiji was not even injured and was just forced to retreat. It's a bit tricky, but Tajogo just feels troubled. After all, his true strength has not been used yet. Taking the form of Dagon is his trump card. Qin Pheasant wanted to have S*X again, but Qin Jun stopped her with words. Qin Pheasant, step back. You are indeed no match for him now. Qin Jun smiled slightly and said softly. It was only then that Tajogo discovered Qin Jun. After Qin Jun broke through and became a level 5 evolver, his temperament changed drastically, becoming deep and restrained. Even Tajogo didn't notice Qin Jun at first, but when Tajogo saw Qin Jun, his heart immediately jumped and he felt palpitations. An extremely dangerous smell. Tajogo has not felt this dangerous feeling for a long time, but in his heart, excitement arose instead. Ever since he accepted Dagon's divine power, his body has been suppressing powerful power. This feeling of being unable to exert power made him panic. He wanted to fight, a close fight. At least it's a battle that allows him to vent. You 3.2 should be the young master of the Qin family. Tajogo had an exaggerated and weird smile on his face. He rubbed his chin and looked at Qin Jun. If you can last 20 moves in my hands, you can stay. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly groaned. His entire body was hit by a terrifying force, and he flew away, crushing tall buildings one after another. The body dragged the road into a ravine for hundreds of meters, filling the air with gunpowder smoke. The faces of the strong men from the island country who were calm at first showed shocked expressions. They didn't even know how Qin Jun took action. Tajogo, who was invincible in their hearts, was directly knocked away. Countless rocks suddenly burst out from the ruins. Tajogo rushed out of the ruins, and his face no longer had the relaxed expression of having everything under control. Instead, it was extremely gloomy and full of violent meaning. In Tajogo's heart, he was also a little unbelievable. Even he didn't realize what Qin Jun did just now. As if out of thin air, an extremely powerful force appeared in front of him, knocking him away. But Tajogo didn't have any fear in his heart. Instead, he felt angry. I am a chosen one of Dagon. How could I be knocked down? Tajogo roared angrily, and a terrifying aura spurted out from his body. He was floating in midair, standing with his hands behind his back, and his body was surrounded by lightning-like spiritual energy, making him look like a god, majestic and unstoppable. Upon seeing this, the strong men from the island country showed awe in succession and couldn't help but kneel on the ground. This kind of power can only be possessed by the chosen, ones chosen by the gods. Tajogo looked gloomy and stared at Qin Jun. You are very powerful, but no matter how powerful you are still only a human being. I can feel that you do not have the blessings of the gods. Tajogo raised his head, his expression full of pride and pride. And I am the chosen one, the human being chosen by the gods. Tajogo slowly walked towards Qin Jun. With every step he took, his aura became stronger, and the natural enemies under his feet began to shatter. His speed is getting faster and faster, and his breath is getting stronger and stronger. He rushed towards Qin Jun. The space around his body began to distort, and he rushed away with a breath of destruction. At this moment, he seemed to be a god descending to earth. He appeared in front of Qin Jun, and water power suddenly emerged around his body, and powerful pressure surged towards Qin Jun. This is the power given to him by Dagon. Master the deep pressure. Dagon is the leader of the deep ones, who can control the force of deep pressure on the ocean floor. Tajogo's power can compress a high mountain to the level of sand. Kneel down. Tajogo laughed with a cruel smile on his face. He just likes to be a villain, crushing his enemies with absolute power and making them fall into despair. Boom! Tajogo's expression suddenly changed, and the expression on his face changed from cruel expectation to fear and anger in an instant. With a pop, Tajogo knelt directly in front of Qin Jun, suppressed by invisible force, unable to move. Even his knees sank deeply into the ground, and blood mist burst out of his whole body, as if he was a bloody man. Qin Jun, on the other hand, still stood with his hands behind his back, calm and calm. He looked at Tajogo expressionlessly. It was as if he had done nothing. But this is what makes people extremely heart palpitating. What happened? Tajogo was in intense pain all over his body, and his face finally showed unbelievable fear. How can it be? I am a level 3 evolver, and I am also the peak level 3. Tajogo was suppressed by the strong pressure and could not move. Even his bones made a sizzling sound and were on the verge of shattering. Qin Jun looked at Tajogo expressionlessly and chuckled. A trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Have you always been so brave? The bigger the smile on his face, the more terrifying the pressure Tajogo endured. A trace of despair flashed in Tajogo's eyes, and he roared. I am the chosen god of the great gun. Great Dagon, come into my body. Your followers ask for your strength. Tajogo immediately shouted loudly, wanting to call the Emperor of Oreo to come. As the chosen one, Tajogo is an incarnation of Dagon in a sense. Not only can he share Dagon's divine power, he can also use himself as a container to directly receive Dagon's arrival. Tajogo's body trembled, and his heart was filled with violence. When Dagon comes, he will let Qin Jun know what the power of gods is. But gradually, Tajogo's expression changed. The confusion now turned into panic, because he was horrified to discover that Dagon rejected his call and was unwilling to come to him. Until this moment, Tajogo was truly afraid. This has never happened before. As Dagon's divine choice, he has an extremely close relationship with Dagon. Even if he communicates directly with Dagon's will, his thoughts will not fall into madness. Dagon had fallen on him before, because he had solved many troubles. Those so-called strong men were like ants in front of Dagon's divine power, destructive and vulnerable. That's why Tajogo feels confident facing Qin Jun. His trump card is to summon the big role to come. But now, 953 Dagon has refused his call. Then there is only one reason. Dagon was afraid. Dagon did not dare to answer the call, and came here to fight Qin Jun. How can this be? After figuring this out, Tajogo's face showed an indescribable expression, twisted and full of disbelief. Are gods afraid of humans? At this moment, Tajogo's belief almost collapsed. Everything he is proud of is worth mentioning in front of Qin Jun. Seeing Tajogo's dullness, Qin Jun sighed regretfully. It seems that Dagon is unwilling to respond to you. It's a pity. Qin Jun could have directly crushed Tajogo to death, but the reason why he hung on to Tajogo's life was because he wanted Toju to summon the gods. If Dagon really comes, then he may be able to enslave another god. But it is a pity that Dagon felt Qin Jun's power through Tajogo. He chose to retreat. Guess he knows the truth. Tajogo stared at Qin Jun blankly, and his body began to tremble violently, unconsciously. This Qin Jun is actually trapping the gods. Who is he? As for the remaining strong men from the island country, they were all shocked and stunned at this moment. They were still kneeling on the ground, but they had no idea of resistance. The strength shown by Qin Jun is really too powerful. So powerful that they, the strong men of the island country, have no idea of resistance, only fear. The members of Unit 527 were also shocked at this moment and lowered their heads deeply. Although they are Qin Jun's personal bodyguards, they actually don't know much about Qin Jun's strength. Just know one thing. That means the young master is very strong. But there is no intuitive expression of how strong it is. And now they have it. Although Tajogo is arrogant, it must be said that he also has the strength to be arrogant. Level 3 evolvers are considered to be at the top level even among the Qin family in the eastern capital. But in front of Qin Jun, he didn't even have a chance to take action. He was directly crushed by Qin Jun. It's like crushing an ant. The Empress stepped forward and was about to speak. But Qin Pheasant appeared next to Qin Jun and asked delicately, "Master, what should we do with these islanders? Have they all been killed?" And a hint of gloom flashed in the Empress's eyes. "Qin Pheasant, this is getting more and more excessive. She is Qin Jun's personal guard. According to the rules, she is qualified to question Qin Jun and stand beside Qin Jun. But Qin Ji, the deputy chief, asked first. This is challenging the authority of the Empress." Qin Ji also glanced at the Empress, blinked, and drew a provocative smile at the corner of his mouth. This made the gloom in the Empress's eyes even worse. Qin Jun naturally noticed these little actions of Qin Pheasant, but he didn't care about the intrigues of these subordinates. But Qin Pheasant is also very sensible. These little actions of hers are within Qin Jun's tolerance and will not hinder the interests of the Qin family. Qin Jun glanced at the strong man from the island country kneeling on the ground and smiled slightly. "Don't kill these people." As soon as these words came out, hope suddenly arose in the hearts of the islanders, and they looked at Qin Jun gratefully. But Qin Jun's next words made them fall into the abyss and hit the bottom. The human experiments at the Second Institute still require a lot of materials. Aren't these ready-made? Qin Jun's eyes were indifferent. In his opinion, these islanders were not even pigs. The Second Research Institute has been conducting experimental research on human subjects, but most of them are ordinary people. Evolvers can be said to be very few. After all, even level 1 F-level evolvers are extremely precious, and it would be too wasteful to use them for human experiments. It will also cause unnecessary panic. And the prisoners of these strong men from the island country are very suitable. After making many arrangements, Qin Jun and a group of strong men prepared to return to the eastern capital. Itasi, or Lin Yojin, returned to the cold country alone. She will become a pawn of Qin Jun in Han State, waiting to take root and sprout. Han State will be taken into the arms of the Qin family. But not now. Now Qin Jun's goal is to unify the country first. Compared with the Dragon Kingdom, the Cold Island Kingdom is a small country with few people. Even if we let it go for a while, we won't be able to make any waves. But not the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has a vast territory, rich resources, and countless mysterious places. If at a critical moment, the Qin family will allocate their strength and use it abroad. Maybe there will be a force in the country that gets the inheritance of the gods, or there will be a big technological explosion. These are all troubles. before fighting against the outside world, you must first settle inside. In this way, nearly 2 months later, Qin Jun returned to Dongdu again. And although it has only been 2 short months, Dongfang has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Thanks to the various scientific and technological knowledge recorded in the small library, Dongdu's Research Institute has made great breakthroughs in resource utilization. Currently, the industrial zones in Dongdu have serious overcapacity. The working days of millions of civilians in the eastern capital are longer and shorter than before, almost restored to the level of the old days. The happiness level is directly maxed out. The streets are extremely clean, full of bustling pedestrians, and laughter fills every corner. It's easy to forget that this is the end of the world. It's just that the city wall is so towering that you can't see the end at a glance, reminding everyone that the end of the world has just begun. A variety of new weapons and firearms were manufactured and distributed to the city defense army under the Qin family, which raised the army's combat effectiveness to another level. The Qin family of the eastern capital, under the orders of Qin Jun, a fleet was sent to the Eye of the Devil and occupied the capital of the ancient gods. After that, a steady stream of evolvers and armies occupied the Devil's Eye and established a stronghold. Then, the materials in the treasure house were transported back to the eastern capital one by one. And with the help of Princess Xia, the Qin family also activated the defense system of the capital of ancient gods and gained the authority to control those ancient battle mechas. The capital of the ancient gods surfaced and became the Qin family's stronghold in the east Daxia Sea. It also allowed the Qin family's sphere of influence to directly encompass all the countries in East Asia. Dongdu, Lihaohao, the Qin family mansion. In a luxurious office, Qin Yuan looked at his son whom he had not seen for a long time. He heard Qin Jun describe this experience and watched his son talk about his gains this time with excitement, as well as the interests of the Qin family. Qin Yuan sighed softly and patted his son on the shoulder. Thanks a lot. These days, you've been running around here and there, almost never taking a break. When Qin Jun heard this, he was slightly in a trance. In a more than a year since the end of the world, he has never slept peacefully. Qin Jun couldn't help but feel a little moved. Everyone is in awe of his strength, exaggerating his talent, and praising his achievements. Only his father Qin Yuan would feel sorry for his hard work. Maybe this is family. This is my birthright, father. Qin Jun smiled slightly and chuckled. From childhood to adulthood, he never seemed to stop. It is true that Qin Jun enjoys many privileges because of his background. Money, power, women, status, everything. But Qin Jun also sacrificed a lot. While other children are playing carefree and enjoying their childhood, Qin Jun is learning various foreign languages and some scientific research readings. When the teenagers are sweating on the football field, Qin Jun has experience in learning the details of interpersonal communication. While young people are worried about love, Qin Jun is already flipping through and processing many government documents. From childhood to adulthood, Qin Jun has been ranked first in every subject. Although Qin Jun entered Jiangjing University through special recruitment, in fact, with Qin Jun's study level, he can definitely pass the college entrance examination and enter. In the old days, the so-called happy education emerged in society. That is, let children have a happy teenage years. But in fact, for real powerful families, their education for their heirs is extremely 133 square meters. It can even be called cruel. Qin Jun has no childhood, no friendship, and no so-called love. His life is full of boring power education. Like a sadhu, in Qin Jun's memory, he once liked a classmate when he was ignorant in adolescence. That's a very simple girl. He comes from an ordinary background, and his family background is just an ordinary working-class person. And after his father heard about it, the next day, the girl disappeared. Even the girl's family disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. Maybe that girl and her family have changed their lives in a different city or even in a different country. Then that night, his father Qin Yuan told him sincerely, his future wife may be beautiful or ugly, it doesn't matter. but he must be from a powerful and wealthy family. For people like him, marriage and love are never something they can decide. These years of education have educated Qin Jun into a qualified political creature. Everything he did perfectly conformed to political logic and interests. For profit, he can even sell his soul. But Qin Jun also knows that his father Qin Yuan has also devoted a lot to the family. In the eyes of others, Qin Yuan holds great power and can decide the fate of countless people. How majestic it is. But what about actually? Qin Yuan holds countless meetings every day. His schedule is accurate to the minute, and he can only sleep for 6 hours a day. The rest of the time, I am either dealing with government affairs or on my way to deal with government affairs. The so-called handling of government affairs means holding boring meetings and looking at boring reports. It's been like a day for decades, and I can't stop talking. For decades, Qin Yuan has not had any entertainment activities. Not only Qin Yuan, but also Qin Shanglong, Qin Can, and other members of the Qin family almost all lived such a boring life. But it is precisely because of this that they support the Qin family. Only then did the Qin family gain the power and prestige they have today. The end of the world has come. The social structure has been reshuffled, and the status of the Qin family has also been seriously challenged. If you are not careful, you will end up confiscating your family and exterminating your family. Although the Qin family controlled the news in advance and had the power in their hands, BHCC successfully monopolized many resources and took the lead in the early days of the end of the world. But this is far from enough. With the emergence of evolvers and the awakening of gods, the Qin family must pay more if they want to maintain their current status. And Qin Jun has already made this realization. The end of the world is not a carefree utopia, but a desperate era full of blood and cunning. Only cruelty and ruthlessness, and only cunning and insidiousness can you stand out in the last days. A smile appeared on Qin Jun's face. Sail against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. His eyes were downcast. If our Qin family chooses to rely on the gods, then with the power of our Qin family, we will get everything easily. But I chose another path, Father. I chose to compete with the gods, which is an extremely difficult road. In the eyes of outsiders, Qin Jun is always calm, absolutely confident. But in front of his father, Qin Jun showed an extremely rare hesitation, which outsiders would never see. Level 5 Evolver, enslave 2 gods. Unifying the southeast region and annexing countless forces, the Qin family became the overlord of the southeast. Turning your hands over becomes clouds. Turning over your hands becomes rain. Qin Jun's strength and performance make it easy for people to overlook Qin Jun's age. In fact, Qin Jun is only 20 years old this year. Qin Jun is not a robot. He also has joys and sorrows. Deep in his heart, he still had worries. Even though he has now enslaved 2 gods, it seems that the situation of the Qin family in the eastern capital is very good. But this also made the Qin family of the eastern capital the most feared force in the hearts of the gods. When the gods fully recover, will the Qin family of the eastern capital have enough people to compete with the gods head-on? All this is unknown. Looking at the frowning Qin Jun, Qin Yuan smiled. He gave his son a hug. Our Qin family has been a powerful family at apex level for many years, and it has been passed down from generation to generation. Our Qin family was born to be the masters and will always be so. Qin Yuan's voice floated in the room. Since you have embarked on this road, you must overcome all obstacles and reach the top steadily. You can rest assured to do what you want to do, and I will support you from behind. Dongdu will always be your base camp. If it really fails, Qin Yuan smiled faintly and said, the big deal is, let all mankind be buried with us. Fleets of ships traveled between the capital of ancient gods and the eastern capital. Ship those energy crystal nuclei of perfect purity to the eastern capital. These high-purity energy crystal nuclei are extremely precious. Moreover, the Qin family has now discovered dilution technology, which can dilute a high-purity energy crystal core into more than 3,000 normal concentration energy crystal nuclei. It can be said that with these high-purity energy crystal nuclei, the Qin family can at least provide thousands of evolvers with training for hundreds of years. And the Qin family's gains are not just that. Terms such as ancient civilization, ether energy technology, etc. appeared in several research institutes in the eastern capital. The scientific researchers from these institutes went to the capital of the ancient gods one after another and began to eagerly learn these cutting-edge technologies that they had never been exposed to before. The technology of the ancient civilization is completely different from the technology taught by Lilith, and they go in two directions. But for today's human beings, it is an elusive existence. Almost every day, several major research institutes in Dongdu make new progress and breakthroughs. Micro-drones the size of honey are all over the streets and alleys of Dongdu, monitoring every move in every corner of Dongdu. A new generation of exoskeleton armor for ordinary soldiers has begun to be installed, and their combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Small combat mechas and even laser weapons have begun to be developed. Things that only appeared in science fiction works have now become a reality. Dongdu is not only a post-apocalyptic utopia, but also a science fiction capital. Any ordinary person standing on Dongdu Street will be moved to tears by this. The Qin family, which is extremely powerful in all aspects such as technology and transcendent power, now boasts of being the light of mankind. This kind of thinking is not only popular among the top brass of the Qin family. There is also a market among the common people. Common people also believe that the Qin family is the family truly qualified to lead mankind. Everywhere else, they are ignorant and weak. Only under the leadership of the Qin family can mankind survive the end of the world. Dongdu, a civilian area. Li Xiang's family has now settled in Dongdu for 3 months. They have gradually become accustomed to life in Dongdu and are very satisfied. Mother Li's body has almost recovered. She had no serious physical illness to begin with. It was just organ failure caused by the poor environment before. In Dongdu, the air is clear, the food is nutritionally balanced, and only 8 hours of light work are required every day. Even the Labor Bureau of Dongdu has begun to study and implement regulations on weekends. In just 3 months, Mother Li's complexion became much better. Not only Li's mother, Liwen has also grown from a skinny yellow-haired girl to a beautiful young girl. In the warm room, Father Li took out a stack of blue banknotes with a smile. Get to Mother Li. This month's salary has been paid, 2,000 Qin coins. With the excess of various resources and the ascension development of technology, the financial system under the Qin family has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The grade point system that had been in place since the end of the world was completely abolished. Instead, there's a new currency. Because this is the currency issued by the Qin family, it is also called Qin coin. Since the Qin coins were issued, the people of the eastern capital, as well as the countless shelters and free towns under the Qin family, immediately accepted this kind of clothing. After all, always using performance points is not a long-term solution. The top brass of the Qin family know this very well. After all, empty grades will not give people a sense of security at any time. But cash is fine. As for anti-counterfeiting, it is also very simple. Just bake it with fire. This kind of currency is made of special materials and is invulnerable to water and fire. Even if it is cut with a knife or scissors, it cannot hold the currency at all. With the full promotion of the Qin family, Qin coins have also become the official currency of the Southeast United Council. In other words, as long as you have Qin coins, you can buy anything anywhere in the Southeast region. Please give me flowers? For most small forces, they are happy to see the emergence of this authoritative currency. The current transactions between major forces are the most primitive form of barter, but the specific value of items is difficult to measure. In the past, energy crystal nuclei were used to make hard currency. However, energy crystal nuclei are very precious and rare, and most of them are used for the practice of evolvers. The exchange of many supplies was chaotic, and conflicts that broke out were common. The emergence of Qin coins made transactions between forces much more convenient and faster. But this matter actually encountered a lot of resistance. 0. Among them, the Corso group of the Southeastern United Congress was the most fiercely opposed. As a large group company, Corso Group certainly understands best what the emergence of Qin coins means. Qin coins have become the currency of the Southeast United Council. All resources of the major forces will be linked to Qin coins, and even internal transactions will use Qin coins. Subtly, the Qin family controlled the economic lifeline of all the major forces. The right to issue Qin coins is in the hands of the Qin family. Print as many copies as you want. The Qin family can easily plunder the resources of other forces through Qin coins. In this case, it won't be long before the Southeast United Council will truly become the sole voice of the Qin family. Although it's not much different now. The Corso Group also wants to make a final effort. They hope to establish a regulatory agency composed of members from all major forces to supervise the number of Qin coins issued. Unfortunately, due to the strong Qin family, this proposal was also rejected, because the representative of the Qin family smiled and said to the president of the Corso Group, "If the Corso Group does not agree, then the Qin family will replace a permanent director who will agree." Look at the smile on the face of the Qin family representative and the silence of the representatives of other forces. Corso flinched. Inches.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.